I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Moved.
Jeff, Drew, will second it. Any more discussion? All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, any conflicts of interest that we know of at all? And then a motion to approve the minutes from May 6th. So moved. Mike moves, Jeff seconds. Any more discussion on that? All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay. So, we can go into drainage commission right away then.
I'll move to go to drainage.
Second. Okay. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, it's just Scott Showers, 25D04. We talked about it last month. I think it's kind of pretty straightforward, isn't it? It's all going on their own ground, draining on their own ground.
He should be here, he called me yesterday. It's the exact same permit that he applied for a few months ago, but I think he wants to make a point of digging up the road instead of boring it.
We approved it with the condition to bore under the road.
Right, so now he wants to reapply and try to,
That's what this is about.
yes.
So, where would he be? Is this where it's gonna cross the road?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't approve anything at all without Glenn, and now he's not gonna approve it. Is Glenn around? I wonder?
So we did approve this?
Yes, but not with the road boring.
We approved 25D03, which is the same
Glenn
application
in the courthouse here?
with the condition that you bore under the road.
Yeah, why don't you-
Reapplied, so now
why
it's a
don't
new
you-
permit,
I guess so. Yeah, okay, thanks.
the new number.
He will be. Anything else going on in drainage at all? It's just that?
No, that's the only thing that I know of.
Okay, Glenn will be here in a little bit. We wanna recess it and move on to some other issues with the regular meeting. And then come back into it.
It's the same exact permit, he's just trying to go around the fact that we threw
Yeah,
it
he
in the
wants-
last permit.
Well, yeah, he just wants to bore the road. He wants to cut the road instead of boring it.
So it's gonna ultimately be the same decision unless somebody has different feelings as last time.
Yeah.
You start doing that.
Right.
Everybody's gonna wanna cut the road.
Does anybody know if Scott's gonna be here today?
Yeah, he called me yesterday.
Here he is, right
So
here.
then, respect, we should wait for him to answer the ring, but he's,
Yeah, Scott just walked up the stairs. Talking to somebody else on the phone or something. Here he comes. Come on in, Scott. We just. We just went into drainage here, and so you're, basically all that's changed, you're asking to cut the road again?
I was gonna ask if the county would be interested in backhoeing the pipe through the road, and I could pay the county. Cause I'm having a hard time getting the contractor and the boring people, together. And the boring's so expensive to begin with, it's probably gonna be about, when all said and done, it'd probably be about 25 to 30,000 to bore through there. And the contractor I was working with said like he could do it for about 2,000 or 3,000. So then I was like, well, maybe I could just ask the county, I couldn't pay the county to let me just do that versus the boring, so I thought, well, maybe I'll ask the county if they wanted to do it, because it's just basically putting a culvert through the road, basically just a little deeper.
So how's the contractor, how can he do it, is he gonna bore for 20?
No, he would just, the contractor, you know, is,
Oh, I see
he
what
would
you
just to put the pipe through the road and his excavator, whatever.
We'll wait for Glenn to come up, but I don't think we can start doing it, Scott. We start
But it
doing
was,
it.
or yeah, that's what I was thinking, I was like, well, the county maybe, if I asked the county, they would just come on and do it, cause they do culverts, they're professionals in putting culverts in. You know, it's not like they can't put a culvert in or anything, so it's like, well, that would be a lot easier than trying to coordinate the bore guy with the contractor. You know, maybe it's like the county would be like, well,
Okay,
Yeah.
Glenn's coming here, we'll
Yeah, here he is.
see what he has to say. I understand your dilemma, it's quite a difference.
I mean, it's not a big deal difference than what I was asking before, but I thought, well, maybe I'd ask them. I mean, the county's not like totally rich anyways, they probably make quite a bit of money on this deal versus the $25,000 to $30,000 deal, you know, you charge me what you want a little bit, maybe.
Just catch me up, Glenn. Scott's here with basically the same committee as he had before, and he's asking whether the county wouldn't be interested in digging across the road for his line and charging him whatever fee, you know, similar to putting a culvert in but deeper. That's what you're after, right, Scott?
So it's the same permit, other than we were saying he had to bore the road before.
Yeah, I don't know if we wanna get into doing private digging like that, but I do have a counter proposal. There's a culvert, close to the area where you and I talked about, you know, instead of kitty corner across the intersection, go to the south just a little bit and then cutting across the road.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to replace that? Well, I'll provide the culvert, you dig your line in, and then the culvert goes above it. You can offset it, but then I'm replacing a culvert, and we're killing two birds with one stone.
Yeah, that would work there.
Okay, let's see what that
Well,
looks
you're
like
talking,
now.
I actually proposed today the spot, it's a starter a little bit in one sense too, but I just proposed the spot south of the mile west of what you're speaking of. That was the second place I needed to get through, so it'd be just a half mile south of my folks' place.
Oh, that's where we're talking here?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
technically,
I'm on the wrong one.
when, actually, that other spot, that would be the next subject if we made it any further today in regards to that spot, but I would definitely take you up on that one, that would be an easy thing. And then that culvert, I think you're speaking of that culvert's kinda a little bit to the south, that it would work a little better if it was closer up north, basically. Needs a new culvert there or whatever.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't hurt anything if it was moved to the north a little bit,
I mean, it would
but,
be,
yeah, I just thought, you know, it would be a way to take care of the, you know, the culvert would be replaced. It's an old culvert, it needs to be replaced, and that would help the situation.
That's not here.
No, that's over there. Here,
but I was telling, when I came in, I was telling everyone beforehand that I was having a hard time getting the bore people together with the contractor. Now, there is Ellingson, and they quoted me about 25 to 30,000, I was telling everybody, to bore through the road. Well, then the contractor, which is a little bit he's not quite as fancy as Ellingson Drainage, you know? He's a guy from, he's done it for 25 years, or 25 years, and it got going. And the only reason I knew him because he's working with Doug Abelin or some people from Groton. He farms too, but he does this, you know, mostly at least half of the time too. But but he's not equipped like Ellington. Ellington has a guy that actually goes around and does just the boring for them, because they do a lot of jobs, yeah, they said like, okay, what's this gonna cost? And then I called this, he does quite a bit of work in the area for Web Water, it's Milo out of, I wanna say Napoleon, but I think Linton, out of Linton, he works quite and they do this yellow mine. It's a 16-inch, kind of their under railroad pipe, 16-inch, that's kind of what they put in, but he just he's real nice about his things and so forth, but he just seemed like he was, just to get him there at the same time, my contractors there was a kind of a logistical situation, nightmare maybe. So then I thought, well, maybe I'll ask the county, all we're doing is just putting a culvert in a little deeper. And then I thought, well, I just have the county to do it. I know I gave money to the county just to kind of see if they would, or there was money basically being wasted basically, so I thought, well, I'll give that to the county, and that's what I started out with, but maybe I forget about that, I'll just pay the county to put the culvert in. It's not a big deal, I'm not trying to be fancy about it anyway or whatever, but it's like, I'll just pay the county a good fee. There's plenty of money to go around, we're talking 25 to 30,000 you're boring through, and then the contractor I work with there, he does it all the time, he goes through the roads, and I said, well, or he mentioned, or I asked him, well, I can't remember exactly, but he said, what would it cost to go through the road, just a regular boring, just like putting a regular culvert? He says like he could do it for $2,000 to $3,000 to go through the road, so we're 10 cents on the dollar just to go through the road here, so that's around half the thing.
What
So
would
I'm
you
asking
be
the county to go through I could work with the county, my contractor could come in the county and say, hey, could you come out within 3 to 5 days and do this, we're going through the road. And that's what I'm asking today, but, I mean, various variations of that.
What would you be willing to pay the county to do that?
10,000. Maybe I'm too cheap there. But obviously I have 25 to 30,000 otherwise, I'm just stuck. And it just, to me, it's just like a waste of money, and I just don't, I can't
Well,
stomach
yeah,
it.
I understand that.
I'm not against, I'm not against, I should state that. Well, I guess, making money for the county sounds great. But if I start that, where do I start, where do I stop?
Well, if we do this, whenever,
That's the other problem, when
It is.
he's doing his, I'm doing whatever. I don't know, getting together at the right time is another issue too. When we're hot mixing, when we're resealing, we're not doing anything else.
But if we would start this practice, which I'm not totally in favor of, it would have to be on a one-on-one basis. It's not gonna be, well, everybody wants to go through the road, Glenn's gonna dig it in, well.
I think that's a nightmare.
That would be that.
Or for the future, for the county, for the highway department. Is there another pipe in this location that is in poor condition that would need to be replaced? And like I said, I'm not against doing stuff like that.
No, there's like 2 going, south on each side of the road there, and then there's 1 right here, but they're pretty decent. They're pretty decent.
Decent place.
Absolutely, they'd last another 30 years or something, whatever.
I need to look at that. Right now, we're not a contractor, just don't think it's a good idea for us to start doing
So
contract
I'd
work.
ask for a motion to table it till the next meeting, let Glenn check things out.
Scott, is
see
that
what
okay
things-
if we table it and
Sure.
let him look at it? I mean, unless that messes with your time frame or something.
And like I said, I could get Ellington to do the contract work, but then they're gonna bore, as far as coordinating it, they could bore through it. But then I'm switching contractors, and I think they're gonna charge me more overall. They'll probably do a pretty good job, but then they're gonna bore it. And it's just like, money wise is just stupid, frankly.
Well, let's let Glenn look things over and check things out.
Did you ever talk to Spring Creek and ask them what, you know, cause they,
Maybe they bore through.
well, they bored a line, I don't know how big a line, 12 inch or better, through the road up there.
Did they do it themselves, you think?
Yeah, they did,
Yeah, I have not asked them about boring yet.
cause they went through where you turn to go into Thorpe's off the curve there. They bored through that road there to run a sewer line through that,
Yeah.
a waste line through there, you know?
Yeah,
And they're usually very receptive to making a buck, so.
yeah, maybe I need to, I'll visit with them.
Okay, why don't we, I move that we just table this for the time being.
Have a second?
They could maybe be more, obviously they're not so far away like Linton or whatever.
Right.
Like that Milo said, I think he starts out this spring, he's down in Pier doing some stuff, you know, and I don't know how many, if he has multiple crews or whatever, but you know, and then they're doing a lot of rural water stuff. They do a lot, I think a lot of electrical lines too, but seems like they're contracted with Web quite a bit.
Any other questions or anything here? Okay, all in favor of tabling, vote by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, that's it in drainage. Maybe we can come on to drainage.
Second. Scott,
Thanks, Scott.
would you sign in? I don't think you did on the way.
No, okay, yeah.
Jeff moved and Mike
Anybody else
seconded.
need to sign in?
All in favor of coming out of drainage, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. What should we move on to here? Lindley, what we work here?
We could do those resolutions.
Did you wanna do public comment, did or?
Yeah.
I'll wait.
All of these resolutions here, yeah. The Rieger second edition and resolution to the top. You mean the 1030 water?
Yes.
This is all permanent.
And it's in Hillsview, it's a replat. I think he plans to sell the property, and it went through zoning a couple, maybe in April.
Good little area,
What's the,
I might have forgotten to reprint that resolution, this one,
Oh, yeah.
the
which one?
plat. It should be in
So
tab
this
two,
is-
but or three.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Like I forgot to reprint this resolution.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, this is the road that goes by,
okay.
The resolution is stated on the plat. It's plat and the legal description.
Do we need to, make a separate motion on each resolution?
Yeah,
I move to approve the legal resolution.
I'll second that. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Both same sign. Motion carried. That was 2515. And then we've got the mitigation. This is, we do this every year, don't we? Or-
no, so this would be adopting, they rewrote the PDM plan, the hazard mitigation plan. Do you want Dave to come up and talk
I
about
think
it?
it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
What I-
Started back in November, meet with all the cities and just go over, how to mitigate natural hazards, tornado, fire, flood.
Yeah. So we have a motion to approve 2519.
1 second. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Mary Callis, Victor's County. I was glancing through the litigation thing, and I just wanted to let you know, on page 79, when they're talking about the town of Long Lake, in the first sentence, they're talking about the town of Long Lake, and they're comparing Eureka, and then they say the town of Long Lake, when I think they probably wanted to say Loyola. If you look at that page, it's like a, oops. It's not a big deal, just so you know, it's written fun that way on page 79.
Okay. So
Dang, sorry about that.
so written error? Or,
They're talking about the town of Long Lake, and they're talking about each town separately. And they say the town of Long Lake this, and then Eureka, and then they say the town of Long Lake, and it's supposed to be, I believe, Loyola.
Should be, I can pull it up though.
Yeah, it's just on page 79.
Can we see that, Marion? Can we see it, please?
Oh, I just jotted it down.
Oh, okay.
It was
Okay,
on the-
I'll move to approve the resolution with the
Correction being
any
made.
correction that needs to be made.
do we have a second?
1 second.
Mike, second. Any more discussion? All in favor, vote by saying aye. Opposed, same sign.
What page did you say that was on?
79. Is it in the packet at all, please?
Yeah,
What appendix?
Here we go.
It's online.
yeah,
Yeah, I know. That's where I saw it online, here it is. No, that's the resolution. You don't have the full mitigation plan in the packet.
it should be in there.
Oh, yeah, okay, so Long Lake is different from Eureka and Long Lake because of its size, only 27 people. So it should say Long Lake is different from Eureka and Leola
Right,
because of
that's-
its size, only 27 people live in town. Yep.
Yeah, I saw it.
2025 McPherson mitigation plan updated.
Yeah, that's where I read it. I was asking if it was a public packet here.
No, it's so long, I've been,
Okay, thank you. I happened to catch it when I was glancing through that, and
Okay.
that's kind of silly.
Thanks.
Oh, no problem. Working together.
On this compromise of county aid lien. I know you remember the figure, but what was it for again? Remind me?
It was that house, that big house.
yeah, there's a house that the family is trying to get clear title so they can, sell it.
Okay,
And the family has agreed to a 50% compromise on that lien if the commission is willing to take that. And if you are, then we'll adopt the lien and or the resolution, and then they'll pay the other half of the lien, and then in hopes that they can sell that property. And move that out of the mother's name.
yeah. Make a motion, prove that.
I'll second it.
Any more discussion? All in favor, vote by saying aye. Opposed, same sign. Carried. And then, opposition to mandatory electronic,
Well, we probably have to wait.
do we have to wait for that one?
I'm not sure if they were planning to come in or not, they were not clear.
Were they, Mike? You
No,
know?
no, they were asking us to take care of that for them, so Kenny Fox is not gonna show up.
Okay, yeah, I said that, I guess.
Just in his history, he actually, Brett Kinsey and him are the leaders of RCAP, and Kenny Fox is also with the Cattlemen's Association. So if you want to talk about it.
Yeah, go ahead, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, the, last fall, they asked actually the GOPs to take a stand on opposing the EIDI tags, and we passed a resolution in our GOP to do that. This resolution is almost identical to the one that we passed, and now they're asking the counties to do that because they're getting more and more pressure from the feds to get this passed. And an EIDI tag, as you probably know, as a cattle producer, will only be more restrictive, and they will know where every head of cattle is and who owns them. And the ramifications go way deeper than you could even consider in this short time that we have here today. So we're just requesting that the counties will take the same position, that is, the county commission will take the same position as the county DOP. And 17 other counties so far have passed this resolution, and they're gonna continue their efforts. There's no reason they don't believe that they can get every county that's a cattle producer to do that, so thank you for your time.
Yeah, they're chipping away at it. I know for bangs, they did away with the metal tags. We had to put electronic buttons in. Yeah, I think it's good. It's my opinion.
Hey, you know, and I don't have any skin in this game at all. But I did talk to a couple of producers, talked to a cattle buyer. Producers are kind of just what you're saying, they're worried about overregulation, that type of thing. I did kind of get a take from as a cattle producer and a cattle buyer, that he pointed out some good things about it, which there probably are. And one of them is sometimes these cattle buyers, they'll buy cattle at a sale and they'll hold them for a little bit and then they'll mark them up and they'll ship them to a feedlot and you know, it's a way of kind of keeping that in line. And also the feedlots themselves kind of like it, because then they can identify poor doing cattle, here's a cattle that are, you know. But, you know, that's, I don't know, like I said, I don't have any skin in this game.
I don't think we're ready for it yet. If ever, but I'd like to see country of origin labeling before anything like this.
You know, and that's kind of what I always thought when I was in the cattle market or business. I always thought that's the way to go. Why do we need to mark what our cattle are when the cattle coming into this country should be that? You know.
Right, the feedlots really love it.
Because they don't have to take that.
And they love it because they know exactly what's out here, and they can manage what they do to the nth degree. On the other hand, the country of origin labeling does not, and the screwworm is coming across the border, and we have no way of identifying where and when that's gonna take place, and that's taking place right now as we speak. So anyway, yeah, there's other things that need to be done prior to this. This is just premature in South Dakota, not necessary.
But yeah, the cattle organizations are against it. I know
Oh,
that.
and that's kind of unusual that you can get both of those to be on the same page. That is, the RCAP and
So-
the Cattlemen's Association.
So a lot of the 17 counties that have adopted something like this, are they strictly in cattle country or?
Oh, yeah, they're cattle
West River
country, they're
stuff?
cattle country. West River, right along the river, you know, Kenzie's, county and Bobcades and this, Kenny Fox, who is northwest, but, you know, it's cattle country and they're concerned, and so I think we are too, by the way.
Okay,
I would make a motion to approve resolution 25-1.
I'll second it.
you meant 25-20.
2020, yeah, 25-20, I'm sorry.
We have a motion in a second. Any more discussion on it? All in favor?
Chairman Sid,
Aye. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
Mike, do you know the counties that are, the 17 counties that have passed this off the top of your head?
17 counties have passed.
If you know any of the, you know, have a list of them, I guess.
Oh, not with me, I'm sorry, I do not. Let me see if I.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay, any more discussion on it? We have a motion in a second. All in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Okay, it's 9:30. public comments and concerns, we'll open it up. Anybody have anything? Quiet? Okay. Okay, Ray?
On this bill on the data center,
Whatever you wish to speak about.
okay, I noticed in the public folder, it says, data center can do genome sequencing, et cetera, and I was wondering just what genome sequencing is. And I was also wondering if et cetera opens things up somehow to them. And also, I did not see anywhere that it says they cannot do AI, or that it will not be AI. And the information that was in that public folder. And also, it says the feet on the fence on the sides must be 50 feet, and in the front, it must be 150 feet, but it does not say from where, 50 feet from where, 150 feet from where.
I think that was, oh, it's in the ordinance, it's missed in the ordinance, you mean?
Yeah, I was reading the public folder. So anyway, those are three things I was concerned about.
I've heard the word genome, I have no idea what it means. No clue.
Genetic sequencing.
Yeah,
I just thought it'd be nice to know that before it's allowed to be done, whatever it is.
and I think that 50 and 150 feet was from property line or something, wasn't it? Added to the
It
property
doesn't
line?
say in there, and I was wondering what good is that if it doesn't say from where.
Is it missed in the new write-up, not in the old one? Got the old one here. Well, I guess we're digging into this now, we're not really on this subject yet, this is more just public comments, we'll try to bring it up when we're talking about. Okay, Melvin?
Malcolm Callis. I just wanted to know if we're commenting, do we go down the line, like, let's say, I wanna say 11 o'clock, the sheriff department, are we commenting on that now, or when we get to it?
Probably can do both, as far as I'm
Okay.
concerned.
My opinion is, there's lots of bigger counties that don't have it, and we don't need it. So, I just wanted to jump down the line when public comment instead of,
What, don't need the,
we don't need finger,
oh, I see.
mobile fingerprint units in this county. There's not enough arrests. There's bigger counties that don't have it, and they're getting along just fine.
Okay, okay. All right, anybody else? Okay. What should we go on to here?
Is somebody from the hospital gonna be here?
No, I
Yeah.
put that on there, and Mark said that you guys have not had
No, we
anything.
really haven't, I haven't had any contact with
Sure,
them.
so that, I guess there might not be anything to
There-
report.
I don't have anything to report on.
Sure,
I kinda thought they would come to us with some type of a proposal of what they plan to do, and I haven't seen it yet, so I think we can probably, cross that off the list.
Let's do 11:15, NESCAP.
Okay. What, Rick was on it, wasn't he?
Yep.
And then you got on, you took it. What, I don't even know what it is. Is there ever any meetings?
Yep, every other month there's a NESCAP meeting, and I believe this is the first year that they went with a joint meeting with NESCAP and NESDEC. And so what it is, the meeting starts about 4:30 for NESCAP, and then around 5 o'clock-ish, depending on the length of that meeting, the NESDEC board comes in, and some people are on both boards, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And anyways, then they have a joint meeting, and as soon as that's complete, then the NESCAP people can leave or stay, and NESDAQ has their meeting, NESDEC, excuse me. Anyway, so, I'm still trying to understand how, it has, basically they joined all these entities, Grow South Dakota, NESDAQ, and NESCAP, to try to group them together. And they basically oversee, well, the gentleman that was here last month was a representative of them. So they do things for the communities, try to help low-income individuals, families get the assistance they need for homes, or business loans for smaller businesses, maybe even larger business. I'm not sure what the extent of their capabilities are, so it's a board that meets and.
Meetings in Aberdeen?
They have been, it sounds like it could be fluid, but for the most part, Aberdeen's the most central. And so unless there was a specific reason to have it someplace else, it would generally be there. You can meet on Zoom, you don't have to go to Aberdeen. They've kind of opened it up that way. There's been quite a handful of people on the 2 meetings I've been to. The next meeting will be July 10th, I believe, and so that's kind of just a quick breakdown from somebody who's still wet behind the ears on it. And Austin's father is on it from our area. Other than that, there's quite a area from, say, Sisseton to Faulkton, representatives from all over the place. So basically what this comes to is after Jeff's resignation of the planning and zoning spot, and me taking that up, I asked that Jeff take my spot on this, just to even things out, and we've come to that agreement that he would do that. So basically, I would formally resign my position from the NESCAP board and then nominate Jeff to take that position. Okay, so I guess I don't have anything in writing as far as a formal resignation. I can do that here.
Yeah. How formal you need to be?
Okay.
That's,
Just a motion
I
then?
I formally resign my position from the NESCAP. It needs to be on the meeting minutes to be sent to their board for approval. Then they'll ask Jeff, like they asked me, I suppose, for some sort of just a background letter, like what do you do, where you from? And then they.
Okay.
you just make a motion to accept his resignation and then to appoint Jeff. That'd be, then
Okay,
everything's in the minutes, then one motion.
to keep them out of it, you wanna make a motion, I'll
Guess
second
I'll
it.
make that motion.
Then I'll second it. Okay, all in favor, I guess Mark, I guess you could too. You on yet, Mark?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, you are. Okay. You wanna second that motion to, for Mike to resign?
I second the motion.
Okay. Any more discussion on it? All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same
Aye.
sign. Motion carried. Okay. Thank you, guys. Can we do, Austin, can we do your state's attorney?
Yeah, certainly can. When we agreed to the Westlaw stuff, that was ultimately 3 months. I believe this would be the 3rd month that we're currently in. That program has been working extremely well. Just, yesterday morning, yesterday evening, I mean, I did what would have taken me probably 5 or 6 hours of research, hour and a half, 2 hours. It just makes things much quicker, much simpler. So ultimately, I would ask that that is extended for the remainder of that year contract with Westlaw. That's how those contracts are. They're year by year. Ultimately, at this point, I do have a year contract, but I can ultimately just have to tell them that I resigned as state's attorney, which I'm not gonna do that. But all I have to do is tell them I'm no longer state's attorney, and that one cancels, or I'm retiring as an attorney, I guess, more or less, and then they would cancel that. But I would ask that that is approved for the remainder of that, the rest of those 9 months. The Carpal software, I'll be honest, that was a little bit more expensive than I was expecting it to be. How that works is when you sign the I mean, I kinda went over the details of that last time. One thing that I don't know if I talked about that would actually be one of the really, really nice things about this. So right now, when Dave or the deputies has a file, they're giving me a paper file with a thumb drive attached to it that's got all the pictures, videos, scans of all the reports. So they've gotta go through the process of putting that onto the thumb drive, get that to me. I've gotta take it off the thumb drive, I get all the thumb drives back to Dave, I've got a bag of them at home that I gotta get back to him here at this point. But with this program, there'd actually, the sheriff's office could have, their own, what do they call it, external agency portal, where from their office downstairs, they can log in and upload all of those documents, videos, pictures, whatever it would be, and also simplify that process significantly. The other really nice thing about it, there's a couple attorneys that I've ran into that, so how I do it right now, I've got a Google Drive, and I put all of the discovery material in a folder within that drive, and then share that folder with the defense attorney. I cannot see when or if that attorney has accessed that, downloaded the documents, videos, pictures, whatever it may be. They get the link to it, and after that, I don't know what they do. There's been a couple of attorneys who have claimed they didn't get documents, and then you go in there and it's like, well, literally in the folder and the link I gave, it's right there, you know, but I don't have any way to prove that. With this program, it's the same kind of process. I send them the link to it, but I can see exactly when they accessed it and when it was all downloaded. So there's a you could say a paper trail of exactly what they've got and what they don't have. It's just a significantly better organization program than what I'm using right now. But the way they would do it, it would be upon signing the agreement, it would be $3,200. And then up front, and then it would be, so it would take them probably 2 to 3 months to build the program for me, because it's county specific for each one. They've got all the state statutes in there. They can put ordinances in. I told them that's not necessary for what I don't need ordinances as part of this. I've got all that. But at $3,200 up front, and then at the time of going live, and this is frankly the amount I was not expecting, would be $11,700. That's a one-time fee. That fee is ultimately for them to build that program specifically for McPherson County. After that, it would be $4,300 annually. And I asked about raising prices. They haven't raised their prices in the last 7 years. Said it's instead of raising their prices, they have the belief that it's more important to keep people at the same cost and keep existing clients and keeping that cost low as they can. And with that, they'll attract more clients to make up for whatever their increase of costs are. So, which I think makes sense. But ultimately, out of the gate, I mean, the reality of it is we're looking at almost $15,000 to get this thing going. And then it's $4,300 annually, which, like I said, that is quite a bit more than I was expecting, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like quite a bit.
Scares me is if they haven't raised anything for 7 years, it's probably coming.
As far as corresponding with other attorneys, you're doing that electronically, emails and stuff,
Yeah, as far as.
sending them paperwork.
Yes, yeah, so that right now I'm using that Google Drive. Every defendant has a file in Google Drive, I've got everything in there, and then within their file, like a subfolder, you could say, I put all the discovery material in, then send a link to the defense attorney. They can access that subfolder and download all of the discovery, the reports, videos, pictures, whatever it may be in there.
I guess my thought is it's time to go backwards again, or start going backwards to a simpler time. Send it certified mail, let the sheriff deliver it, you get verification that way, then they can do what they want with the hard copies. I realize technology has made a lot of things easier for people, but it's also complicated a lot of things for a lot of folks.
Yeah, that's spendy.
Yeah, and I, like I said, I did not think it was gonna be that expensive, to be honest, at all.
Let's go back to the Westlaw now. We once filed, we need to kind
To me, the Westlaw is more important than this, to be honest with you. I mean, that's
I-
the reality of that one.
of, I would go along with that.
What was that number again?
Westlaw.
It's like
$750?
Do you have that?
The original motion allocated
$749
up
or
to
something.
$750, yeah, it wasn't $750, but it was an odd number.
Kind of right below there.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well,
And that's yearly or is it monthly?
Monthly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I'll just blatantly ask you, if I had to choose which one I would want you guys to approve, it's gonna be Westlaw. I use Westlaw every day. Would this program, Capital, make my life easier? Absolutely. The reality of it is, I can survive without that one. With Westlaw, without Westlaw,
my question about Westlaw, Austin, is when you research Westlaw and you read about their costs, this comes in quite a bit less than $750. So what are you getting for $750 that's different than what they're offering? Because in here in a moment, they talk about government agencies. Let me just place on the screen up in a moment. And it's about half of, and I'll share this with you guys in a second.
so that was 7 months ago. I would assume that was before their AI program went live,
Okay,
which made it significant, because that's about what I was paying earlier before.
okay.
And then when they instituted their AI program, their prices went way up.
Okay. Here's the page here. It just says starting at 741, but then like you say, the video was created 7 months ago, so
Yep.
it would be beneficial to know that for sure, if that is the reason
Yeah,
why we're.
that's what they told me.
And then there's National Westlaw, that's 324.
So I'm sure that AI is not gonna be a part of that, that's why that's so much cheaper. Cause that's right in there what I was paying before, it was 300 and something a month.
So that option probably isn't even available anymore?
It's not. Mm-mm. No. I had that same discussion with other state's attorneys out at the state's attorney convention too. Cause everybody, when they're renewing here, it's pretty much doubling for the most part.
And then, so then what's the alternative to not doing it at all?
Extremely slow research on a program. I mean, the statutes are all out there for free on LRC. They're searchable, but that search program is horrendously terrible. And it usually doesn't bring up what you're looking for. Wouldn't have access, I mean, I would have access, but not searchable access to all the Southwest Supreme Court opinions, 8th Circuit federal opinions, or Supreme Court opinions. All of the Attorney General opinions, you know, they're all online, but they're not searchable, which ultimately would mean instead of typing in a search queue and having something pop up in about 3 seconds, it's gonna take me hours and hours and hours of going through everything to find what I'm looking for.
So have you had this the whole time you've been state's attorney?
Westlaw?
Yeah. Collenberger was probably using it too?
He is.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so it's not like it's something new.
No, they just, what's different about it is they started that, they instituted the AI program in there, and that costs a significant amount of money for them to generate and build, and that's why the prices are getting jacked up now.
I believe that it's a tool that Dawson needs.
Yeah.
That we should continue to have. So I make a motion that we gain from the Westlaw.
And, yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, any more discussion on this? All in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye. Mark? Are we supposed to be doing a roll call vote because he's on phone?
Yeah, I've been listening.
Okay, but I should be asking names probably, okay. Mark, did you catch that?
Yes,
Okay, did you vote aye?
aye.
Okay,
I don't think you necessarily have to. That's an Austin question, but even though someone's not there, I don't think you have to do a roll call. Correct me if I'm wrong, Austin.
I read that,
Seems like
I
they have.
don't remember.
I think it just changed.
I'd rather do it and be safe, I guess, than not do it.
Okay.
Okay, I'll do it from here on then.
Is there any other software have you done any research as far as price checking?
Yeah, there's a couple other, I can't think of the other one. There's one other main one, and there's some other ones that they're not worth their money in any way, shape, or form. The other one, God, I wish I could remember the freaking name of it now. It's a little bit cheaper, not much anymore, but it doesn't have anywhere close to the functionality that Westlaw does. You're getting less ultimately for what you're paying on that one, significantly. There was, the state's attorney over in Marshall County was using the other main legal research program. They have since switched over to Westlaw because that one just wasn't what they needed, wasn't doing the job that they wanted to, so.
Well, we kind of sailed that ship already. We had 3 votes in favor, and I never voted yet, but I'll say aye since it was used for years and years, and Collenberger used it.
I don't know, I've got hesitations, I'm gonna say no just to make it noted, but.
All right,
Thank you.
then we have to go back. We did not make a motion to appoint Jeff to the next.
That was all in that same motion.
Okay, that works?
At least, cause he said, I'll make that
Okay.
motion, the motion that I said
Gotcha.
you guys should make was
Okay.
to accept his resignation and to appoint Jeff at the
No, I
same
have to
time.
go to the meetings, huh?
All right. Good, sounds good. Let's see.
And they pay, they have a mileage chart there, so,
Should you do the comp time thing, Lindley? Or do you wanna wait with that?
It doesn't,
What time is it? 10 AM, we got a couple minutes. let's review the comp time, is that on the tab here? Okay. Yeah, I looked at it last week.
That's after.
Nope. That should be it. Dawson, yeah. Okay.
Is this what we've got in there in the employee handbook right now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess the thought was if the commission wanted to have a more accountability for the comp time would be to reinforce the pre-approval that the board would have for the employees that earn comp time under your direct supervision.
And that
As
would
in
be,
people that don't have a department head or are the department head.
What tab is it under?
I just tried to look this.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
this is what it says in here.
We've never,
Enforced it basically.
yeah,
Never asked for it.
besides showing quarterly or yearly report, there's been no actual pre-approval, but
Is there a definition in there of what exactly comp time is?
yes. I guess it would just be but we treat it the same as overtime and it does say that somewhere.
Says it right here.
Yeah, but overtime is defined as time that is worked in excess of the first 40 hours in the standard work week and does not include hours paid, but not worked, such as holidays, vacation days, or sick days.
Yeah, so the employee has to actually work over 40 hours. If they're over 40 with a holiday, then those hours are still paid in comp time, they're just not paid as overtime rate.
Okay, so who exactly, would be Jackie would be one, who would be the other ones that would be?
That earn comp time that
Yes.
don't, that are the department head or under commission's
Right.
supervision is extension, courthouse maintenance, and the director equalization.
Okay.
Everyone else has a department head or yeah.
I have a question. Marion Pels, I'm just curious, why is it accruing at time and a half? I don't know.
It's just,
Comp time is paid at time and a half for any hour worked over 40. So an employee that works 35 hours a week, if they work 36 hours, then they're paid 1 regular hour for that time worked that wasn't paid. If they work 41 hours, then they're paid 5 regular hours and then 1 hour at time and a half, so 6.5 hours for that week.
Thank you.
And we don't pay, we have to compensate them for that hour because they're overtime eligible employees, but they're not. They could take extra money if they want, but, or regular time off, equal time off, I should say.
so basically this comp time from these 3 individuals, if they would have kind of an idea of what they're gonna be doing during the month, they would have to probably bring it into the commission.
Or if the board just set a number, said anything over this amount, come in and request more, it could be whatever the board, sees.
Because you have a lot of dates scheduled that could be, yeah. given to us a month ahead.
So let's make sure we're all on the same page here. Let's say Jackie puts in 50 hours a week. And her normal hours are 40 or the?
35.
35, okay, well, it's 15 hours. We're gonna pay her time and a half on 10 of those hours, correct?
Yes, so she would, if she were
But she's
50
gonna take 15 hours off some other time, right?
yes, that's what comp time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just making
Yeah.
sure that we're all.
Or
on
she
the
could
same
take
page.
it as pay, but governments have the ability to offer comp time in lieu of cash, but it comes with some. You have to freely offer cash if the employee wants it, and you have to do it at the overtime rate if they're overtime eligible. You have to treat it the same as a private person that would also have
I
to
just
pay
wanted to
overtime.
make sure everybody knew what we're
Yeah, no,
we're
Yes.
talking about here. So the big hangup is nobody is overseeing these 3 places, these 3 departments.
The question was, what could the board do to, have a better handle on the number of comp hours? So what we have in our policy is that comp time needs to be pre-approved by the department head or the board of commissioners, so people that have a department head, it's approved by the department head. And the commission could say each department gets this many hours, that would work too. It's up to the board what that means to you, the pre-approval, and we've never done anything like that in the past.
Yeah, I know like in Jackie's case, she's not really actually gonna, she can come in and say, well, it's fair week or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's gonna be comp hours. We're not, she doesn't know how many it's gonna take.
Exactly.
That's kinda hard to say, well, you can only do 5, but it's gonna take you 10, there you
Yeah.
go. And I get that.
I guess can we just start by just having kind of a list of what's gonna be going on in the month for you, would that be a problem? Like today, we could just look over what you're gonna be doing for June.
I just wondered, has there been a problem?
I'll just
Are you
say-
guys concerned with my hours? This is the thing, we had a little issue with shooting sports, happened during Easter week. And we had a little, right before state shoot was Easter week, so we had extra practices. So I attended those and there were some issues with holiday pay and this and that. Okay, like I said, I guess I don't have to go to those 4-H things, but I kind of go as the adult of the group. Mr. Martin's been there, he knows it can be pretty wild. I guess that's, if, I can give you a list, but I think the same thing. Fair
Yeah.
weeks are tough.
Yeah. I get that.
Shooting sports is gonna start Wednesdays now at trap shoot.
Mhm.
I try not to do, 4-H does not always happen 9 to 5, 8 to 5.
Mhm.
I can give you a list of things, absolutely.
Well, why don't we start with that?
How much is banked up for each of these 3 heads?
Mine is probably the worst because of shooting sports was every Sunday,
Yeah.
6 hours, and then Monday night. And then, and I don't know, Mr. maybe you two were probably the only one that were when I was hired was, we understand that and we'll,
Mhm.
you do that. And I use them as comp time. Right now, it's being very beneficial to you because my dad's sick, so I've been able to help him with that versus taking time off. I think I have 50-ish, 39. I'm not sure where I'm at.
Yeah, earned 116 so far and used 87.
30 left. And then, but my concern is I put those hours in. I'm not trying to cheat you.
The biggest concern for me is, we try to, in all of the departments, we try to keep the overtime down, even the highway department, we try to keep the overtime. By doing this, we kind of lose control of that. And I get it, if you gotta put extra hours in, you gotta put extra hours. It's just kind of costing us more on overtime.
But it's not costing money. I'm putting the hours in and not putting any bill, and I'm just taking hours later. For me, I've never, I think last year, cause the policy changed, I was paid out at the end of the year, any hours left, but I just try to use them. Cause I put the hours in at night, so then I'm gonna take it off later. But if you wanna change something like that, but I can still definitely put in, I mean, like I said, I can give you, Mr.
Yeah.
Biker, if you wanna stop in afterwards, I'll give you a list of what's going on in the
Yeah.
summer, then.
Let's just start with that, let's just do that.
It's fine with me.
If it isn't too painful, isn't too, take too much.
No, it's not gonna take that long, it's just, I don't know it's gonna be 100% accurate. That's
Right,
the only
I
thing,
get
you know,
that.
that's,
Yeah, totally. Okay,
certainly,
all right.
for me anyway, I don't know about the other two.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to lock some of this down. It's like,
There's a lot more
another
to it.
issue is we've got a set of hours that we're supposed to pay for, but we don't have any way to account for them. And what do? We gotta have some faith,
Right.
trust, but as much information as possible needs to be given to us so that we can try to get these.
Well, I do write down on any timesheet, whatever it is, like, just practice, half an hour with the patron or whatever it was, I write it down. So it's on all my timesheets, so
Yeah.
they were.
And we got the VSO, we've got Austin's secretary. We just take it at worth, and we need to try to figure out a way to verify these hours better for everyone.
Okay,
Alright.
that's kinda it for that, and, yeah,
Okay,
thanks.
thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, there's no motion or anything needs to be taken on that. Just follow up. So 10 AM, we'll pass that a little bit. Tab 2, public hearing and first reading of ordinance 25-1. I will take, proponent's testimony. Who wants to speak in favor of it? Okay, go ahead, Joel.
I'd just like to see our county diversify its tax base where it can and grow its population where it can, so it's, to me, it'd be kind of a, I'm not sure why you'd wanna reject that, I guess, it's that simple, we want a diverse tax base and we want a growing population, so we can keep our rural lives, that's all I'd have to say on it.
Bill?
Hi, Bill Connors, Leola Data Center. I'd like to thank the commission, the zoning board, and the community for all the input and the efforts in pulling this together. We did have a pretty good turnout at the public Q&A sessions on May 12th at Leola and May 13th at Eureka. Hopefully we answered a lot of the questions that were outstanding, and the Data Center would support the ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else, Grove? Okay, how about opponents?
Just on the data center.
It's on the ordinance.
It's just the ordinance, yeah.
You know, we've got the ordinance in place, or we're trying to pass the ordinance.
Yeah,
The
this is the
fact,
first reading.
do we want a data center or not isn't the topic,
Never mind, I'm good.
but there's no other line item for data centers today. This is the discussion on the data center.
Right.
Ordinance, to be
Yeah,
clear.
you're right. So is there any opponents to the way the ordinance is read?
I have a question, when you said this is the ordinance today, that there's no other line item, what were you referring to?
Well, I think,
What would be,
well, if people wanna talk about why they don't or do want a data center, that's outside of the realm of the line item. And that's taken up a lot of the time from all of our meetings in the past few months. We get off track, myself included. We're trying to pass an ordinance to get some grip on data centers. We're not fighting anybody except ourselves at this point. So we need to make sure this ordinance says what we need it to say. And then we'll worry about whether we want a data center or not. They go hand in hand, but just by the fingertips.
so if we put this ordinance in place, are you saying we can still sit here and say that we don't want a data center?
I'm saying I don't see why we can't say that.
The public
This is just
certainly
the-
can come in and, the
this
public
is-
certainly at that point can come in, yeah.
This is just the ordinance, which is not in place, and we are working to get in place. So all the reasons for or against the data center, we need to make sure that the ordinance covers what we want. So,
I have a question. I'm just not finding it. Is the setback still a mile?
Yes, it's listed as 5,280 in there.
What,
it'd be, 533-1, second part there, I believe.
okay, got it, thank you. I knew I was just overlooking it. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Also, and just to clear up the earlier question regarding the 50 and 150 feet buffer yards. So how that reads, yard requirements, the entire perimeter of the facility shall be screened from adjoining properties by a buffer yard. The side and rear buffer yards shall be a minimum of 50 feet. 50 feet, and the minimum front buffer yard shall be 150 feet.
So it's listed in there.
And-
It's worded different.
And that's what Ray was referring to?
Yeah, that's the only part in there. that-
That's like you didn't say 50 feet or 150 feet from where?
It actually says it before the
And
distances.
buffer, if you look in the definitions in our zoning book, I believe buffer yard should be in there that exactly describes what a buffer yard is, so.
And, on that, Genome sequence thing or whatever it is, I'm wondering if, maybe that should be clarified a little more. And then with the et cetera, I was wondering.
What part is that on, Ray?
Right in the, I don't have it,
Okay.
I saw it in the.
Definition of data center.
I can't remember what paper it was on.
The data processing part, genome sequencing, et cetera. First paragraph.
Yep, okay, I see it.
Weather modeling. What kind of weather modeling?
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
So weather modeling would be what meteorologists use to predict the weather. It's all computer-driven models.
Buffer yard.
But I think it would go by the 50 feet because it's defined in there, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I think.
Isn't buffer yard described, defined?
Yes, the structure uses a boundary between separating.
That's the new one?
Does this wording look?
Yeah, I saw that, there's I missed one typo in there.
In that first paragraph on the first page, it says, a group of structures used to house, and maintain electronic hardware.
Should just say to use to house and maintain, that should be out of there.
There, that's what that.
That's the one.
Reading is. Oh, there it is.
I'm pretty damn happy if that's the only one that slipped by. Okay, let me search this document here.
There's screen.
For the yard.
Well, we're just trying to make sure that it means what we think it means. Property lines.
Screening things.
Are you looking for it, Austin?
Yeah, there's not an exact definition, but what it, I mean, it's just a set, oh, right here. If you look at front, rear, side yard illustrations. Just yard, yard front, yard rear, yard side.
Where's that?
That's in definitions.
Page 31.
Yep.
Maybe we could, put a note, page 31 in definitions, in section
If
C.
we start doing that with everything, good luck. Then we're gonna have to, then we.
It's in here, though,
Yeah.
that's the main thing, it's there,
Okay.
it's actually illustrated.
Yeah, and yes, and there's an illustration as well too, so.
Okay.
Just a question for you, Mike, the zoning board, all good with what's?
Well, we passed it on to
Okay.
the commission here, so we need to maybe double check what this genome sequencing means. Is there a definition on that in there?
I'm reading the definitions right now. This is, CDC, of course, it's, whole genome sequencing is a laboratory procedure that determines the order of all or most of the nucleoids in the genome of these disease-causing microbes. By examining the sequence data at a community level, public health officials can better understand how microorganisms move through populations and change over time. Yeah.
So what whenever you take a DNA sample from something, you're gonna have, there's gonna be a set of physical data that comes with that. Ultimately, what genome sequencing would be to take that physical data, run it through a computer program, and, ultimately get the order of ATCG, nucleotides in that, whatever that DNA is. It's a computer process, just like everything would be in a data center.
Okay.
It says that this process helps scientists understand how genes work, identify genetic variations, and gain insights into the genetic basis of various diseases.
So we as the county have a right to ask for genome sequencing data. But we don't have a right
No.
to.
No, that's
No,
just
it's
saying, that's just saying something that a data center might be used for.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not limited to. Not limited to, and then it's in the list after that.
Yeah, what does that, et cetera, open it up to?
Well, 5 years ago, what did this all do? We knew nothing about this stuff. So in 5 years, there could be all kinds of things that a data center's gonna do. I have no idea.
They're computer, I mean, it's a computer program.
Seems like that kind of opens it up to whatever they wanna do, to me, I don't.
Well, it could be used for good, for sure. And I'm sure that's what we would want it to be used for, but it probably could be used for something not bad.
And, in what I read, I didn't see anywhere that it says there will be no AI. I've heard in the meetings here before that there's not supposed to be AI in that sentence, but I didn't see a word in there.
Bill, can you enlighten us on some of that?
On some of
The AI?
we, AI is,
I mean, is that something that you guys are anticipating using out here?
right now, what we have, what we would be, using the data center for is
Pardon me?
Bitcoin.
Oh, Bitcoin. And then it And then I think you said it at the meetings, or they said at the meetings, the other guy, I think said that it could eventually change, turn into a data center.
Yeah, so this is a Bitcoin data center right now.
Yeah.
And then well, Ellendale is turning their Bitcoin into AI or hyperscaler. I'm not sure which one, but they are moving that way. They're still having hosting some Bitcoin servers as well, but that's 10 times bigger than what we're talking about. And most of the hyperscalers or the AI, they look at least the data center developers, the other data center developers we're talking about are the customers. They're looking at a minimum of 300 megawatts, and ours is 50 megawatts, and there's no room for expansion on the electric system out there. So we're Bitcoin right now.
The reality of it is, at this point in time, if you turn a light switch on in your house in the morning, somewhere down the system, AI is a part of that. I mean, it's just the reality of the world we live in, so.
Drake?
Wouldn't we want them to reapply to be able to convert it to AI though? If they decide that's what they want to do? Because I was under the understanding that there wasn't supposed to be any of that for now. And, I don't know if we should just go by word or if it should be on paper.
So,
There's some bad things about AI too that I'm concerned about.
and I was just gonna ask you, what's the problem? I mean, I don't know, I just need some answer.
Well, from what I've seen and heard, AI can be used for a lot of bad things. I mean, like, they can duplicate us if they don't do with AI. You might not be Jeff, you might be a duplication of Jeff, and I think I'm talking to Jeff.
Well, what I really see it coming down to is, if it isn't right here in front of your face, you probably should double check, because it might not be for real. That's what AI is. It's, and then as far as data centers, and this is really simple, this is really, and probably everybody in here probably knows, but I got it put to me last weekend as a real simple effect. I just looked up genome sequencing. Well, I had to get that information, had to come from somewhere. And there wasn't just one, there was 6 or 8 different definitions from different places.
Did you Google it?
Yeah.
That top response on Google, you know what generated that? AI.
Yeah, but these data centers are basically hard drive computers storing all this information. There's getting to be more and more information, more and more people using it. That just helped me to understand what a data center actually is a little bit better, I guess. Whether I like it or not, I just used it, I use it all the time. But not saying whether I'm for this or not. It's just, it's the world we're living in.
A lot of new laws being made today about deep fakes and all this fake stuff that's on your internet.
Yeah,
and they can create images and that's all AI.
it's gonna get better.
AI is good in
Now you can
medical too.
tell, a lot of it is fake, but it'll get better.
They even showed it on TV the other day, I was watching and they were reproducing $20 and $100 bills. They were counterfeiting, and how that has worked into there's just a lot of problems, there's a lot of issues going on. But a lot of good too, I mean, AI in medical field is a wonderful thing.
Yeah. Smart as me. Anyway, so back to the basics here. I guess we've always kind of gone along with what the zoning board recommended. And if they pass this,
Richard, have you got any comments?
Well, if we would do what we're doing now, would we have the internet? Because there's a lot of bad stuff coming on the internet too after the fact, so you're always gonna face the bad stuff.
Yeah, there's really nothing you can't say that about. I mean, look at cars, a lot more people die in cars than they did on horses, so.
Would we have power lines out here?
I'm glad they're underground now, too.
You gotta move forward with something. And the zoning board, we're tired of it. We want any pass it or we throw it out.
I have to agree with Richard. board did their due diligence, and is everything gonna be agreeable to everybody? No. I like setbacks. I've had a couple calls where they want a closer setback. And I just kind of feel it gives the neighboring person that right to either let it be there or not. I'm good with it, I mean.
I wanna state for the record, and I said it at the meeting, 533-12, at the zoning meeting, 533-12, under 4, all relevant studies, reports, certifications, and approvals as may be reliably, reasonably requested by McPherson County to ensure compliance with this article. So we spent a lot of time going back and forth over those 12 studies, and that was in there prior to that. So you can make the comment like Richard did at the meeting, and I believe one other person, I forget who it was, it might have been Dan. Well, are you gonna read those studies? Are you gonna understand that? Well, it's our job to try to understand, and to use that as a crutch to stand on is sad. And at the end of the day, if we miss something and it goes bad, like the internet has bad things, that AI has bad things, it's gonna go to the court. So, if Austin can defend this with his life, it's his problem. We're setting him up for failure if we miss something here. And if Austin is fully supportive of this, with or without any part of it, it's his problem at that point. We can always amend it. Sometimes it might be too late,
Yeah, it could be a.
but it can be amended if we find out we've made an error.
I'll be honest,
You like it?
the only thing in there, I've had this discussion before, I don't think a court is gonna find a mile setback to be reasonable for a data center. If a data center comes in and wants to fight that, I don't see that being upheld. Other than that, I got no problem with it.
And the reason I wanna keep it that is because we have everything else.
We have
I don't
precedents.
think we should be.
No,
favoring one
I
or the
think
other.
it gets back to property rights. The person where it's gonna be on, they obviously have property rights to do that. But people that are close by have
But
property
Van
rights also.
Campen, their attorney, Van Campen, said they did not have a problem with that at the meeting.
Yeah, and that's probably true, but who knows, the next one could, I mean.
Right.
But I.
Those are solid arguments. All I'm saying is I want you guys to be aware that if a data center comes in and challenges that, there's a high likelihood it's gonna get shut down.
And I've known that all along.
Well, as long as you defend it to the best of your ability.
Yeah, and
you can.
I absolutely will, I mean, there's no doubt about it, so.
Right?
The only other thing that, and I brought it up before, and I don't know if it's anything relevant, and anything you could actually do in this is put a size limit on these things, you know? Because, as Bill said, theirs is what, 50, whatever. And the one at Ellendale is
500
but, you
or
know,
more.
I'm not sure this county's ready for that.
It's still a conditional use permit,
Okay,
there can be conditions.
so during the hearing, conditional use
The
hearing.
permit you give them could say a maximum of 300
Zoning board
megawatts,
could say,
200.
well, we're gonna limit you to 50 or 100 or whatever. Okay, I'm good with that. My concern is that something gets out of hand, like, to me, I've been by the one up in Ellendale a few times, and it just seems a little crazy. But, you know, there's people running it, maybe not.
Well, and also number 6 there, we need to pay close attention to that, and I texted you guys the fees. We need to make sure that the fees are covering all of our expenses as a county. So, I guess I'm not 100% sure where we implement those fees, when we implement those fees, but We need to,
I
We
would
need to
say
do
the
our-
fees need to be implemented at the time of issue of the permit. There's gonna also be some costs, even if they apply for a permit and say they don't, the setback, they aren't in compliance and the permit isn't issued, there's still some costs involved in having, holding hearings and stuff. Those have to be paid by the applicant also.
So yeah, I mean, if you look at number 7 there, so we've got the right to set a fee, and then number 7, the data center is still responsible for any and all reasonable expenses in excess of the permit fee as well. So let's say the permit fee's $1,000, and we figure out the county's time and whatever else it may be comes out to $2,000. Well, we can, then the data center would still be
If we can
liable.
justify those
Right,
costs.
yes, yep.
It's not gonna just say, well, we're gonna charge you $10.
Right,
Yeah.
it's gotta, yes, it's gotta be a reason for it.
is the permit fee set on a data center yet?
No, you guys have to set that by resolution.
Okay, so that's still to be determined.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything else?
Vice Chairman Sid,
Yep, go ahead, Mark.
Mike may allude to this a little bit, but, I couldn't attend the meetings, but I'm just asking where this would come in. The data center had agreed to pay $150,000 on an annual basis to the emergency services. If they feel that they would have more need and we would ask for $250,000, is that something we can do? I guess I would like Mr. O'Connor's opinion on that.
You understand that, Bill Connors?
So, yeah, Bill Connors, Leola Data Center, what we had committed to, or what we are committing to, is $150,000 per year for emergency services. And we would be working with the commission as far as defining what those services would be and, what the money would go for. But we would be working very closely with the commission and whoever else the commission would like to be involved on that. And we also did recently agree to a $50,000 per year contribution to some type of foundation that would help fund nonprofit charitable organizations in McPherson County. As far as the the amounts, we think these are very reasonable amounts. But if if we talking with Sheriff Ackerman or the fire department or the commission, and there are compelling reasons to change the dollar amount, we're open for discussion.
And I communicated with the Leola Fire Chief last week, and I reached out to Dave this morning, and he responded, and I haven't got a chance to get back to him, but they have in place already the LEPC, Leola, Eureka, what is it? Protection?
Local Emergency Planning
Oh,
Committee.
way off. Local Emergency Planning Committee. So there's a board set up with, is there 10 people on this board already? Mark being one of them, and Dave. And so we have a committee set up that we would like to get organized to put their thoughts in place and get with you and see if that number hits it or not. So,
Sure, and Sheriff and I traded voicemails yesterday.
okay, so we'll figure that out, Mark, is, I think, in the weeks to come, before anything is agreed upon officially. That sound fair?
Yes, I love that idea. Here's what I'll say, it has nothing to do with the ordinance.
Fair enough.
It does.
Fair enough.
That is actually
Thank you.
something that his company is willing to do, that it's not a demand that it's hard getting the commission.
So,
It's a good trade.
I guess I just wanted to know at what place and time that would take place after the first reading and second reading of the ordinance, Austin?
Those details are gonna have to get worked out once they file their for their permit, and we have those
Okay.
discussions at that time.
And that would be contingent upon approval or not?
Yeah.
If we, okay, thank you.
Yeah, Bill Connors again, yeah, we would try to include that in the modified or the amended conditional use permit application, so prior to the permit application.
All right, okay, let's close this deal out. Do we need a motion to
Ask
pass?
for any more questions.
Yeah.
Or
Anything else? Anybody? Okay,
You would need a motion
Motion.
to approve the first reading and set the second reading.
I move to approve the first reading and set the next reading. When's our next reading?
On July 1st.
First it is.
I second that. Okay, we have a motion from Jeff and a second by Neil. Any more discussion on it? All in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign? Oh, I was gonna do a roll call. Yeah.
Yeah, you can still do that.
Neil? I'm aye.
Aye.
And Mark?
Aye.
There we go. Okay, 10:40, is the nurse gonna be here?
No, and there's been no meetings. That was
That
just
was-
lingered from the last meeting, that Jeff and Mark thought that they might be with the hospital, but there's been no discussion
All right.
for that.
So 10:30.
And I guess Dave,
Oh, I'm sorry, Dave, yeah. Go for it.
Yeah, we tabled this matter from last month. We talked about the digital fingerprinting machine. It's request of $3,200 a year for the maintenance fees. The first year will be covered by the state. The reason for the request is this is kind of the direction that everything is headed. I can tell you though, it's not mandatory at this time. What we have in place has been working, but just looking towards the future. If it's something you approve, we would implement it, and if it's something that you wanna wait a little bit, we can probably do that. The state might reconsider giving us the same opportunity again next year, but it's kind of where we're at.
Any discussion on it? What? Yeah, here. What's the one-time fee that you got, 3,200 is that?
Per year.
So that's the first year.
The first year is there are no fees, the state will cover that, and then thereafter for the next 5 years, I think is what the contract was, and it was for 5 to 7 years is estimated maintenance agreement. Again, it's the direction that things are going, but maybe based on the amount of fingerprints that we do, maybe it's something that we wait until mandatory and to request. We do not have anything budgeted this year, but again, if it's approved, the state will cover the first year, and going forward, we can plan for that in the years to come.
I was just kind of looking to see, is it, if you do it, are you stuck with it for 5 to 7 years, or if you find out that, Jesus, we just don't use it a lot, money,
Right.
it says after 7 years, it's required to return, restore, or treat the equipment as surplus.
Right.
So it kind of tells me that kind of paid for it for 7 years.
And then
6 years.
Probably like everything else, at the end of the 6th or 7th year, the software is outdated and you're gonna have to update to a newer machine. Currently, we are not charging for the fingerprint services, but if we did implement something like this, we would be charging for each time we print $10.
What are the numbers, Dave, on an average year?
As far as, I don't have an exact number. We probably do anywhere from 1 or 2 a week. It'll speed up again. The numbers will increase when we get closer to school. All the teachers need to be fingerprinted, the new teachers, not recurring ones, but that's when we usually see an increase in the number of prints.
I've had mine done twice in the last 3 weeks, so.
Yeah, it seems like, well, any job that you have working with children, whether it be daycare or coaching or teaching and that type of thing.
So you said you would charge a fee to do this?
We would. I don't believe that we would have enough to cover the $3,200.
Well, it would help.
It would offset some. But as far as a number, I don't keep data on how many we do.
It's not only used, I mean, honestly, the criminal side of it is probably a smaller percentage than what it's used for with the general public, ultimately.
Right, the people that we arrest, that ultimately end up going to jail, we have them printed in Brown County. They use their. And honestly, guys, I mean, we can revisit this again next year, but this is, certainly a time to educate the group that I feel that this is probably the direction that things are going. It might get to the point where the feds say no more ink fingerprinting. It's gonna have to be using this system, but they haven't at this particular time.
Okay.
And that's not the Fed saying that, I mean, it's not them telling us we have to use the digital one. It's them saying, we're not gonna run your fingerprints unless they come to us. Right.
Exactly.
Which in turn is them saying we have to use the digital one, but that's, I mean, they just won't run the old paper copies anymore.
Okay, I guess I'd probably like to hold off, let it soak, soak into my thick skull.
Sure.
A little bit longer, I guess that's my feeling.
I can go either way. If you wanna do it, that's fine, dude. I think, by offsetting a little bit helps, I think it is probably the way in the future. Are they gonna offer next year, are they gonna offer the 1 year free? I don't know.
The contacts that I have said that, if we don't do it now, then we can always ask for the same thing again next year. Whether or not it's available, it remains to be seen, but.
Neil, what do you think?
I'm just kinda thinking maybe we should just wait.
Same.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Let's hold off.
Sounds good, guys.
Thanks, Dave.
Anything else for me?
Good.
Alright.
Thanks,
Okay,
Dave.
thanks,
See you later.
Dave.
Thank you.
Move on to Blair.
Yeah. Thanks, Ryan, thanks for coming.
Yep, thanks, guys.
See ya. Yeah, he's from FEM. Yeah. Holy. I think so, yeah.
It's too many pieces of that cheese.
Chairman said, do we have anything for executive session today?
Not really, just highway department, Mark. And I think
Okay.
we're gonna call for a 5-minute recess right now.
Okay.
So, Glenn, do you have anything major? Mark is on Zoom.
Executive maybe.
Should we call you if we're in executive, Mark?
No, I can stay on. Glenn, if you want to sit in the front pew there so I can see you when you talk.
Sure. Let's do a 5-minute recess so we can. Call you in and give you a recess.
What's that?
Call you in.
I knew when I got that phone call, talked to him, I was like, there's no way in hell the commission. I was shocked how much money that was. I was thinking it would be at most $3-4 grand. And that really surprised me.
Thanks for coming, folks.
Hey, Mr. Fikert. It's a good thing you tuned your neighbor up, so he's planting good now. I stopped and checked on him, but everything's working okay.
He's going already? Where did he get a big air cleaned out?
Yeah, Kurt just moved it up and got it working. He didn't have a bear.
Yeah, right. Check the seal out of it. I thought of that too.
What'd you break now?
No,
He's being a good Samaritan.
I think what happened is it rained and he had some tubes plugged. When I got there was just spitting beans over the front and
Huh?
Well, it's a full-time job, keep an eye on him. I'm
And
glad
then
you
one
do.
tube was unhooked.
We'll see.
And then that
They might
disc
come
was
back.
sliding piles, you know. I think the beams are there. I think he's gonna be fine.
He survived last year and he only had a third of the two.
I know it.
crushed.
I know it. That was tough.
Oh,
Yeah, that-
well, anyway, thanks for helping.
Yeah, no problem. I can't do that one.
You know, you've seen, there's some pictures that Don took of some of the approaches. And then these are for the applications as they showed up.
How many did you do? Yeah.
I believe there's 8, seven of which, there's 3 of them, there's one up here just north of the dam, there's another 3 in the second mile. And then you out by Patlocky's,
Haven't seen that.
from his intersection there by the, substation, I believe there's 3 north of there. And then he did one up by his gravel pit. The one up there, I mean, I understand that one, he's getting in and out of the gravel pit and it's a low grade, there's hardly any ditch there. And he just,
One over there.
fix that up so you get in and out of there.
What happened over here by Coles?
That is also, material that he put there, but it's not on his property, I've gotta contact her. You know, because it's a landowner that's the one you have to deal with, so. And there too, I don't know, like on these approaches up north here now, he sold that property, some of that property he sold, right?
I get confused. I went to the sale and I don't remember what was sold and what he kept. I think the stuff right by the cemetery was sold.
Yeah.
All but like a 40 there that Bill owns.
Okay.
And then, I just don't remember exactly what all.
Yeah, it's like sold, gravel pit, you know,
I think he still owns the stuff up around north of the Pepper Jack.
north of there.
Takes over all the time.
Okay. Like,
It wouldn't make sense for him to do anything with approaches there if he didn't own it.
I don't know. Just a lot of material. I mean, he had a lot of material that he.
Well, those approaches, some of them got close to 100 feet high.
Oh, yeah, well.
I didn't realize they were that bad until I slowed up yesterday and looked.
Actually, there's one. Well, I don't have really good, notes here from Dean, but I had him go out and measure. There's one he's got down here, it's closer to 180 feet. Wow. So you got 110, 150, 95, 110, 180, 115.
Oh, yeah, you fell off the road doing 70.
You know, they're shaped nice, but, you know, it's just that it's way bigger than our spec, you know? But, we don't really have any set protocol, as,
You know, the width doesn't even bother me so much, it's just you covered some culverts up.
Yeah.
At least 2, didn't he?
2, I believe, yeah, up here.
The one up here.
Yeah,
Was it both of them on the east side? Or was it the one on the west side and then the south one?
I think it's the west and the south one, but it's easy enough to find out, I'll just take it back and I'll find them.
Yeah.
You know, but, yeah, the only problem is if you let one guy build them that wide, and you gotta let everybody, you know, in the county build them that wide, and that's where we run into issues, so. I don't know.
And kind of the same deal as digging through the road.
Yeah, exactly, you know, you gotta have a set of rules for everyone.
Yeah, and the thing about those approaches, it isn't just the county that does it anymore, everybody's got a payloader and
Oh, yeah,
a
yeah,
gravel trucks.
yeah, and I know I've got one I gotta send a Brown County resident, I gotta send him a notification that he didn't get a permit or anything, he just built an approach. You know, and that's what we're trying to get away from, people just going out and building, you know, what they want to, wherever they want to. So,
Everybody good here, should we get rolling again?
Yeah.
Okay.
that's fine. We could trade then, I think, you know.
All right, go for it, Glenn.
Okay, item number one, approach application issues, you know, I haven't had a lot of problems with approaches. I had one individual, north of Hosmer, I discussed some changes, he had built an approach, and it was, approved. He got an application, but, I talked to him, Mr. Brian Houck, I just talked to him this morning, and, he's gonna add on to the culvert, he's gonna correct the issue. You know, he didn't add on, he put big slopes on it. He said himself after the fact that it really didn't look proper when he got done with it, and I said, yeah, it needs to be fixed. Right now, if a car went down the ditch and hit that, it wouldn't be a good thing. You know, and that's kinda what a guy's trying to get away from, issues with, you know, getting them the right slope and everything, so they're not a hazard if someone does hit the ditch. So, but I just didn't know how to address, we don't have any protocol as far as, you know, when I have someone that isn't in compliance, I have, four applications here from, Bruce Mack, and, they aren't to spec, and what, you know, how do we address that? There's 4 apps, and I believe I counted, 7 approaches that, you know, not in compliance, they're all too wide, and a couple of culverts that would be covered up. So what process do you gentlemen feel I should go through on this? You know, with the fences, we gave, you know, we'll go back to the fences in the next section, but, you know, how do we wanna do that? I mean, if they don't, do we have a fine, you know, should we set a fine if they?
Class 6 felony.
Yeah. So how do you know, what kind of documentation how should I notify them of that?
I can get a draft letter put together for you and say this gets fixed, or here's the statute, you get charged with class 6 felony.
Okay? How do you gentlemen feel?
It is what it is,
Okay.
if it's in writing, I guess.
Okay, well, then I'll notify them that, they need to be, fixed, and, I'll give them, how much time should I give them? You know,
How much time did it take them to put them in?
not very long.
I don't, to be honest with you, this is, at this point, it's a public safety issue. And if something happens with those, what they're doing, guess who that culpability is on?
It falls back
Not
on the
them.
county. Yeah,
I give them about a week. It gets done or tough stuff. They shouldn't have done it in the first place.
okay.
So seriously, what kind of, I mean, I'm just playing devil's advocate here, what kind of, travel hazard would it be?
At this point, I don't know so much if it's a travel hazard as much as it's outside of the spec. And then, you know, covering up a couple of culverts is where we really have an issue,
that's a
because,
problem.
I already had one individual talk to me, you know, that at the one culvert, he said there was a culvert there, now it's holding back water. And so you've already got people noticing that. So,
That was at Pat's, wasn't it? Was that at Pat's place, Pat Love?
no, actually, it's one north of town here. You know, in between, 2 of the pipes there on the east side.
Yeah, that's a travel.
So, yeah, but you know, they have to do it right, and when I received the applications that was already being completed before I had a chance to really go out and look them all over and discuss it, so. So that's, yeah, it takes longer to take them out than it does to put them in, I know that.
And if it comes down to just a sloping issue,
Slopes?
that's easy to fix.
Well, slopes aren't bad, it's just they're all too big, you know, they're all way wider than what they're supposed to be.
Okay.
But there are other ones too in the, good here again.
Yeah.
In the Northeast, there's a bunch of them too. What do we do with them? They've been there forever.
That's the thing, when we started the process, again, some stuff gets grandfathered in, some stuff doesn't. You know, once you're building new, then you about have, you know, you gotta change the rule, or not change the rules, but set the rules, then you have to follow those, unless I'm wrong with that. But I mean, there's a lot of things that get grandfathered in, you know, that have been here forever. But when things get, it's like the fences, when they get rebuilt, that's when they have to be addressed.
Question, these that you're talking about, they all got permits to do? None of them?
Well, not approved permits,
They need
the
a
ones
permit per approach.
per approach,
Yeah,
yeah.
and that there's specific statutory authority giving you guys the right to approve those. Now, you can grant that authority to Glenn if you want to, but those
Is
have
that
to
what
be
we
approved.
do, because you have
I take care of the permits, yeah, it's just whether or not they follow the rules.
Yep.
And how we go about that.
So, in all these cases, or most of them, if you gave them a week, what would you want them to do? Get them to specs, is that what?
Yeah, tell you right now, it's gonna be a fight.
Yeah.
Bruce Max.
It's gonna take more than, but honestly, it will take more than a week to, you know, it'll take.
Give them more than a week, if that's what it's gotta
Yeah.
be, whatever. I'm just saying, the reality of it is, it's a
Yeah.
public safety issue and it needs to be fixed as quickly as
Here's
quickly as
Happy
possible.
online.
Perfect. So, we're just discussing you know, I had questions as far as what to do, being your approaches are all wider than what we have in our application.
Yep.
And there's two spots where there was culverts under a couple of those approaches.
One spot,
What's that?
one spot.
One spot?
One spot.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't get to look at them, I knew there was one, I thought there might have been two.
That's still on the Zoom meeting, can you hear it?
Oh, yeah, screwed me up, sorry.
So,
Had me coming down the road.
yeah, so I guess it was, you know, I wanted to talk to these gentlemen because I didn't know, how they felt about the process and how we should go forward.
Well,
You know, they're, like I said, they're wider than what they're supposed to be, and you turned in your applications, you were already covering them up. So I really didn't have a chance to go out and didn't have a chance to discuss that with you prior to that.
okay. So we'll start with the application.
One question, we're not talking about new approaches. Right now, are we talking what you did, were you expanding current approaches?
Expanding
Okay,
current approaches.
I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's start with the application, splitting of hairs. I've never seen an approach application in my life. I have no idea there's anything that says 40 feet. I tried to get an approach application, Don wasn't there, finally got it from Linden.
Yeah.
After they were in, okay?
But you did have the piles of dirt all
Yeah.
lined up there
Yeah.
prior to me. When I saw it, I thought, I tried to, I
Yeah.
got a hold of you and let you know you needed applications.
And I didn't even realize I needed an application to expand approach. Here's the deal, guys. This road north of town is a narrow little bitch. Don't feel so bad in your pickup or your semi. Get out there with a four-wheel drive tractor with triples and try to meet the neighbor with his tractor, meet him with his combine. These approaches are put in to save that road. We're gonna have a wet year, the semis will stay on those approaches, the grain cart will stay in the field. It's not gonna go out on the road like everyone else and push the whole shoulder of the road to the bottom of the ditch, trying to get our crops out. We now have a place for a combine and a four-wheel drive tractor to meet. Somebody's gonna take one of those approaches, sit on it, the other guy's going right through, right down the middle of the road. We need that on that road, because it's a bitch. Just two combines, no headers. is, well, you're running out on the edge of the road at 2 miles an hour trying to go by another guy doing the same thing. No place to get off, unless you're gonna get a mile wide.
Realistically, combines, and I will tell you, combines are a pet peeve of mine, headers are supposed to be off.
Yep, I mean, with the header off. But the only thing that's wrong with these approaches, if the taper ain't right, let's let this stuff settle. We'll deal with the taper. That's not a problem.
No, I didn't have any problem with the taper.
Yep.
And that's why I'm here.
Yep. We're looking at a statute or something was set when? In the 40s, the 50s, a 20 or a 40-foot wide approach, and we had 16-foot boxes and hoists. We now got trucks pulling double trailers. We need a lot more room than what we did. We need a place to be able to back a 100-foot corn planter up so we can get a tender rig behind it, preferably off the road. We don't have that on a 40-foot approach. We don't even have room to get a semi off the road to fill a sprayer. I now have that.
You should be off of you should be able to drive into the field with your equipment.
Depends on how much rain there is.
And to do the work there.
But the only problem here is, I don't see the problem with the approach, I see a problem with the guidelines. There's a lot of really nice big approaches north of Leola, I'm envious of, that my neighbors have put in. God, I wish I had an approach like that.
What do we
I
have
don't
to talk
an
about
opportunity
that
to.
too?
Yeah.
Pardon me, Jeff?
I said, we've been talking about them too.
So I think we should be working with the ordinance, statute, whatever it is, instead of with approach.
What do we have in there for those? I mean, I don't know.
On these applications, it's a 40-foot top.
Is that from our ordinance? Is that statute? I don't know, where does that come from, I guess is what I'm asking.
I believe, okay, what I remember, what I believe, it came from, other counties. We did like a survey and we pulled those specs from other counties.
How long ago?
Not that long ago. About 5 years maybe?
Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah,
It's
I
probably
think it's
more than
a lot
that,
older.
but it wasn't, yeah, a lot of people don't know about it.
Yeah, and I figured that was a lot older law than that, or
No, it's pretty recent.
whatever statute or whatever you wanna call it, but.
So I guess I'm gonna go back again, and I'm not saying whether I'm for them or not, but what do they harm the road, I guess? What's the problem with more than 40 feet?
I'm not gonna say it's a problem, but the only problem we had was we didn't have any application process, and we would come along and, like, I'll use a minimum maintenance road right now for an example. Somebody rented the land, south of the water tower out here, Walls Land, I believe it is. About a mile south on the west side, or east side.
I know what you're talking about.
We come in, all of a sudden, there's an approach on every hill. And no process, no questions asked. And that's when we got talking about this. And that's when the application process came into being. Because there was so many people just moving in and building approaches, or like one approach. We actually took it out north of Eureka, no application on that one, and they made it out of rock. And they covered it with dirt. And that's not acceptable either, because then if we have to do anything with that approach, we can't do anything with it, we can't just dig through it, we can't. So, that was one we had an issue with, and no application, we did pull that one out.
But for me, as far as actual, sounds like I'm defending Bruce, I don't need, I want to
No,
be neutral.
that's why I'm
Just be
asking.
honest
And this is a different conversation than I thought we were having right away, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So,
To me, it's about traffic safety. And is it,
Is something like this a traffic hazard?
I'll be honest, I don't feel if the slopes are correct that it is a traffic hazard. It's just
As long as the snow
whatever,
goes.
whatever you do though,
Because
if
I
you
got a
allow
couple
one
places I want you
individual.
to build them for me.
Yep, well, I mean,
The biggest thing is, you have one individual build, a bunch of approaches like this before long. It will be.
Well,
what
here's
will
my
that hurt?
suggestion.
I mean,
I suggest we leave our permitting process the same, but if somebody wants to build a wider one, it's gotta be up to the superintendent. So, had you come in earlier
I don't know about
and
that.
talked to them,
but I
and said,
mean, what
hey,
was-
here's my reasoning, I'm gonna do the slopes right, if there's a culvert in there, let's make that right.
I don't
I
think so.
like, I actually
yeah,
like.
what are they going to hurt? If everyone had one, we now have many places that semis can meet combines when they're loaded.
Yeah, I agree.
I think
Tractors with corn
it's a bigger
tires.
issue of the water drainage and making sure
Yeah.
they're put
Yeah,
where
these
they
are all
are
hill
in a way.
tops.
And that's the
You know,
biggest issue.
Can I, Melvin, what,
Why can't the county build the approaches, it's their right of way?
We don't have the manpower and,
you mean just don't let anybody build on that,
Right,
right?
county builds it if you need one, apply for it, county builds it.
we don't have the manpower. We don't have the manpower, and then it becomes an issue too. If you need drainage, well, the county's gotta pay for all, you know, there's culverts and everything involved in that.
Yeah, and a lot of the,
We used to, back when we had a lot of people, one guy, that's all he did most of the summer.
but now with pipe, if somebody wants to approach, they usually have to pay for the pipe, right?
If there's an existing approach, we basically provide one approach per half mile. And if there is an existing approach, it's up to the landowner to either widen it or add another approach if approved. Otherwise, you know, additional approaches are on the, you know, the landowner's dime.
Can I suggest something? I think we should have some kind of written requirements for approaches. It's not in the ordinances. I'm sure at some point it passed, but it's not in there right now. It probably should be.
Yeah.
And then if we wanna have, I like the idea, I'll be honest, of having some wider approaches every so often. But
That's why I'm here.
I also don't think they should be every half section.
Why not?
I don't mean,
Because then it
I don't
becomes
think, I don't think there should be just large approach after large approach after large approach.
A whole half mile ditch filled in.
Exactly.
Okay.
I think what we need to look at is have a limitation. There can be one or something along the lines of you can have, you know, so many normal approaches in so much area. There's one larger 80-foot approach per section or per quarter section or something like that.
Well, if you have it per half mile, you know, basically right now, that's kind of rule of thumb for us is per half mile.
Yeah.
And the other thing is parcel per parcel.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got, somebody owns this 80 and somebody owns that.
I was gonna say, you got a slippery slope there, you got two owners on the same.
So if that happens, each individual is, you know, authorized to have an approach.
Yeah.
You know, so.
But in all reality, say you have, in a half mile, you could have one of these, every half mile, you'd have a turnout for a combine.
Yes.
And I've been in that situation, I know exactly what you're
You
talking
know
about.
the way you fight to get by the
Yeah.
neighbor when he's coming and you're both loaded or.
Yeah.
Well, for a hay mover, they'd be awesome. The narrow little hay movers
Well,
or roaches
they're
or.
nice for me to get out of your way with my
I
combine.
mean, little road.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, or you to get your truck out of my way when I'm coming with combine, go ahead, I mean, or my corn planter or whatever, you know.
I will be, I don't believe we need one on every hill though.
No,
You know,
I don't
I
think
think
so.
if you got if you got one good approach per half mile, and you can access the field from that point, I think that's all people need. Cause if you make too many, then that's just more to mow over, more time, and, cause we still mow our roads. Every approach, we back in, we clean out
You
every
know, now that you
approach.
bring that up, that would probably be one of the biggest issues,
Mowing.
is making sure they're cleaned off on the, you know, back way, not just 15
Well-
feet, because if the weeds are that high out on the end of the approach, you're gonna have a problem.
Yeah, we try to mow the back slopes and everything, but most counties don't mow, anything, well, most counties don't have the township roads. You know, so then the people, it's their responsibility to mow, but we still mow them. So when you're stopping to mow out every approach,
Yeah.
it takes time.
Yeah.
And when we got 700 some miles of gravel and 150 miles of oil, it takes time.
But just remember, I did not add approach, I only widened approaches.
You widen them.
You
Yeah.
know,
Well, okay.
and my approaches are gonna be feathered out real nice and gravel out.
Yeah, and like I said, the slopes are good. I didn't say anything other than that.
Let's just make sure that, there, you said there was one culvert buried.
And it's
somewhere.
never flowed water, there's no reason to be there, it's at the half mile line,
They put it in for a reason.
yeah, but.
That's the one thing if Herb put it in years ago, there was a reason. There's water that's
But
gonna,
I've owned, or farmed that ground and owned it for 30 years, and I had to walk down to see if there's even a culvert there. And I've never seen water move in it, so.
it might not be, but if there was a pipe there, I feel it needs to be put in because the next guy's gonna say,
I don't think water flows in that spot, I'm not gonna pay for a pipe.
We changed the flow or
Yeah, that's the
whatever.
only place that I was wondering about, because it is kind of a trap, that ditch between the two approaches, but then after, 4.5
It's a
inches
half
of
mile
rain.
line, you mean.
Well, but you get, there's times you get enough rain.
Yeah, or snow melt.
Yeah.
But it's high enough that it makes it, I can dig that out, that's not a problem. It's just that approach is unusable for anything but a pickup, the way it was.
That's the one that's
You
right
couldn't
next to the REA pole, isn't it?
Yes. And now it's wide enough, you can get a semi in there empty if you have to, so you can get around the loop to get to one of the big approaches facing the right way.
Go ahead, Ray.
I was just wondering, as far as mowing, what difference does it make, whether it's a wide approach or a narrow approach?
Well, just,
It doesn't so much when there's if you're not adding an approach, but we got people adding approaches everywhere.
that'll have to be cut all the way back to the fence line, whether there's weeds on it or not. Now you got 120 feet to cut instead of 40. That's the only point I'm making. It's gonna be a little bit more.
But it's worth it to see.
It could be easier in a way on a wider one, cause you got more room to
True.
move around and mow it.
True.
Yeah, but again, you're worried
Still
about
some more
one
area.
approach, I'm worried about 740 miles worth of approaches.
And I'm worried about combines running on angles like this, nearing the edge of the road down the
What's that?
ditch.
I'm just talking about width, not how many approaches.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, everybody thinks about just their approach and how it affects just them. I'm looking at mowing, I'm looking at time, everybody thinks we still have, a bunch of people to do the work,
My
but they don't
biggest thing
have
is the
it.
traffic safety. If it's,
Well,
if it's not gonna affect the traffic, but I know Glenn's point too, I get it.
Oh, I'm not saying I have a problem with the wider approaches, if they're built right and everything, it's just, we have to have a set of
Figure out
rules.
how to handle this.
We have to have a set of rules, otherwise, what do we tell people?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, in your rules, you gotta figure out what you don't want, not what you do want, figure out,
We
okay, I
don't
don't
want people going rogue
Yeah,
and making up their own
exactly it.
rules.
Yeah, but I mean, let's start with, we don't want them, whatever, we don't want the gate any more than 24 feet wide, because, what don't you want in your rule and your approach? What's your end goal? What do you protect?
So how wide of an approach is acceptable?
Well, that's what I'm asking.
No, that's what I'm asking you.
Long enough to get a truck and a pup for 2 double trailers, like a silty rig.
So how long, I've got one guy that
Well,
told
you gotta
me
be under
that,
81 and a half feet of trailer,
but
plus your
I got
tractor.
one guy that told me the intersection at County Road 8 and 45, the Long Lake Highway and 45, wasn't big enough for him to make a corner with a semi. I suggested he slow down, that's a state highway coming onto a county highway. Depends on the guy you're asking, some guys, it ain't big enough no matter what you put out there.
Well,
I've
semi
got,
doesn't just
no,
set on an approach, it's gotta get into it.
well,
So-
I've got intersections where they're dragging the pups down the ditch because they're not slowing down or not taking the corner correctly.
Did you see where I widened out a corner?
Yeah, I did.
West of Sally's, no culverts or anything, just, cause you can't, you can make it no matter, but your front tires are pushing that road down and down and down every time you go around there, and your pup is falling down the ditch, So I widened that approach out, made it so you can go around it, now it looks like it's the favorite place where spray trucks can turn around, which is fine.
And we've had semis with, belly dumps and my guys don't seem to have a problem with majority of the roads.
Yep.
I guess they don't complain about any of them, they make it,
Yep.
a lot of times, you got drivers that they just wanna take it faster and they don't wanna.
This corner I widened out, there's no speed involved with that, that's a
Yeah.
barely crawl around and barely make it.
Yeah.
Now you can actually drive around it.
Here's my thoughts on the whole deal. We hired Glenn to supervise our roads, he's our highway superintendent. I think through the permitting process, everyone needs to get a permit. And at that time, they're getting the permit from you or from the office, and then they should be talking to you.
Well,
And, I mean,
are they on the
if you want
website?
100-foot top,
I think it
Or
is.
are they?
I think it is.
work it out with him,
I think I've
They
seen it.
used to be on the website, and that's what I used to tell people, but, that way they can go online and they can print it off. The biggest thing is, you still have to have some guideline, how many feet
Well,
wide,
What I'm saying is, let's leave the guidelines the same and the permitting process the same, and put some type of notation on there. if you want a wider top, you need to talk to our highway superintendent.
Here's my
Chairman said,
issue.
Mark, go ahead. Sorry.
I would just like to add, I think we need to take a look at these guidelines. I don't have a semi, I don't have a pup, but I see what's going down the road. I deal with a lot of farmers. We probably in certain situations, we may want to change our guidelines to a wider approach. So these guys aren't in violation. I don't disagree. We shouldn't be taking out approaches or adding on without permission from our superintendent or the county. But I think, there's the single axle trucks are gone, so.
Just the other day, on that minimum maintenance road going north of the schoolhouse, there's a guy spraying, and he's parked, spraying backed up on the approach, and semis on the road, and I could barely get around with a semi, and it's a good thing. I like that, but I don't think we need them everywhere.
I neighbor with the showers and they have several big ones, and it's pretty damn handy when they're filling the sprayer, and especially when they're harvesting, their grain cart stays in their field, their semis are on the approach. You might have another empty semi on the road behind, maybe, but they're out of my way when I come through and I'm out of their way, So I like it when they have their big approaches, cause they can get out of my way. And when I meet the Hutterites coming with their tractor and planter and I got mine, I can get onto their approach, sit there, let whoever go by.
Okay, I would ask Glenn this question. You're the man. How do you want to handle this? You tell us. We can sit here all day and we can talk back and forth. What do you feel comfortable?
I still think we should have a maximum width.
You gotta
set something.
We gotta have some kind of, something
You can't
in
just,
writing.
you can't just say, well, everybody's gonna say, I wanna build a bigger one. They're all gonna say, I wanna build bigger than that. You gotta have a maximum width. You gotta have a set of rules, otherwise the processes are not good, not good.
You asked about length. Legal length in South Dakota is 81.5 feet of trailer. There is no overall length. You can have as long a tractor as you want. But you can figure at least 15 feet of tractor.
And if I had my way, every semi operator would have a CDL.
But that's the is 81.5 feet for trailers. Figure 15 feet for a conventional truck minimum. So you're at 100 feet plus your entrance and your.
So you wanna be able to park that semi pup and everything on the approach?
And keep that grain cart off that road.
I don't think, personally, the grain cars, everything should be in the field, not on the road, not on the approach, got in the right of way.
Yeah, that's fine in theory, but sometimes in reality, it's not possible because of a wet field or that type of thing. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Agreed.
And we have roads that have been, worked down pretty hard from tractors and grain carts out there, and I've sat behind them as the semi's on the road, the grain carts in the ditch like this.
Yeah.
And they pump their grain across, you sit and wait, cart backs up, goes in the field, truck takes off, and you follow them away because it's wet, narrow little road, and it would keep that grain cart in that field, it'd keep that sprayer in that field, and keep that 53-foot step deck loaded with water off the road for hours on end. And all these guys wanna haul their sprayer on their step deck, so they're 15 feet wide.
Well, one thing I will check is I'll call DOT secondary roads and I'll find out that, to make sure there isn't something legally that they have a reason for approaches being only a certain size.
Good start.
That needs to be checked, cause I don't know that, I don't know for sure, I've never asked them that question. And I still believe we should have some type of a maximum width on an approach. Because for me to go out to tell this guy, you can have yours 180, but you gotta have yours 50, that's gonna be a pain in the mind.
What if we did something like we had our standard approach permit? And if you want a 120 foot, you get an oversized approach permit. Costing more, obviously.
So would that be a zoning board thing then?
Yeah.
Possibly?
But one thing we do have, it's per approach.
Okay, and
Permits per approach.
how do we know that?
That approach established permit,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, word definitely hasn't gotten around, cause I've had people ask me.
Well,
I mean, on the website, when you go to the
It
highway
hasn't been that
department,
long since we had
it
that.
just
in the
says,
Flying over gravel that goes on top.
Approach application.
yeah, it just says for approach and right of way permits, contact the highway department. So I mean,
Well, if
there's
we
some
can,
kind of
I wanna,
notice.
I wanna put the apps on there so they can
Neil just
download.
asked, Neil just asked a good question on approach like that, is the county supposed to put the gravel on it?
I plan on graveling my own, but
Okay,
Well, yeah, I would say no.
Yeah.
I would say we do a standard, which, again, how wide is the standard?
Yeah.
We have to decide.
you provide 2 yards of gravel. Or a yard, or whatever, pick a
Yeah.
number. You know, and I provide the rest, or I live with the 2 yards you gave me, or the 1 yard, or whatever. I plan on doing my own, but, you know,
Yeah.
but again, it's all about keeping that road, keeping that traffic and the convenience of us meeting each other on that road with our big equipment. You guys don't, when you don't go down the road with a triple up 409 phone and corn planter that's awful top heavy,
No, I don't.
you know, your legal width with everything, you know, it's a little bit different when I gotta meet the neighbor north of town. I mean, we're both down to 5 miles an hour. If I have to meet Sid north of town with the corn planter, we're both crawling. If he's loaded, I can get off, I'm gonna pull off. Or if he's, you know,
each other.
yeah,
what's
I
that?
go, maybe you gotta call each other, I'm going at 10, and here's your
We
goal
did
at
that.
11.
You know, the fact, you know, you just go faster, you'll get by them.
I called Chris C the other day, and we were gonna meet, why are you calling me, it's not me. You know, it was Andre, and I thought it was Chris, you know, but I just called him, told him, I'm getting out of your way, just give me a second, gotta slow down.
Point
I'm
is,
in the field farming.
we have an application, we have a process, we have a width maximum.
On there right now, yeah.
It's been violated. Should it be changed? That's not the point. We can change it. This, I've said it before to some of these guys, if not all of them, this happened to me. I didn't get a building permit to start my trailer house. I got it the week after. And then when Lynette asked, when do you get it? Or when are you gonna start? I said, it's last week. She gave me a $200 fine on top of the $20 permit.
Yeah.
I should have known. I could have checked.
Well,
The information was at my disposal. The point is, I didn't take responsibility and I got fined.
The problem with I completely understand where you're coming from. I don't know what we have in writing for the approach stuff. It was, you know what I mean, that fine system, if there's a fine specified for not getting that permit for the approach, it should probably be followed.
And if there's not, then,
It's gotta get fixed.
well, that's why I wanted to talk about it, cause
so
we
what is,
so new into it that.
It's good that we are talking.
what about Hunter? Should we ask him to come up?
I don't think he's gonna know anything.
Or
about it.
who gives those permits? Don and Glenn?
Yeah.
Okay,
And as soon as Ben said you need a permit to widen approach, I tried, you know.
okay then, yep, okay.
I mean, I didn't succeed right away, Don wasn't here,
Well,
then
right
a couple
in
days later.
right in the front here, the approach construction does not meet minimum standards. Corrections will be made at the expense of the applicant within 30 days of the approach. Within 30 days, or the approach will be removed by the order of the McPherson County Commission. All expenses incurred will be the responsibility. All expenses incurred will be the responsibility of McPherson
Well,
County.
that's okay, because
Yeah, it's fine.
we're sitting here and we can make a judgment.
So,
You know, you really don't wanna put an employee like Glenn in a position to find somebody.
we've done it enough.
and,
Well, maybe not that.
and if there's no fine, there's no fine. I think if we can agree that the approaches are reasonable and safe, that's our call to make. Glenn's asking for clarity, we need to give him clarity and move on.
As far as I'm concerned, I like this, but we need to have some kind of,
So that's kind of where we're
or
at. then.
something in
Let's
place
get
that
some-
So then,
can be done within our
let's have,
permit process.
let's have
The only
Bruce,
thing with this particular case, the one with the culvert, I would like to see.
Would you guys provide the pipe to widen that out? The approach is
We don't.
almost unusable.
We don't, that's one thing we made clear back when we did this is, someone needs a wider approach at this point, the culverts are on their dime. If it's
We'll
approach,
just get the dirt out of there and the approach is just too narrow. This next to a highline pole, you can get a picket in and out and that's it. I can't even get a tractor and baler in and out the way it was. Like I say,
yeah.
Did you add just to the south side of it, kind of?
pardon me?
Did you add to both sides, or just to the south side?
I just tapered the north side. North side is straight up and down. You're worried about safety.
Once
But,
you,
here's my chance
once you
to.
rebuild an approach, that's when you have to address that.
And I did that, that's the only time I
Yeah.
went north, but I just went, I don't know, 15 feet south, big enough you might be able to sneak an empty semi in. I would never try a loaded truck,
Okay.
but I can't get a tractor.
So that's
and
kind of
baler
where
in
the
a small
application
one,
on
We need more applications per approach filed. And we need a culvert.
I'll just pull the dirt off. Give me a little bit of time. It'll just be
And
the
you
way it
just
was.
go back the way it was, so then
Yep.
that's one less. So then how many
And now it's
approaches,
gonna be straight up on both sides the way it was.
is there 6 then that you put in?
Oh, God. 1,
7 or 8.
2, 1, 2, 3. I don't know what you call on the track road, but we won't count that right now.
No.
4, 5, 6.
There's one up here just north of the track, or north of the park.
Well, regardless, if there's,
There's,
we need a application for each approach.
Yep.
And then, yeah, fix that one. And then what do we do about that other dirt on Kolb's land? Anything at this time?
that's the other one, you got dirt plowed
That's Chuck.
there.
That's Chuck.
I asked Chuck called me and said that was you, that he didn't approve that.
Oh,
You take
Okay,
it up with Chuck.
Get back
You
to
take
us
it up
on
with
that.
Chuck. I just know
Yeah,
what I was.
That isn't necessarily,
But either way, it's the landowners is the one I have to contact, not the renter, the landowner.
Okay, so how do we go about doing the, updating making an ordinance or whatever for approaches?
How did this get passed?
It was in the meeting, we went through the meeting process.
I mean, was it just a standard motion from the commission?
I
Yeah.
think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so.
You guys are not gonna like what I have to say about that. This means nothing right now then.
The permit process that we have.
So it needs to go through zoning, is that what you're saying? Well, at least you know what you're working on.
so I don't need any permits.
Whatever they got to say.
well,
But also, if
listen
you
to us.
work in the right of way without approval from the highway department
You
or
still-
the commission, still illegal.
Yes, that's what I will say. This is, if you wanted to take us to court over the permit process
Yeah.
itself, you're gonna win. There's still statutes that say you need to get, that the county has the right to, you need to get authorization from the county one way or another to change anything in the public right of way. So those statutes are still there. But the process that we have to do that right now, that we need to include that in our ordinance book ultimately.
Is it in 16-1, the right-of-way utilities?
No, I've got it here because it's something else actually, but. Well, maybe I didn't print that statute off.
gravel. I still think if we're putting it's the landowner is widening out those approaches, he's responsible for putting in the gravel on those approaches. It's not the county's responsibility to
Yeah.
say, oh God, we got 40 feet of gravel we'll have here for you, but the rest needs to be done by the landowner.
So there's another statute, this is one of the statutes, another statute that says, either a township or county, can give authorization for these types of changes. If they're done unauthorized, that's where this comes in. No unauthorized person may injure any highway by removing, destroying, or otherwise altering the grade, construction for such highway, or by filling, obstructing, or otherwise altering the ditch which drains the grade of such highway or otherwise injuring such highway in any manner. That actually can be a class 2 misdemeanor.
That's drainage.
But it's not drainage as in the drainage board sense.
No,
That's-
no, but you're hurting that's hurting the road by damming up water essentially.
No, it's any.
It's otherwise altering the ditch. I mean, that's
But I mean,
altering the
damming up
ditch.
water.
How much are the permits?
$50.
So you pay $300, we good?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're pretty vague how to fill them out. I had no idea it said 40 feet on there.
Yeah, well,
You know,
let's,
no idea.
move on from
Well,
that.
yeah.
Ordinance 16-1 does allude to approaches,
Yeah, there's some approach stuff in there, but it's not really,
clear. It just says, the approaches for a service road along an irrigation channel or drainage ditch which crosses the highway must be constructed in accordance with McPherson County standards.
right.
And I don't think those standards are
Well, are we even,
outlined.
sorry,
Yeah, so the standards aren't necessarily outlined, and this really shouldn't have been just a standard ordinance. This should, I mean, it should be part of, because this is zoning, really, you know?
so are we even allowed to charge him $50 for that?
Honestly, I'm not sure off the top of my head. I mean, I think if he wants to do it in good faith.
Well, how's this sound? I already paid whatever, 200. I may owe another 200. We'll call it square where we're at. I paid some. I don't remember how much I paid them. 200.
And then we get to work on correcting it, the paperwork.
Yep.
Versus matters closed.
So what do we do in the meantime, till the zoning thing's done and the ordinance is passed?
I wasn't
How do we
able-
wanna handle it?
I spent a couple of minutes looking through South Dakota stuff. I'm not saying I found everything or that, I need more time to do research, but I couldn't find anything in the statutes or administrative rules that has a maximum for approaches. There was some minimum stuff in there, but not necessarily maximum. So I think we would have the ability to set what that is. And because you guys have statutory authority to authorize people to do that work, I think probably right now, if you wanted to make a motion to say his could be however, for right now, until we get something in the ordinances, I think that would be fine. Because the statutory authority is there, it is, for you guys to do that.
Well, so far we've been going along, I don't know how many permits you've issued. You're kinda saying that we shouldn't have done that? You know, taking money
Well,
from.
they just wouldn't hold any water.
You guys have authority to regulate those in general. We have a process that has been passed one way or another. But what I'm saying is it really should have been done through zoning. I mean, we've got the right to do what we have done,
Okay.
put it that way, it just, instead of going on road A, which we should have, we've been going down road B, you know?
Okay, so my question is, we wanna get it right, we wanna go through zoning, we wanna get it in ordinance form.
Mhm.
Obviously, there's probably gonna be, they see this and, hey, that looks pretty good, I wanna do that. What do we do in between here?
I think we'll put a moratorium on any new approaches until we get it put into the zoning book.
Good one, Jim?
Or do a case by case in case someone gets into trouble.
I don't even like that
No,
because
that might be a problem.
Yeah.
Case by
So
case.
that's the part the case by case, I don't like at all, I want guidelines.
Okay.
Cause then you're gonna have people, well, you let him do it, why aren't, your favorite this, favorite that, just.
I'm good with what Bruce said here, you paid the whatever, 200 or whatever.
And if you're afraid that someone's gonna come back and say, you owe me $50 for my approach because Bruce didn't pay his, I'll pay the other $200 or whatever it calculates out to. Not a problem. I mean, if you're afraid
Well,
someone's coming back at you.
Basically, the $50 was, supposed to cover
my time going out and looking it over and then coming back. That's what it was supposed to cover. You know, and it had to do too with when the pipelines came through that Dakota Access. That's partly when the approach application process, I think, came about.
Yeah, which was about 2015, 16, somewhere in there.
Yeah. so
This,
it's
this
been-
other approach with the culvert, how much pipe would you need to make that thing?
What I add, 10 feet onto it? Maybe,
To the north, you mean?
to the south. The half mile line between the two big approaches, I added about 10 feet onto approach, just so you can sneak in and out. Before a pickup only, is all you can get in and out, that's the only place there's a culvert.
But you were willing to forgo that culvert,
You
that
know, take
whole
that out.
approach.
You know, yeah, we'll just
I-
live with it being a car
Being
approach.
they were
and that's
straight
it.
sides, I'm thinking of a safety thing, you know,
Yep.
if you wanna do it right.
Alright, we're spinning our wheels, do we wanna do a moratorium? On them? Go ahead, can I get a
Yes.
motion for
Give us
it?
time.
I'll make a motion to do a moratorium on,
You realize that this could take minimum 6 months,
Yeah.
you know?
they haven't had it up till now,
Yeah, let's.
what's
let's
another
get
6
it
months,
done.
they've got
Well,
it.
if somebody comes along and wants to put a new pig barn in, or a new house in, or, you know, that's the problem.
Yeah, make sure they're gonna live long enough to get a moratorium in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So-
kind of restricting our people a little bit, I don't particularly like
The
the
moratorium
overall
thing?
moratorium on everything. I don't-
Well, I make the motion
We got a motion on the floor.
for a moratorium on any approach applications.
Until zoning,
Until we can get the proper procedure figured out and get it
I
where
also
it needs to be.
don't think it'll take that long. There's several counties that already have this. I've already found them.
Mark, are you with us? Are you listening to this?
Do they have a maximum on theirs?
I didn't look, I just saw this and got the process.
He was doing some training, I think, yeah, I think so. Okay, so we have a motion for moratorium on approaches until we get zoning reg put together. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion by Mike, second by Neil. All in favor, vote by saying aye, and I'll roll call this one, Mike.
Aye.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say aye.
Aye.
Neil's aye.
Aye.
And Mark, what do you have?
All right, as long as we're still on approaches, I don't know if this is state or county or a combination of both, including MDU, but it sure would be nice to round out this approach out here in front of 1045 Cafe going north. I mean, you have to come all the way into the southbound lane to make a corner, and even then, you're taking on Highway 10 traffic right at the line.
Oh, you mean absolutely, right by the,
I've even ran.
right by the
into that.
substation there?
Yeah.
But,
Is that
and
ever
that
gonna come out?
substation, that transformer's
substation,
still there,
I
but
don't know.
there's no more wires or anything. It'd be contacting MDU saying, please get your transformer out of here. The state, the county wanna work together and round this out to improve our community and make it safer for
That is a tough
east,
corner.
west, and north, south.
Coming from the east, turning
Yeah.
north with the
Yep,
semi
and even
truck or
going the
anything.
other way, yep. And I do that a lot, you know, so now as long as we're talking this, I don't know who to even talk to, state,
Well,
county, or MDU.
I talked to, an engineer for the state, I can't think of his name, I got his number.
Bruce,
Yeah,
sure.
yep. About Heupels that time.
Yeah, he'd be the first guy to talk to on that.
Okay.
I don't know if you need to go as big as Highway 45 south, that'd
I'll
be
take that
nice.
up.
But,
You okay with me calling and taking that up, or do you wanna do it?
I can talk to him,
Okay.
I can talk to him. Chances are they'll drop the ball on us.
Yeah, like they did out there.
Before they was asking for it, they're probably gonna say, we go ahead and do it.
Yeah, they,
well, which is fine, I got a bunch of clay coming off another post you can have.
Well, I don't think there's,
How's that sound?
the state has, I know the state has grants on building approaches, on the state highways.
Like I say, it's a
And,
combination.
but there's no culverts or anything in that corner.
No,
No, but you can't, even if you went all the way to the substation's fence right now, it'd look horrible and it still wouldn't be a
You know
nice
what,
approach.
5 or 6 feet out from that corner
Would
would make
help,
a huge difference.
But you're gonna get into MDU's land, I would ask MDU to vacate that land to the county or to Natalie and the county and the state or whatever, you know, get their transformer out of there.
But I agree, that is a tough one. Even with just a pickup on a gooseneck trailer, you gotta.
You're
get
taking
around,
one of the
you know.
guys coming from the north, and with the store out there, it's all the worse, you know.
But anyway, okay,
Start that ball rolling anyhow.
all right, next, Bruce. I mean,
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. Now we start the tough subject, huh?
Oh, no, not really. To a point. Fences and right of way, all those that had fences that were requested to move the fences are gone. All of them. Yeah, they started, Sunday.
What?
On the first. Kenny's is out.
You gotta be kidding me.
They're, Kenny's is out. They started Sunday, the deadline was, June first, they started Sunday, they finished yesterday.
Good.
So, I know they're behind, they late, but I don't care, it's out. So, and, Dudenhofer, I made them move their corner post back. The fencer, I even talked to them, and they're bare minimum 15 feet, but it comes to a point, and it's at a point that's 15 feet out. So, I wish they'd moved them another 3 feet, but, it's not terrible. You know, it's by the slough, they came up at a point and then back down, you know, and Leoville Army is, that was moved, I don't know, a couple weeks ago already. So, and, of course, Mr. Shively moved his, so those are all moved. I've had numerous phone calls from people, about rebuilding fences, and I've agreed to meet with all of them, whoever calls.
Got some attention,
Yeah, that's
everything got, this all got some attention.
It's helped. I had a phone call this weekend and the cute part was, an implement, but it's actually not my responsibility. It happened to be on the state line on McIntosh County's side on what they maintain. Somebody with an implement hooked the fence because it was up so high and tore a pile of it out and drug it down the road. So, you know, that's what, when they don't have room, that's what
in
happens.
a stack mover.
Yeah, but,
Ask Dan Metler about what his daughter did in high school one time, something like that.
I did it too, drove through a gate, hooked the gate, wrapped it up on the tire, and I think I was on the phone, drove about 300 feet and tore. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and I had somewhere to go too, fixing the fence.
Yeah, so that, I had called while I was in the office this morning. I gotta run over to Eureka sometime when I'm over there, I gotta look at a fence there too. Two neighbors, they moved the one side to the other, there's water in the slough, he wants to see how far down he has to put it, and I said, I'll be there. I'll
That's
get
the
there.
way we want things to be.
Yeah, it's been a good thing, it really has, I think anyway. So on the fences, I guess, unless there's any other questions on that, we can move on to the next one.
Good.
Equipment purchases, we bought the trailer from the state, a 2001 Trail King, 32-foot equipment trailer, $9,000. It is awesome, it is awesome. Just loading the steel face roller is safer, it's awesome. So probably next meeting, I'll probably consider surplusing our old trailer and moving that down the road. So I don't have that on here to surplus, so I'll get that on the agenda for a later meeting. And when at the cost $9,000, it's like, wow. I know a new one, granted it's a 2001, but a new one's 80 grand.
Really?
Yeah, so it's the hydraulics, our state trucks are already set up for it. It's all we have to do is hook up the lines, and it's on the sander controls. You go to auxiliary, and hit the 2 buttons, you got hydraulics to the trailer, and then you run the beaver tail up, and then slide that deck back and down. It's awesome. So, at the sale, one sold for between 8 and 9, and one sold for 15. Those two had oil leaks in the cylinders, and the ones that we were allowed to look at didn't. These are good trailers. Item 4, summer meeting, June 11th and 12th. I guess that's on the list down the line for approval for that, so we can jump. The only thing there is, some of the bigger counties, Codified Law 31, some of the bigger counties are having issues with, growth in you know, something that we don't have a lot of problems with. But they're looking at some verbiage changes in the laws, because they've got like places where cities are annexing sections of ground in, and it's, you know, county roads going through, and so long story short, it's nothing that really affects us smaller counties, but, that is one of the things that we're working on right now. That'll be discussed at that meeting with LTAP and the state people. Signing project, okay, you guys have noticed, if you have, there's a few over here now, there's some white flags going up in the ditches. Neil's got a bunch. Anyway, the signing project is moving in, they're probably gonna be dropping some material off in county in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and then they're gonna start putting signs in. You know, people are asking me, I'm telling them it's federally funded, it's engineered, it's what's going on, but I do have some locations. Do you guys have that in your sheets, the locations?
Yes.
Okay, anyway,
Resolution 21, yes, that's the three locations.
It's under
Tab 5, the second page.
okay, now according to the engineer, but I've researched that a little bit. One person tells you need a resolution, other counties have just motioned to approve, speed limit changes. So I guess however we feel is necessary to do that. But, on 106th Street, instead of having 18 signs going through the curves, we're gonna have, I wanna switch it to 20-mile-an-hour speed limit signs. Then it eliminates all the curb signs. And there's 18.
I mean, at Long Lake?
No, this is actually in the Needles.
Gotcha.
So, and so that everybody understands,
So it's
we
basically.
already,
Well, no, it's county road.
Oh.
And then it goes into my private driveway, and they've got signs there too.
By reducing the speed, then you can
Yes.
eliminate
can eliminate the
those.
signs.
Less signs.
So, and then, 107th Street,
which is yours, the 116?
116 is mine.
you gotta remember here, one of these, 107th Street, one is on, is south of Markov's, there's a section line, we put a culvert in there not too long ago. All of a sudden, there's flags on that section line,
That's just by my place.
and it's like, why? So that's a minimum maintenance road, that one I can get 20-mile-per-hour, black and yellow suggestive speed zone signs. So,
like at Neil's, are the signs gonna be yellow or are they gonna be white?
they're probably gonna be black and white. They're probably gonna be black and white because,
Enforceable.
yeah, because it's not, but, yeah.
He's gonna get a ticket every time.
Yeah, I know it.
Yeah,
I wouldn't lose any sleep over it.
and then there's another one past the old Harold Huffman place, be across from Jenner's, there's 2 miles there, bunch of signs in that corner. And that's another one, that's minimum maintenance, so that'll be a black and yellow. But, I need approval to do those 3 locations, and I'm not gonna say there's gonna be more stuff I'm gonna want changed as it goes through. I think I've got the one on there already. For some reason, when I talked to the engineer, not all the changes requested were transferred to the, company.
So Huffman Township didn't do it, and, we didn't do the sign.
Yeah, yeah.
And they strongly recommended, I guess, to do it, but this 20-mile-an-hour, we never knew anything, I never knew anything about the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, that might work like on the Cox Road.
Yeah, yeah, it's minimum maintenance, you could put a 20, a 20 black and yellow on that.
It'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, and instead of having like 18 signs on that road, on Neal's Road, I mean, that's ridiculous. And so that people really know that I'm not showing favoritism by doing that. We discussed that one long before Neal took commission.
Yeah.
So that was discussed right away.
Okay, we need a motion on this resolution, correct? I so moved.
Okay, we have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll make a second.
Mike, second, any more discussion? All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Yeah, you better abstain.
Mike,
Did you
or
set it up,
Mark?
did you set it up in a
Aye.
resolution form, or how did you do
Yeah, that's how I
it?
did it.
So resolution, okay.
Mark voted aye, I vote aye,
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. Mike? Okay, and Neil abstained.
Okay.
Commissioner Sid, you may want to make a motion too on the equipment purchase.
Yeah, we do need to do that, don't we?
You can.
Yeah, okay,
I'll move.
I'll make that motion.
okay, Mark,
Mark did, okay, good, I'll second.
okay, Mark moved and Jeff seconded to purchase the trailer. Yeah, okay, then Mark, all in favor, vote by saying aye. Mark?
Aye.
Neil? Aye. Aye. Jeff?
Aye.
And Mike?
Aye.
Okay.
FYI, before I request the executive session, permit to occupy right away, had one come in today, so it's not on the agenda, so I'm not gonna have it approved till, won't put it on the agenda till next meeting, and it's for, Borneman's for that place they wanna put in North Eureka. I also have some information here on culvert lining, if you guys are interested, it's, in my opinion, it's way too expensive for what we wanna do. On a deep grade road, yeah, like 8 across the top or 5 up north, those deep grades where you're digging down 30, 40 feet, whatever it is. That would be something to look at, but to line a 5-foot culvert, $725 a foot. You know, but it is what it is though.
How long, some of those culverts under 8 up there, they've gotta be 150 feet long.
Yeah, there are gonna be some long ones up there. But the smaller pipes, like 18-inch culvert, you're looking at, I think it was $108 a foot. You know, so the smaller pipes are more affordable. And on roads like that, a guy might wanna start looking at those and deciding on those deep grades if we wanna do something like that before we lose the pipe. If we lose the pipe, then we have to dig them.
Digging it out.
To where these liners, and the liners are,
They like a fiberglass, like they
Yeah.
do in the sewers.
that's the liner right, you know, after it's done. They actually flow more because they're smoother.
It's smoother, yeah.
You know, it's just kind of a fiberglass, a heavy fiberglass liner.
They were doing it on the state culverts.
Yep.
Is that what they were doing?
Yep. The Subsurface is the one that was doing it. And they, 18-inch, they've got a bid here for, I was around 185 a foot. 24 inch is 215, 30 inch was 275, 36 inch was 390, it just keeps going up.
I think those are 48-inch culverts up there, most of them.
Up in the hills there, there is a couple smaller ones in there too.
Well, yeah, not our pasture.
There's some smaller ones. Where we cut hay up there, we go around several of them.
Yeah.
But, you know, the deep draws is where I think that would be, especially the oil roads, you know, that would be a plus. And then, the hydrology studies, I told you about that a while back, cause I'm still exploring options. That's when I talked to Subsurface about lining pipes, but you take the job out by Lockheed's, you're looking at about $180,000 to $190,000 just to line those pipes. You know, it's a lot of money, but when I talked to IMEG about the cost of a hydrology study, I said, I don't need everything you guys wanna put into this hydrology study. I need a basic hydrology with suggested, size on the concrete box that goes in. That's what I need. And they said, well, that makes a difference because they were looking at engineering, everything being there for his, construction, everything.
You're thinking a box out there, right?
I was thinking a box of Lockies, I was. And at Callis's, because, I could put in a low, a short box and it would flow more.
Yeah.
Well, why do you need the studies? Is somebody requiring those studies?
The money,
Yeah.
if we use array funding, we
Oh,
have to, any change has to be engineered.
Sounds
And so, hydrology study is number one,
Okay.
first thing you gotta have.
Yeah.
If they didn't, yeah, we could change things and make it better, but that's put their fingers into it, so.
So then they're reading the hydrology study?
Well, I don't know if they ever look at them, to be honest with you, but we have to have it when they audit us.
What good's a study if you don't understand it?
Yeah, it's just they do a collection, you know, from the area, and then they base it on a so many year storm and how much water that they might have to be able to take. We did that for the dam out here,
What did that one cost again?
12,000,
Yeah.
and the city and the county shared that cost. So, you know, but here, like I said, it doesn't need to be what they quoted us for price. So I'm waiting for Mike. I talked to him a week ago and he still hasn't gotten back to me on it, so.
Mike.
Gudenkauf at IMEG, Clark Engineering, now IMEG, so. And, bridge inspections will be happening shortly on our bridges, so we're doing that again. Anything else before I request executive session?
Gary Wolf's talked to me about doing something with the
Sioux grade.
Sioux grade up there.
Yeah.
He said he'd like to meet with me, and I thought, well, what good does it do to meet with me? And if you got some time.
He didn't like my answer.
Is it destroyed?
Well, I know, but we should run up there and take a look at it.
Is it destroyed, Glenn? Or is-
Well, I tried driving across with a pickup, it's soft. I mean, it's open right now, but I don't know.
Is the water back quite a ways, or not really?
It's down off the sides. There's just, it'd be a lot of work to build across there.
Well, if
He
you
had-
get some time, we should go look at it.
Okay, we can do that.
He did have something else that he said to alleviate that problem at Quentin's Corner there, when we always have flooding there. He said he knows how to remedy that well.
Crazy.
Well, we did a
He
lot.
knows how to drink a lot.
We did a lot, we did a lot, well, he wants to drain the water to the south, he wants to cut through a hill and move the water a different direction. He told me all about that.
End up in Long Lake, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and, as far as like that spot at Quentin's, raising it, I've talked to Dennis about it, he was really kind of against it. He can't see wasting the money when it doesn't happen that often, but yet we've pumped it like 3 different times.
That one in 2017 was
What I remember is.
Yeah, when they had that 11 inches of rain in 2 hours and went up 4 feet.
Yeah.
But when you get a chance, give me a call, I'll see if I can arrange it with him, just go
Okay.
meet with him and.
He didn't like my answer. He told me he was gonna be in the middle of my shorts.
Yeah, makes extra miles.
And I told him,
Come around.
you and everybody else.
Well, let's go and look at
Okay, we can do that. Anything else?
it. Nope.
Okay, requesting executive session.
Okay, we have a motion to go into executive?
We gotta have, well, he can't make the motion, you guys gotta make the motion, and it's gotta be,
A personnel issue. Is it a personnel issue?
It is.
I make the motion to go into executive session for a
Second.
personnel issue.
Okay, Josh second, motion and Mike seconds, and then all in favor, vote by saying aye. Mark?
Aye.
Okay, Neil? Aye. Sid, aye.
Aye.
Jeff? Aye. Okay. You are in exec. Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Yeah, aye, Mike. Okay, Rob.
Delmer used to say that all the time. About time you did something.
I just remember the honor after that quote. It was about that wrap.
Oh,
Call me going into the budget, and we were saying with both of these budgets, you know,
Yeah.
percent.
Good question.
And, that's years ago.
We should all do it.
Yeah. I don't really crap about it, until it was funny.
I guess all at once here, we could go over his.
My favorite Delmer was Guido.
Oh, yeah.
Where did that come from?
He's a forester.
Yep.
What are we doing now?
Meeting authorizations? Yeah, we can do the meeting authorizations.
is there anything else you guys need me for?
I think so.
We had lunch, so you don't really.
Yeah.
and we might as well power through it.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's just basically Glenn and Lindley,
Anything else, anybody else?
just Adam if there is any.
A few people wanted to come and talk about their budget requests, but
Okay.
within the.
I'll move to approve the meeting authorizations.
When it comes to that mileage, I was going up to look at that fence with Derek that weekend. That will be recorded to Derek's house. So at what point do we, I mean, I haven't submitted that yet. Should we put that on next times? If you wanna approve it?
We'll just put it on your.
I do, but it should be approved. Yeah, pre-approved or.
Before we pay it, so I guess, are you planning to turn that in?
Not today, no, I thought I'd fill the sheet up, so it'll be a couple months.
What is it, I almost put this. What day?
So when you turn the voucher in, if you could turn it in a little ahead of time, like at least 24 hours ahead of time, then I'll put it on.
Okay, there you go.
Alright, so Jeff moved, you need a second to approve these meeting authorizations.
Yeah.
Okay, Neil? All in favor, vote by saying aye, Mark?
Aye.
Neil? Aye. Jeff?
Yeah.
Aye. Okay, motion carried. That done.
Chairman Sid, I'm gonna be off the meeting from here on out, okay? So you don't have
I
to
think
call on
the thing
me.
all we have left is a budget and paying bills.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
You're making me hungry. You guys are making me hungry.
You realize you get docked and paid if you leave early.
Thank you.
Bye, Mark.
Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Well, tab 6, is that where we're at?
Sure, you wanna start, Glenn?
Sure, we can, I guess.
Guys, anything?
Thanks, all. See you.
Okay,
Thanks.
see you, Austin.
Ooh, could be spring. Gonna be.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Oh, down over that.
Why is this
Probably too low.
post office flag
Cash
upside down?
Alright.
It's just twisted.
This one. They're in distress.
Serious.
So Glenn's is on page 36, 37. 38 and 49.
That makes sense.
I guess the only line item that, I'm requesting that has to stay the same is for, equipment for the motor grader we're gonna purchase. The rest of it, I know you guys, Lumley does their magic and things get moved around, so.
Which page, where?
36 is where it starts.
In tab 6,
Yes.
behind the
You're almost at the
the
end.
appendix, I kind of typed out who was,
I was in the wrong tab, I was.
It's kinda like Christmas, I can put down the numbers I'm wishing for, but you never know.
Sometimes Santa Claus is.
You never know what you're gonna get.
Okay, we should be on page
36.
so the personal services, that this should allow for 3% for 9 full-time guys, the superintendent, the secretary, 20,000 allowance for overtime, 2,080 hours of part-time skilled at the 2864. I don't know if that's current or.
Oh, I think it's current.
510 hours of part-time seasonal unskilled, we have like 2 kids.
Yeah, right now I've just got one, but the guys figured we could make it for this year with that. I should have said something, in the next meeting I probably will. I had talked to you guys one other time, I might add Lee Jeffrey back on for resealing. So, I've had conversations with him, so,
You need that on July, possibly.
yeah, I'll have to put it on July if I do that.
Are you gonna start resealing?
I'd like to, right now we're trying to hot mix and the cool weather kind of bit us, so today the guys, we started yesterday with hot mix and
Today the guys are doing some, but I can't hand patch with it this cool right now yet, but we're moving along. So I plan on resealing as soon as I can. I really wanted to be resealing next week, but that's not gonna happen with this cooler weather.
Okay, what were you talking about, highway equipment?
Highway equipment, what do I got down there, 440?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to keep that there for, the motor grader purchase that we got coming.
Okay.
So as far as the other line items go, I know you guys have to make everything work, Lindley can, like I
Will we
said.
surplus a grader?
Yes, we will. As far as value of that, I would say 80 to 90,000.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say more than that.
So revenue of 100,000 for surplus would be,
Yeah.
okay. That's good to go.
So, any other questions?
I think that was the only. And then about the same for, like contract road work,
Yeah, I would say,
just take the average for the last few years.
yeah, you know, and hopefully that happens like it did. I did sign one of the contracts with Game and Fish, for one location, but I haven't done, the other two, they haven't approached me on those two yet.
What page are you on with the revenue side?
Revenue, I didn't print off the new revenue, it was in the packet, but
I'm assuming like,
preliminarily planned 100,000, I just wanted to make sure that, I
yeah,
assumed a greater, but I didn't know.
great. Cause I'm assuming like, Demcoto will probably be about the same as it has been.
Yep, and I planned 120,000 for permits, which is a kind of on average what we've been doing the last 3 years, and we're on track for that in '25. Secondary road project revenue, I don't have the new numbers for that, that should be like end of June, usually they send out what that estimate will be.
Yeah, as far as STP, I haven't gotten a new number on that either.
And road work, I planned 86,000, which is right where we were this year. That's for work the county does and then supplies people buy from the county, like a culvert or signs, other stuff.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, you're doing real good on
Does
your
that,
budget so
does that
far.
include
You
like
got paid
organized
for the oil?
township?
I got oil coming, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got oil coming, so it's gonna get hit hard here in the next couple of months. But overall, I think we've been doing okay. Haven't had, well, I purchased, a few parts and repair items, and, I am gonna order some cutting edges, that'll be like $7,000. I ordered some more parts to cover some repairs and update, and stuff to have on hand for this year. It's all kind of a percentage game on this, with the secondary roads, you never know 100% where you're gonna be.
Get a big rain event.
Yeah, it can really mess with you in a hurry.
You still get cutting edges through that Kelly?
Once in a while, I get some from him, I get my main motor grader cutting edges through Caterpillar. We've got really good luck with them, and they usually give me a pretty good break. The deal I've got right now is 25% off is what they wanna give me, and so I think I'm gonna order a set through them. Now, that should cover me this year and maybe part of next year, all of next year, I'm hoping. You never know that either, depending on the year.
So what's harder on cutting edges, wet roads or real dry?
Dry. Wet cuts easy, dry burns them up. I do run some carbide, but it's even hard on them. The carbides do last, but it costs so much more. I mean, you spend a lot. I can't even remember, 1 foot's probably about $75 on a carbide cutting edge. So, yeah, they're not cheap.
Oh, can you replace that?
What's that, Hoffman? The carbides, I can't tell you how many hours, they last quite a bit longer. The other cutting edges, it just depends on conditions. If the roads are wet and we get decent rain, they last and last. But, if it's dry, they'll burn them off, and can be a week, can be 2 weeks. You know, it just depends on how bad the roads are, you know, how dry. Moisture, nobody understands how important that is to the road system, but it means a lot.
The right amount, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I guess in tab 7, I do have revenue on the provisional budget, just condensed by category. Or 201. I need to do that
You know, something that for the future for equipment, you know, we might wanna consider, not next year, but maybe the year after, or whenever it works out, updating, the Terex loader. It's, when purchased, it was bought to help push scrapers for dirt work. And it's really hard to move around, and moving it around on the roads is hard on it, cause the planetaries don't like it. But it's 1985, I don't know really the value on it, but it would be nice to have a loader we can move around with the other two.
Kind of about the same size as the other two.
Yeah, a 4-yard, like that John Deere. That's a great size loader. So, the Terex is a 5-yard, it's a big animal. It's hard to get around.
Is it good, 8 feet, 71 in it?
Yeah. Yep.
Butts, Jeffrey,
Butts.
that was his machine.
He was a loader man. He built approaches all year when he could, and that was his job.
You wanna make a new spot?
Yeah, going him over, he'd pick up a 600. That was Bobby.
Yeah.
Anything else on the budget and questions? Like I said, I know you guys gotta do what you gotta do, and
I don't see where a lot of it isn't that much different except for salaries and the equipment purchase.
yeah. Well, I'm hoping stuff doesn't change too much between this year and next year for cost.
That's where we're at, we have 9 full-time employees,
Yeah,
and then you.
yep. And Dawn.
Yes.
Yeah. And right now Curtis came back and he's gonna run motor grader for me 2 to 3 days a week, 8-hour days. I'll keep 21 and 23, and any other road in the county that needs to be spruced up, I'll keep him around. He's willing.
Who was up north yesterday?
Henry.
Okay.
Henry was up that way, and, well, we're up north.
Or north.
Yeah, that was Henry. Yeah, yeah, cause Pup I had down here, so.
How about 23, is that the north end, is that?
Really got hit hard in Chuck Holt, it was pretty tough,
I
but.
went up there.
I got a call.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
So I know after that rain, they had it.
Currently raining.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're probably gonna let it dry
They're
somewhat.
pretty tough.
But they had it laid it up really nice.
As soon as we got a break, we didn't hit it, I mean, that road being, it was ground, we were able to hit it right away, we didn't have to wait an extra day for that to dry a little bit. So I actually had Henry and Greg go up there, cause I couldn't put them on the other gravel roads, so I had them go up and hit that in 21.
I also passed a semi going on that when it was raining.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
throwing water out into the field.
Also, seriously raining.
Could slow it down.
Yeah. Yeah. No, yeah, just try to keep them, I'll try to keep them weighted, you know.
Yes, the only other comment I had was that restricted snow money from the old snow levy back in the mid-90s, that money is gone. So we
Yeah.
wouldn't
So we
necessarily
really
have to
don't
keep
need this
312.
snow removal thing?
If Glenn wants to keep track of the expenses separate, we can certainly keep doing that, but
No need to really.
we don't need to, so we could just
Yeah.
eliminate
So-
312 and add it back.
Years ago, didn't there have to be a snow removal fund?
Well, that was
Yes,
went away,
but that
because
was.
we had a levy specifically for snow removal back in the mid-90s. And that has since went away, you can't levy for snow removal anymore, but we had to still monitor compliance for that old money, which required us to have 312, and then you turn in compliance sheets that show that you spent that snow levy money for snow removal had to be.
So this 312, that would just get absorbed into the
Yes,
general road and bridge fund.
it could, we could put it all in 311 and eliminate 312 if Glenn wants to.
We don't need to keep track, it's all coming out of the highway supplies and everything else. And the reason it took so long to utilize that money is because we had to use it on the county road and bridge.
Yeah, no
I
second.
couldn't use it on the secondary, so, but I could use it for fall mowing, cutting edges and stuff, and I could have bought a truck with it, but I only would have been able to use that truck on the county road and bridge system. So, but it's been years since they levied for that. We had that money sitting there
It discontinued in
forever.
like the mid-90s, I believe, and
Yeah.
the money was,
Oh, I'm good with eliminating it, it's just one less thing to keep track of.
Right.
and then, yeah, rural access infrastructure is Fund 295, 49, that's the other, I guess, pot of money, and we've been running, expenses are paid for out of 201, and then as the work is completed, then Dawn creates a bill of sorts, and then I do expense replacement after those.
What number is it?
Fund 295, it's on page 49. So direct expenses, we have paid for some stuff directly out of the fund, like a culvert or whatever mostly.
Yeah.
And then as the work is completed, then I do expense replacement after the project is done. And then reimburse 201 with money out of 295.
As long as you know what you're doing,
The work is,
Yeah.
and the auditor's okay with it.
yes. Yeah, so you, yeah, I don't know how to.
What are you trying to say?
That
We do the work.
you're
throughout the year.
budgeting, like Glenn might be budgeting for that RAI project right now in 201. And then I'm also, I guess, budgeting for it, and so we may be double budgeting for that, some of those projects. Because you're budgeting for it out of road and bridge, and then I'm swapping those expenses out.
Yeah.
So, you could probably lower if you were planning those, like the box and
Yeah.
certain projects out of 201, we may have at least 100 and, I guess, it really depends on what projects are actually gonna get done next year, how much those are gonna
Yeah.
cost and where we budgeted for the
Yeah,
project,
and I don't know, depends on what I get done this year,
so.
Either way, I think we have to have those funds spent by 2029.
Yeah.
I believe that's the deadline.
Hopefully
They should be on long before then, but unless they, in their ultimate wisdom, decide to extend it and give us more money.
yeah, if they fund the project again, then could
Yeah.
be more.
I wish I could use it on County Road and Bridge, cause I have a lot more structures there that would be in need of it, but it won't let it. That's not what it was meant for. Good to go.
Good to go.
Okay.
You are the man.
Do your magic.
I'll let you know.
Yeah.
We'll get back to you.
Sounds good. Okay, thanks, gentlemen.
Yeah, ready.
So do you wanna start back at the beginning, do you wanna, how do you wanna
Well,
go?
there's no place like the beginning.
Okay.
So, where are we and where do we need to be?
The provisional budget, I took everybody's request and put it in exactly as they requested.
Okay.
That is on tab 7, just show of where, if we adopted this budget, this is what it would look like. Tab 7 would be the very first page. So that, if this was adopted, then I would estimate that would leave about 26% unassigned cash at the end of this year. And that's assuming that revenue comes in for 25 as expected for both road and bridge and general fund, which it's on track to right now. Of course, it's only May, or end of May. And then for general fund, I assume that we would have 165,000 under budget, which is probably conservative. We are usually higher than that for the general fund, but and I assume that road and bridge would be under 100,000, which again is maybe conservative, but I like to assume that we'll probably use most of the budget authority that's out there. So with that, I'm assuming that the highway will contribute $300,000 of cash. So the actual cash applied you see is $449,000. So then you have to offset it by that less 5% that we're required to budget for. So true cash would be around $300,000. That's where the property tax levy for secondary roads, other taxes is delinquent taxes and fees. Licenses and permits is mostly the DEMCODA manure variance. Intergovernmental revenue is the portion we get for licenses, the secondary road portion for the unorganized townships. Charges for goods and services is work the highway department does for cities, townships, or other entities. Or for items that other people purchase from us, like a culvert or gravel. Miscellaneous, and the transfer from the general fund is $472,000, which is okay. That's kind of where it's kind of on the lower end of where it's been. I wouldn't want it any higher, but it's okay at 472 as long as Glenn does have that cash available.
Where are you at?
Oh, sorry, first page.
Oh, okay, how
for
come on this
201.
next one? Oh, that's.
And so then the operating transfer that the road and bridge needs from the general fund makes up the bulk of that 911 operating transfers out, which is at 603, which is, I always like that to be lower. The only way to get that lower is more revenue directly into 201, so they need less transfer. Or less expense. I guess those are the two options. More revenue, less expense directly into 201, then they need less transfer. And then that would in turn bring down the total appropriations for the general fund, which makes the revenue side of general fund easier to balance. And which would allow the general fund to burn less cash, if that makes sense. So as appropriations go down, that $2.6 million number, as that goes down, then the less 5% goes down, the cash needed goes down.
So
it
that's
works.
$603,538. If we could reduce that, is gonna help our
Yes.
end.
Or reduce expenses
Right.
as a whole.
Well, by reducing expenses, it's gonna reduce that.
Yes.
So you're at
26, I'd like that to be 30 plus,
Yeah.
and it, like I said, as we continue on and we see more of 25, then we'll know more on revenue and more on, kind of the expense estimate for this year, which will tell us how much cash we are estimating. It's just
So
a lot of moving parts for May.
my first question
Road
is,
bridge tax.
I did include that in your packet, that there is a road and bridge capital improvement levy that the county could implement. Just so you know, it is out there.
That's that,
Yes.
that was that opt-out you're talking
Yeah, it's not called an opt-out, it's a capital improvement levy is the name of it. So the county could implement up to 1.2 per thousand, which would be, you know, way more than the road and bridge fund would need. I did a few estimates based on that when we looked at the wheel tax last year. That would bring in about $99,000 or $100,000.
The wheel tax.
The wheel tax would. So if you were looking at the capital improvement levy as an alternative to the wheel tax, it would take about a 10-cent levy to generate the same as a wheel tax.
What's the max of that levy?
1.2, $1.20 per thousand, which would be, the general fund's levy is 1.9, so way more, yes. Way more than the road and bridge fund.
That can't be the same thing that, I thought it was like 140,000.
The wheel?
No,
Opt-out, we used to call it opt-out.
We used to call it opt-out.
The general fund does have an opt-out. That's
But we aren't using it.
No, we're not using it. So this is totally separate. We've never had the capital improvement levy for
Where'd
road
that
and
come
bridge.
from?
It started a couple, maybe years ago. I just wanted the commission to know that it's an option. So there were other road and bridge levies in the past, but you had to reduce your other levies to take on that levy. And this one is in addition to, so you don't have to reduce.
10 cents would generate about 100,000.
Yes.
And that would put us where, the 100,000 would put us at what percentage?
I'd have to look at that, but, yeah.
You'd basically take.
You would directly reduce that transfer by that revenue.
By 100,000.
Yeah. So it would, yeah, it would probably get us close.
Right around 30.
Yeah.
35 or something, or 30.
So,
Okay, with that in mind, we either try to reduce the budget by 100,000, give or take a little, or if we can't do that, we take some of that.
yeah. The commission could pass, you'd have to do it in July. Or you could do it next year at any time for 27. So, just wanted to. Yeah. So, I didn't expect the commission to pass it or anything, I just wanted you to know that it
Well, I
is an
never knew it
option
was
and it's
there.
available.
I never knew it was an option.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to be, I
And-
don't really.
It's used a lot for, you know, say you would decide to grind and completely rebuild a road and you have a big ticket item.
Sure.
It has to be used for maintenance, rebuild, reconstruction of roads and
Okay,
bridges, it's very specific.
okay. I guess I do kind of recall the state put that in there, what was it, 3-4 years ago maybe?
Yes, yeah.
But
I think it did exist, they just kind of reworked the language of the laws
Okay.
to
So
make
we've
it.
got that, we've got that opt-out that we could use, or we've got a wheel tax to generate more revenue. Now, let's see if we can cut some costs before we
Yeah.
do any of that.
So, okay, starting on, let's see, expense side. Just back, yep, on tab 6. So, commission, the top half, personal services allows for 3%, again, it's just to build it into the budget, you don't decide that typically till the end of the year, beginning of next year.
So that's where you're at with personal services is 3%.
Yes. Property insurance, I split out that deductible, in '24, we paid two $5,000 deductibles, so the premium was 56,000 and then that deductible was 10,000. So for budgeting purposes, splitting that out if we would have to pay another one would just make it easier to see what the true
Okay.
insurance cost was versus the deductibles. Publishing, I increased a little, and miscellaneous will have to have the 24-25 audit in 26
Okay.
at some point. Server fees and dues, direct deposit fee, and other miscellaneous is what contributes to that 23. But the audit is, I'm estimating 18,000.
So that one's pretty much cut and dried.
Contingency, we've been at 150 in 22 and 23, we used most of the contingency, but it was, to transfer more cash to road and bridge, it wasn't the general fund expenses that drove that, it was, he needed more cash. And that was easier than doing a supplement, was to, move that contingency. Typically under 100,000, and this year, I would hope would be the same. Elections 26, we're currently at $20 an hour for election workers and 25 for the post-election audit. I wouldn't expect to request anything more for salaries. House Bill 1130 passed this year, so House Bill 1130 requires cities and schools to hold the elections on the primary or the general date. If they want to combine, then that's up to the city and schools. So we're kind of, together with the city and schools, we need to figure out what they expect from the county. And then I budgeted as if we would combine. I think for the schools, from the voter standpoint, combining on the schools makes the most sense. I mean, if you have somebody that lives in Campbell County, they are voting in Mound City on election day, and they also have to drive to Eureka to vote the school election if they would choose to do that if we're not combined. It's just, or same with somebody living in McPherson County, they'd have to drive to Eureka and then to Roscoe if they wanna vote in both elections.
Okay, she's got some explanations on the budget in front of the tabs. It's kind of what she's just explained.
So we'll have to I'll work directly with them to figure out what they are expecting from the county, and then we are at their, if they wanna combine, then we'll combine, and we'll make that work. So I budgeted an extra 4,000 in supplies, assuming that we combine 3,000 for the additional ballot styles that the combination would produce, 1,000 for publishing. I'll have to publish more ballot styles, but then the cities and schools wouldn't also be publishing, so we would cost share some things with a combined election. I added on the revenue side $1,200 for the state grants for the post-election audit reimbursements, and then I added 5,000 to other revenue, which covers that increase that I added. We would cost share some of those additional expenses. And with the workers, we wouldn't, if we combine, then I would be hiring the workers versus each city and each school, everybody hiring 3 people, which we all use the same people, so that's would be another benefit to combining, that you wouldn't be competing over the same workers. Line 434, I added $1,000 for, we have a old laptop for absentee voting that's will need to be upgraded. And this year, the state of South Dakota's upgrading the voter registration system. I'm assuming that all of our label makers and scanners and printers will work, but we have no idea. So If they don't all work with the new system, then we'll need to get things that work. Like, you won't know that until they say fall of 25.
Okay, that looks okay, I guess.
Judicial, $4,000, which is what we've been budgeting, it covers one trial about. We haven't changed that from the past, so left that the same. Auditor, again, 3% on the personal services, this is page 5. Our Ultra, the county management system, is scheduled for an update as well, fall of 25. I increased 422, just assuming that our fees will increase with that new system. They haven't said that they will or anything, but as planning for those to increase, I bumped that line up. Everything else, supplies I went down a little just to work with the averages. Travel up a little, utilities up just a little, but most is relatively unchanged.
Boy, there's not a lot to trim in these departments, is there?
Treasurer, yes, Tiffany this year, 605 Drive, she's available for questions, but she wouldn't need to come in. Is the new state motor vehicle system that was updated this winter, early this year. This year she's purchasing a new printer, the one she has now is not compatible with the new system. 605 Drive generates more paper, and all the paper currently is required to be mailed unfolded to Kier, which is increasing those mail-in costs. So she did change her supply line down a little, but kept it kind of on the higher end of the average, just anticipating those mailing and more paper fees, that type of thing. She's also on Ultra, which is the tax system over there, and that is again updating in the fall of 25. In 26, she increased line 422 for that Ultra upgrade, assuming a fee increase. She'll get document scanners this year from a grant from the state. But as of now, they're still saying that you'll scan everything but still mail it. So she's hoping that will change in 26, but again, if it doesn't, then that's more mail-in. 435, we budgeted this year for desktop computers, which will be updated. And then she reduced it to 3,000, just, there's no significant purchase plan, but with the uncertainty with the 605 Drive and the Ultra upgrade, just 3,000 to cover any unanticipated equipment needs. Nothing is planned currently. If you have any questions, she's available. State's attorney, in the top 3%. Line 424 includes 5,000, which is the state's attorney's share of the Eureka office space rent. Utilities, I budgeted for Westlaw, Valley, and the PO box. And line 429 is drug and alcohol testing fees and translator fees for court is the majority of those expenses.
Where does, Megan's fit in?
In the personal services. So that would cover her, and same with, like treasurer, that would be Tiffany and Vivian's salary.
Top line is
I have the,
Attorney salaries?
yes.
Are we getting any timesheets?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, and that's included in the, packet.
You had it on the. You had your calendar up. Is this just the condensation of it?
Yeah, you had the calendar on, or you emailed it to us.
Yes, yes, this is like the salary budget.
Oh.
For each department.
Oh, okay.
So, next page is page 8, the court-appointed attorney. Those really fluctuate, just whoever needs whoever is granted a court-appointed attorney. Comes through as a judge's order. The catastrophic legal expense program on 429. There is a board of commissioners, and that's run, there's a board of commissioners that's run through the Commissioners Association. And if you have a county trial that is over $25,000, you turn it into the clerk board, and you can have anything over the 25,000 paid back to you. So if you would have a catastrophic murder trial or whatever, that would be $100,000, the county would limit their expense at 25,000. But there's been quite a few claims to the pool, so that's where you can see that rate increase this year. I guess we'll see if that comes back down. The county joined, I think it was in like the late 90s by resolution, or early 2000s, I have to look back. So if the county did not want to be a part of that pool, then I could certainly look into how to get out, but.
Take your chances,
Yeah.
they can get ugly.
Sharon did want to come for the government building, and we, I guess, did receive some maybe unfortunate news, I guess, on the boiler. The 2 steam valves on top of the 2 boilers need to be replaced, and the price tag was shocking to me, I guess. $35,000 was the quote for the 2 steam valves. They don't run without them, so the one is shot completely, the other one is failing, he said, but still technically works. He thinks that was part of the issue we had with the condensate issue this winter when we were out of heat, but that the one boiler that the valve is down, is the one that has not been running correctly, so. He's the boiler maintenance guy, recommended fixing it before we turn them on for next winter. Boilers have to be down to change it, so changing in during the heating season is not ideal. Sharon, let's see if she.
Where's the price on it?
Way down at the bottom.
Oh,
Hey, not so bold print.
not so old. Ooh.
Yeah. Ooh, great. That's the only company you can do it? Probably wouldn't be any different anyway. They're the ones that have just worked on it forever. There, an alternative. How about some little space heaters for you guys? Put some of that chicken here. Yeah, it's this one down here, it's not. Wow.
So, I mean, we did not budget for that this year, so if we would do those repairs, it would have to come out of contingency, which would, you know, that's a bigger chunk than it's a lot of contingency to have to use in May when you've still got 7 months left is the concern, which then says, okay, then maybe my contingency estimate wasn't realistic. I did text Sharon, so that she'll be right up. So this year we budgeted
Right,
yeah, 20,000 for repairs.
we've used 10 already,
Yeah.
and we're gonna be at 25,000 on contingency at the minimum. I'm not sure what else to do with that thing.
Yeah, like I said, they don't run without it, and without the boilers, we don't have heat, so I don't know.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah, yes,
I'm guessing the whole new system, you're looking at 150,000. I have no idea.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure can.
You're in Callis, Pearson County, do you understand? Okay, anyway, is there like any government grants or for like historic buildings like this or to help? I mean, I don't know where a person would even look, I'm just curious.
I've asked NECOG in the past for like lift system, elevators, that sort of thing, and occasionally there is from the federal government, but we did get one. When we bought that motor grader from Fulton County, we got that through a USDA rural development grant, but I don't think those exist or not, they're not funded to the level that they used to be.
I mean, the only reason I ask is because like, I have a relative that lives in the Chicago area and there's all these grants they get for historical buildings and all this kind of stuff.
I can ask, Marshall County is in the middle of a courthouse, reconstruction, yes. They had a lot of that problem in Marshall County, which is wild, but they have more attic space and type things, and I could ask them if they found anything, but
Yeah, why don't you check into it, I mean, it's worth a try.
yeah. Some people were getting, the COVID type things for air quality, if we had an air quality issues, but that would, they had tests and, they had an air quality issue, I'm not sure, I guess I don't know that we do, we've never tested, but we.
Couple days ago, there was yeah, we just opened the windows, it would be in here.
They were able to get things, CARES had certain stuff for that, but I've not heard of just a maintenance issue for an old building, no, I've never heard of anyone getting that. I could ask around.
I mean, I have no idea where I would even look, so I'm like, you might deal with that just a bit more often than I do and fixing things.
I would assume NECOG has a website.
Yeah.
Anything on there. You're up, Sharon.
Give me a minute to catch my breath. That smoke did a job on my allergies and hard to breathe through your nose. Okay, I've never done a budget before, so what are you asking of me?
To cut 100,000.
No boiler this winter.
Yeah, right.
As far as the boiler is built, I mean, that's all the options we have, huh?
That's what I understood,
And they're out of Sioux Falls?
yeah.
And the company GNR Controls, they don't, so they don't consider this a boiler issue, it's a plumbing issue. The steam valve is part of the plumbing, it's not within the boiler, so they don't even work on them. So this is a guy that they contract with, so you need a plumber that's willing to work on steam boiler systems, which there are, you know, when we called around looking for that condensate pump, there's just nobody that works on them.
Not anybody around here.
So I
They get more obsolete, that's the problem.
I think,
I think
yeah,
steam is, yeah, for sure.
the steam boiler system is, I think, yeah.
Cause I know our school just switched to a different heating system, but I guess I don't know for sure what they went to.
Well, I don't know, the way this is set up, what else can we do?
I don't know.
Yeah, we have forced air, cutting holes all over the place in floors and stuff to run.
But Mr. Cool, heaters and each building room.
Well, we already have like the mini splits, but they're telling us that when it gets like
Oh.
5 below.
Yeah.
And that'd be the same thing.
You would
Yeah, there's
freeze.
an air heat pump.
Yeah.
Well, they work for a while. About 30 degrees really is when they
About
start getting.
30 degrees is about it.
I wonder if there's a way to put resistance heat in it, heating elements.
I don't know if we can put them in these units.
I mean, the hotels have mini splits, how do they run their systems?
That's they got elements
Oh.
and.
So is that, would that be more cost efficient than?
Probably not, cause that'd be electric.
Yeah, it's gonna be electric bills gonna be pretty high.
MDU doesn't, yeah, cause we're served by MDU, they don't have the brakes that FEM has for heating.
Okay, how long do we have to decide on
Until fall, cause we need it.
Yeah,
fixed.
and they
Yeah, it's got-
set on there
obviously, but-
4 to 6 weeks for parts. We normally turn it on November, we should decide soon so they can coordinate the repair.
The price is good for only 30 days, so.
So it's really not the boilers that are the problem,
No.
it's plumbing.
Yes.
And this is only on one boiler. Each boiler has one.
So he did include both.
Oh, this is for
Yeah,
both?
it's for the one that failed and then the one that's failing on the other one.
Okay. So that amount was to replace
Yes,
both?
boiler 1 and 2, both valve stuff. So I guess I could ask him for a quote just on the one that is,
Good.
the one that was making the boiler not run. Was that boiler 1 that wasn't
2.
running? 2. Oh.
I mean, I could run it, but
Yeah.
the steam valve was not working, so it has I don't know, like a pipe that came over the top of the boiler and it's open, it's like I don't know, a steam release. And water kept running out of there, and so I would always put a bucket underneath there and empty it out. Well, when he came, I showed him this, I said, we've never had water here before, why is it doing
Love
it?
the basement water, I mean, it was.
Yeah, and that's when he determined what was going on.
Yeah, the valve failed, so the steam was just running out onto the floor. And then you were constantly trying to fill the boiler or,
Yep.
and then it would shut off if it didn't have enough water, which is,
But it
That
wasn't
one
heating
wasn't
anyway.
Yeah.
It wasn't heating, right?
No, not that
yes,
one.
it wasn't, it was on and running, but not contributing to the heat, cause all the steam was just going back down.
But it would drain number 1, so when I would blow
So
down number 1,
Yeah,
when I would blow down number 2, it would drain number 1. So then I'd have to wait until it filled back up again, and that's when we determined that there was something not right there.
We're gonna have a whole lot of angry employees if we don't put heat in the buildings.
Well, maybe we could just take the winters off.
Yeah.
I guess I just have a few more questions on, what does it entail? Do they have to,
Yeah, I can show you the pipe,
do they have to weld it in, or, I mean, and then in this 35,000, what's parts and what's labor?
Cause he said it was like 400 pounds, I mean,
the parts looks, they are substantial,
Massive.
it's,
Yeah.
they don't look
Okay.
cheap. 35,000, I don't know, I wasn't expecting that, but they,
But they're not $200.
no.
and when we're done, or when you guys are done, I'd be glad to take you downstairs and show you what we're talking about, so.
Okay.
So yeah, 3% we figured the same. Personal services, snow, we budgeted 5,000. And that's on line 422. Budgeted 35,000 for repairs. Sharon had a few and her projects planned for the next, or for this year / next year. You know, we budgeted some extra for that. We decided to do some of those. Supplies, we kept that the same. In 2027 is the courthouse's 100-year anniversary. Yes. So just start thinking about what should we do, what should we.
Did you trim some trees?
Pardon me?
Did you trim the trees?
I did trim trees after last month, and you said to do it more, I went out and got another pickup load of branches off.
So, how about the shrubs out here, did you?
I talked to Brian Walsh about how to get rid of them. And he said the best way would be to pull them out, but then you're gonna ruin the grass. He said you can cut them off, and then he would come in with the grinder and like a stump removal and grind them out. I think he said about $400 for both of them. Unless anybody else has got some other ideas.
No, do you want to put something back there, because I'm assuming there's no grass underneath, or-
No, we would like to put something back. I'd like to talk to like maybe a greenhouse to see what they would recommend, putting in there.
Some type of landscaping or something?
Yeah. Not them again. But back to the 100-year anniversary thing. If you guys even want to do anything, you know, that's the first thing we need to decide, if you want to have a little celebration of some kind. And then, you know, what do we want to do? So that we can maybe set some money aside for, you know, do we want to have a picnic for the public? Do you want to have a dedication of a statue or a bench, or, you know, something that says, you know, that the courthouse is 100 years old? You know, something in that order, having maybe some speakers come in, to have like the history of the courthouse, how it went back and
It's
forth.
pretty neat how it all went down.
Yeah.
They voted on it 3 times.
Yep, and it was stole, you know, back and forth, and.
We're still a little bit about that. Is that 2027, is there a rhubarb days that year?
There would be, wouldn't there?
Yep, that should be
I mean, could we coordinate
That's a
something,
good idea.
some event during the rhubarb days?
We could, yeah.
Yeah. Right on the front lawn.
Some type of, you know, like, a speaker type thing, like
Right.
you're saying, maybe some history of the courthouse, that type of thing. Are there any employees maybe would be interested in kind of
Well,
getting something
that's
put
another
together?
thing, if you guys choose to do something, you know, maybe we should have a committee and bring some ideas to the table for you guys to see, you know, that these are our ideas. you know, you might wanna
So
look
you're
into
saying
this
you
stuff.
wanna be in charge of this committee?
I will be on the committee.
I'd be willing to do something with it too. So I looked up a bunch of that history when we had that rally out here.
Mhm.
It's pretty interesting.
Yes, it is. I mean, you can find like how much the light fixtures cost, furniture, you know, different things like that. It's very interesting when you look into it.
It was, I think it was $91,000 that it cost to build.
You know, it would be kinda nice to have, you know, dedicate a bench or
Right.
something and have somebody talk about the history and,
Mhm.
you know,
You know,
doesn't have to be over the top, but.
I think they started the fund and decided they were gonna do it in 1912. And it took till 28 to get completed.
And maybe we could incorporate something into one of those circles
Yeah.
out there. You know, maybe if you
Sure.
wanna do a bench or a statue or a monument or something, you know, put that in the middle and, you know, do something with that.
Well,
That's a good idea. Real good idea.
Sid, do you wanna be in charge of getting a committee together?
Oh, I
Don't-
don't know.
you
Getting
don't
it
have to-
together, I'd
You
be
don't
on
have
it.
to be the chair or anything, but.
I'll be on it, sure.
You know, you wanna kinda work together to get some people involved.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or we can ask employees, cause I mean, I would think that's where we should start, and you guys, and, go from there.
Probably like we're down in Superior, probably have some vendors for some of this.
Oh, there you
We
go.
have to hit our own pocketbooks on this too. We hit the vendors that, later guy, you
You
know.
know, the Caterpillar guy and, you know.
Yeah, you know,
all those
there's
people.
money we're spending out there that probably.
The furnace guy.
They donate. They-
Yeah, definitely the boiler people can chip in.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, that's okay, be an idea.
Do we need to budget a little money for this?
I added the line. We did not add any budget, so 26 wouldn't be the actual celebration, but if
But
we
there
anticipate
could
some
be
costs, yeah,
expenses.
getting ready for that. So I have the line ready if we would decide to
Well, I don't know,
add
should
some.
we just put $1,000 on that line for, just to get things
Yeah, I
rolling?
think, yeah, I think we should.
Mike, you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it.
And yeah, your projects that you had planned this year, relocate the guardrails from the south side of the parking lot to the east side and repaint them, and then extend the driveway in front of the garage. Repair cracks and plaster around the courthouse foundation and repaint. Then 26 projects, remove the circle shrubs and replace with new landscaping, and then finish up anything that would need to be completed from 25.
The two carpenter guys up here, I need some advice as to how to repair, like the south, I don't know, the steps going down. They're really crumbling on the sides, it's not the steps itself, it's the sides. There's some around the building, you know, what product do we get to, you know, fix that kind of stuff? If any of you guys can give me some advice on that.
Felix Perez works at the school, and he knows a lot about cement and brick and stuff, just throwing it out there.
Who
He
is it?
helped, Felix Perez, he's the janitor at the little
Okay.
school, he helped fix the wall in the Legion Hall. He's pretty knowledgeable, I don't know if he knows about that kind of stuff, but
Yes, Dennis Hines too, because I drive it.
And is he,
It's Center's dad.
oh, okay,
Yeah, he could stop, he's here a lot, he could stop and look at it.
oh, yeah,
But a lot of the rock work in the front of the buildings and stuff going in front of the buildings and everything, he did.
oh, yeah,
Maybe he would, I've never asked him about crumbling foundation, basically.
yeah. And I think, I talked with Glenn about, the moving of the guardrails and the driveway, you know, going out to the north. I would hope that the county guys could help maybe with that project, getting rid of a couple of those section of guardrails. Some of the posts are rotted off. There's one on this side that's already broke off. Whenever they have some little bit of downtime or they can
That's a good idea.
give a guy or two up
Then
there
you're
to
thinking
help.
put the driveway right out to the street?
Yes.
So we can get it straight?
Yep, yep, yep. Yep.
Okay.
Alright.
Who in that, have you checked with anybody in Aberdeen as far as the boiler systems?
We have, yes, and
Nobody wants to
nobody-
tackle it,
no.
it's just too big.
There was a commercial plumber in Watertown, but they,
Wouldn't touch it.
no. We called and they said that they might be willing to get something to get us going, but they didn't actually really wanna work on it, so if we could find somebody else, that'd be great, was pretty much the answer.
Mm-hmm.
And then we said, well, who would you recommend? And then they told us our boiler company and that, you know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Went full circle.
And I said, well, they don't have a tank, and they said, well, then you better start calling around, maybe somebody by the cities may have one, was their helpful advice,
Okay.
so. Yeah,
Well, I'll call NECOG to see if there's anything out there as far as
Yes.
financial assistance. And I don't know at this point, it doesn't pay to put a new boiler in, it's not the boiler, it's the plumbing.
yeah,
So if you're putting a boiler in, you're still gonna do this.
yeah.
Then I think,
Yeah, it's not looking good to check
Yeah.
around a little bit.
but you know what? Stuff like that doesn't shock me too much.
Yeah.
It would shock me just as much if you would've said 17,000.
Yeah.
Probably. I don't know, I think we just gotta do it. Unless, I don't know, anybody else have any other suggestions?
Working on
Okay.
I mean, if you only do one, you know what's gonna happen.
Mhm.
The other
Next
one's
one
gonna
will
go
go.
down right away, and then they're gonna have to dismantle the other one, take it all apart.
Yeah.
And it's probably gonna be winter when that happens, and
No, I think we do it both. So it's-
Absolutely, yeah. We're gonna do
And
it.
it's done.
It takes place the mileage and all that still.
Well, let's move on.
Expert commercial boiler repair services, Minnesota and North Dakota. Burnboiler.com. Lake Erie Mechanical, that's probably the one you called, but it sounds like it's out of.
Right, it was like
Redlinger.
Redlinger Brothers.
Oh,
Yeah.
Redlinger. I sent out a message.
That was who we
I knew
talked to and.
Probably. Redlingers have guys in Aberdeen though too, but if they don't wanna do it, they don't wanna do it.
That was they were willing to help us get going, but they didn't really wanna work on a steam boiler system. And we've had them do like pipe wrap, they did the pipe wrap, repairs and some other plumbing in the basement for us, but,
Here's the problem, if you find somebody else, they're gonna come out here, they're gonna evaluate it. And, they're not gonna do that for nothing.
Yeah.
That's true. And then in the end, you're gonna have another $35,000 bill. Probably, I might be wrong.
Burn boilers are out of Fargo, commercial boilers.
What is the name of the parts you need? I mean, what do they call them? Valves?
Boiler head valve.
Boiler head. I mean, if you guys want.
That was a no-go on my
Oh, okay.
research.
Okay.
Boiler service, Northwest Iron Farm.
Where's that at?
It just says, North Dakota, Northwest Minnesota, Northern South Dakota, and Eastern Montana.
Well, we probably have another month that we have to make this decision. If you guys wanna do a little research, see if you can find something else out, another company, but
There's more here than what I thought, but that doesn't mean anything.
yeah.
Steam, Lunseth Plumbing. Heating. Steam, North Dakota, and Minnesota. Yeah, I can.
then Sid, would you get a hold of, that gentleman that you said, or do you guys wanna look at the project first before we go any further?
I
with
Like
outside
Dennis,
stuff?
cause he obviously comes and visits, you know, I'll have him, stop and look at the foundation and the steps.
Okay.
Where the concrete is crumbling basically, right?
Right, yep.
I don't know if he can sandblast it off and then, I don't know if he even does that, you know, but he probably could find somebody or know somebody who does it. We have the same problem in our house, it's scaling off.
Well, it's not, I can't really say it's the foundation, it's the, like the, not really stucco, but
Yeah,
the something that they
sort
put
of
on.
like a coating,
Like a skim coat?
Yeah, on the outside of
probably like
it.
to drive it. That's the brand name of a plaster, or stucco that he does.
Okay,
It's called Drive. Yeah, definitely, I'll mention it to him.
okay,
You might have some ideas or know somebody who can do something.
okay,
Well, we did something on the church, but
yeah. I mean, that
it
worked.
hasn't blown off yet after the winter.
Right, like I said, if you guys wanna look at it, when we're done, we can look at the basement project and that, and if you guys have any ideas on how to get started on that.
Okay.
Go from there.
Right. Thanks,
Okay,
Sharon.
thank you.
Okay, we're done with, all we did was add $1,000 to that one, right?
Yep. And then for DOE is page 10, and then GIS is page 15.
You just want me to do one by one, you wanna look at it, or how do you wanna go about it?
Through one by one.
Okay, so the first group,
Salaries are 3%, right?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so I was like, we don't need to, yeah. Okay, now we go to 422, services fees, just wanted a little bit more because my software, Vanguard, is gonna do a price increase of $8.75 this next year.
Surprise, right?
Yep. Publishing, I just put the same, it's what we have to put in the paper for notices and that stuff. Repairs, just put the same. Supplies, I did go down a little bit. Travel went up a little, that's just for gas. Registration fees left the same. Utilities, this one went up, but I did tell Winley after we got our Valley bill that we can drop that down to 2,000 because the Valley bill came in way lower than I thought. And so what all I did was I just took the first 4 of the year, divided by 4, and then took it by 12 to get numbers, so. That one, we can drop down 1,000. Miscellaneous, just let that. What? Oh, okay. And equipment, I just dropped down because I had budgeted for some computers, we were getting that, and so now that's just in case like a monitor breaks or whatever.
Alrighty. GSI is
Page 15. The annual fee is $1,500 for service and maintenance, and then we added the $5,000 for the roll plat layer. They said they didn't need to be, like, payments due when they're done completing that layer, which.
so it will be in 26.
Yeah, it should be, and if not, then it'll be this year.
Yeah, so.
Alright. I think you're good to go.
Okay, you guys, like, if you guys have any questions, I'm done. Thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming up, see ya.
Thanks for contributing to the celebration.
That's what else.
Yeah. That's what she said.
Found it real quick.
Yeah, yeah. Now if we can just find another 100,000.
Yeah, there you
good.
go. Keep looking, Jim.
Register of Deeds, if he is available for questions, she really didn't change much. And she is page 11 for Register of Deeds and 46 for the modernization and preservation fund.
46. A lot of pages to go through.
A portion of everything that's recorded, is we pay into the modernization and preservation fund, and then everyone that's part of the fund gets, a split of those fees once a year. And then those fees have to be used for, modernizing and preserving documents, scanning them so they're available, searchable online. So instead of flipping through the old books, you can go to her public computer and look up the old deeds and search. Without hauling out the books.
Okay.
Page 12, Veteran Service Officer, 3% at the top, line 422, $500 for Vetrospect, which is what she uses for clients, and then the other subscriptions are about $500, Word, Adobe, etc. Line 424, the rent has $5,000, which is her share of the Eureka office space also. And everything else stayed the same.
Okay.
Page 13 is assessed by Game Fish and Parks, mandatory, codified law 40, 36, 11, and 13. Our assessments were at 4,500 for this.
That's been that way since we started the predator control district, hasn't it? I think 4,500 either.
No, it goes off of like number of sheep and cattle in the county, and they reassess every so many years. It used to be $6,601.02, and now it's not quite 4,500, but it's right in an odd number close to 4,500. It's paid in June, so I should have.
That's Game Fish and Parks, is that correct?
Yes, yeah, we have to pay the state.
Well, they've been wonderful for us. But yes, they fly, Mike flies whenever you call him.
So he
Yep. Guy from Southeastern Credit. Yeah, well, yeah, they can't really put a cost on it, but they just ask that you donate about $1 per cow-calf pair. So if you got 250 cow-calf pairs, $250, and they've been able to stay way ahead of it for funds. He charges $240 an hour to fly, but he can, like he covers our area, our farm in about 10-15 minutes. He'll be on to the neighbors.
But that doesn't come
Is that-
out of Game Fish and
Yeah, is
Parks.
that funded through Game Fish?
Yeah, well, no, it isn't at all, but it goes hand in hand with it. Because usually he has, Tim Ray, the state trapper, runs with it. So it plays a part, this does, in, or helps out with the predator control district. Yeah, like when we shot that wolf, Tim Ray sitting on the highway. And then he flew out to it and landed, and they discussed things before he went back in and got it. So he didn't know he didn't realize he even shot a wolf right away. And, but yeah, Tim Ray usually runs with him, this Game Fish and Park state trapper.
What's the unemployment one?
We're self-insured for unemployment, so we never budget, but if we would have a claim that we'd have to pay, it would have to come out there.
Okay. So I would cover.
Sheriff, I can see if Dave is still around. 16, 17. Ryan, are you still around for the budget or you wanna? Okay, sounds good. They're ready whenever, yes.
You may need a pop.
Yeah, I would.
I loved what I didn't like what I saw.
Mountain Dew or
There was
regular.
you could probably find a Diet Coke or Diet Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, that's what was there.
Sorry, I take a Diet Coke, I should probably take this. Does anyone want any?
And what,
Yeah, I could, I could go for that.
Sid, what did you say?
You know, Diet Dr. Pepper if there isn't a regular one.
You, and what, Neil?
I'll pass.
Okay.
I'll have to go and eat some pop myself.
Cause that's just back there, they go,
Well, no, I got Coke, and then we'll Coke here.
Usually just throw some $5 in with oil.
May I?
Absolutely.
If I fit.
Belly up, huh?
Won't be able to get out very quickly.
Push it, hold on to the chair.
Yeah, she's putting me towards the steps every time.
Hold on to the chair, you'll go.
Do you have any bites on any, or any leads on any new?
We had one interview last week, Thursday. A young man from Michigan actually made the trip out and.
Thank you.
Anybody want this instead?
I'll take that.
Okay.
What's that?
There was one in there.
So, military guy,
Just a rural guy, he's got a little bit of firefighting experience. Doesn't like the big city life and did his research on McPherson County, likes to hunt and fish.
Where's it from?
Michigan. Like to get a couple more interviews scheduled if at all possible, but
Sound promising? Going on.
and a few in far between, we have a few interests, but as far as people actually completing the applications and getting them back to us, pretty slow. Housing is always just near.
Yeah, it feels like it's been out long enough.
I got a house for sale.
Okay.
if it was up to me, there'd be 2,000 pounds for sale. Both those guys going out there. Well, I had some, basically nice stuff out there. One of them needs to be there, for sure.
Are you saying you're getting too old for this?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
I know that I am.
But I don't wanna leave either, I don't know,
Well, yeah, let's do your budget, dude.
Okay, so I think Lindy probably sent around the proposals or the requests, because I can just kind of go through a few things and explain to you to the best of my ability why some areas have changed or more than likely increased, but starting with the sheriff's office budget, is that where you guys are at? Wages, graciously asked Lindley to plug in those figures for, I think it was a 3% increase. We added the line item budget in the 411.01, which is the highway safety overtime. So if we do apply for that, and this is an if again, we have to have the staff in order to fulfill the requirements and whatnot, but if we do apply for that, I think I've got, that was included or not, but the estimates of what that would be, what that would come out to be as far as overtime funds. So it would be 5 hours per person per month, if we are successful and do work that.
So that would get offset by some revenue?
Yes.
That would be reimbursed 100%. Yeah,
The
it's actually a
direct-
federal grant, but it's run through the state.
the direct costs, like if we pay $10 in overtime or the 44, if we would pay out $44,100,
up to that.
that would come back. We'd be responsible for the increased payroll taxes and retirement.
Okay.
So the indirect costs, we would have to eat those, but the direct costs would come back.
Okay, great.
So that's, I think it's June, no, May.
Retirement, the retirement match is just based on,
And that's
8%
probably
of whatever
already,
they
that's
earn.
probably already figured in this,
yes, I
you figured
added.
the 44,000 retirement everything in here, so it's
Yes.
not spent, it's reduces it a little bit too. Okay, sounds good.
So that's the increase in that area. Really just some moderate increases in the other current expenditures. Professional fees, I increased that by $1,000. We have the hired click program, which is like Monster or Indeed, which is what we use to advertise for the job openings. That's available to all of the county offices, so if a treasurer's office had an opening or highway department, they would be able to use that. But we paid for that, up front. It's a yearly subscription, I believe it was like $999, the rent, that would be for the office over in Eureka. As well, we're kind of talking about that. I can tell you that I've been approached by at least one of the aldermen over in Eureka. They were wondering if there was any discussion or interest of still the county being interested in purchasing that building. They said, as far as I know, we haven't had any discussions on that as of late, but I'm just putting it out there.
I was just thinking between that and the other two $5,000 expenses, that gets a boiler fixed.
But speaking of that structure as well, I did have our insurance company come out and do a walkthrough of those two jail cells. We had talked about maybe being able to resurrect those and use them for temporary holding. And wanted to make sure that we get the blessing of our insurance company before we start doing any of that. They did come out, they did a walkthrough with us. I was very pleased with the recommendations of fairly minimal improvements would have to be done, like some plexiglass on the bars. Right now, we don't have any laboratories in there. They were the old ceramic ones. One of those would have to be added. You can get those through Granger, they're about $2,500 to $3,000. Just some other really minimal things. And then, of course, the standard checklist for putting people in there ready to suicidal and, you're on type of medications, that type of thing. So, fairly minimal, but I've got the recommendations of report here. I can leave a copy for you guys to look at, but at this particular point, before we start investing into a structure that we don't own, I think we need to have that discussion first before we start.
Yeah, in my thoughts, we'll see how the building's working out.
Right.
With Austin, with the veteran service, with you guys, and kind of what our costs are and what, I suppose at some time we can find out from the city what it's costing to keep the things and that.
For my office's purposes, it is an absolute blessing to have that structure. I mean, the garage and the professional setting and the workspace, it's been wonderful. So thank you for that opportunity. So anyways, I was kind of covering the rent area. Repairs is the same. I bumped up the supplies request just a little bit. Tires, oil change, gas. That adds up pretty quickly. Travel left the same. The sheriff utilities, I did increase that by $3,000 in anticipation of potentially incorporating that live stand. That's something that we can probably cut back to 13 again, since we decided not to do that.
Okay, go with 13 on that.
Yep. And then, getting down to the capital outlay, there's some significant increase requests request in there, and a lot of that has to do with, no, well, that's one of them, and then I'll just set these up here, I guess, I don't know how much time you guys are gonna have, I don't want to look through these, but these are body camera and dash camera quotes. And I was shocked. The 4 in camera and 4 body camera from Axon is $82,000 for a dash camera and a body camera, one for the vehicle and of course one for the person. Currently, we're using generation 2 cameras. You know, they're on the generation 4 already, and probably 5 is coming out pretty soon. But it absolutely shocked me. So
That's just one setup.
that would be for the 4 vehicles.
Well, that would be for all 4.
Yeah.
And deputies.
Yep, exactly. So I got quotes from Axon, which is what we use, and I also got quotes from Motorola, which is what the state has gone to. And guys, the prices are pretty comparable, no matter which one you look at. I would prefer to stay with Axon. That's what I'm used to. But right now, you know, what makes these things just so expensive is obviously the annual subscription rates. I mean, you have to run their software. You have to you should use their cloud storage. Right now, we're not. We're managing our own video. That's no longer an option. You have to buy their package, and it's a lot more convenient to use. But there's another annual fee. You know, everybody wants to get something from you every year. We do have some proposals here where we could get into 4 body cameras and 4 dash cameras for considerably less, but it would be like an annual fee. It's a 5-year plan. This one in particular would be just under $12,000 for 4 body cameras and 4 dash cameras. It's a reduced package. The cameras are the same for the most part. In some of these plans, they have like they call it a tap refresh, where after 2 years they give you a new body camera. I don't think we would need that, so we can cut some of that off. Just something to consider for the time being. You know, when you start having some serious budget discussions, we could really kind of narrow this down a little bit.
The ones you have now, are they working properly, or?
The body cameras are. We don't have any working dash cameras. We don't have any cameras in our cars. Well, we do, but they're working. The last one that I bought was in 2015. And the ones previous to that are probably 12, 13, 14 years old. Software's outdated. Those are big expenses.
Okay, so did you put any of this in this budget?
I did. So I put in the capital outlay, so the bottom 3 line items in the sheriff's budget. The center one is obviously the vehicle replacement, as we will be replacing the 2020 next year, so that's what that $75,000 is. And then either the machinery or the equipment, so like the $18,000, we could potentially budget for a 5-year plan of the dash cam and body cam.
That's gonna be 12,000 or whatever you said for 5 years, right?
Yep, and those prices are guaranteed for this year, and next year they're expecting at least a 5 to 10% increase.
So after the 5 years, are these things outdated and obsolete, or are they usable?
No, hopefully with the continued software updates in that amount of time, we should be able to get a few more years out of them.
Okay.
How many years?
A few more, I don't know.
But you're not necessarily guaranteed that 12 for the whole, that's just for the first this year?
No, no,
Five years,
For the 5 years.
okay. So this 18 is
That would-
high.
It would be a little high, yeah, absolutely, but there's other potential equipment needs that we might have.
So if I hearing it right, it's 12,000 per year for 5 years.
11,640.80 for 5 years.
I did budget 10,000 in revenue with the highway safety grant, you can get some equipment grants, so total revenue I put in was 54,100.
That would offset that.
You have to participate in the mandatory overtime, and then you're eligible for some equipment grants, which would be.
Oh, so the overtime thing plus that is 54.
The overtime allows you used to be able to apply for the equipment grant separate of the overtime, but now you gotta do the
So
overtime.
what part of that is the equipment? Just
I
10,000?
budgeted 10,000 reimbursed, I guess we have no idea.
We don't, they allow up to, I think it's $8,500 per camera. Now, the question would have to be if we jump into this, can that be retroactive? I mean, would we be able to apply for those funds? If we qualify for the highway safety grant, can we still apply for the camera reimbursement or the equipment reimbursement if we've entered into a contract already for that? I don't know why we wouldn't, but I'd rather know that answer.
I did plan 10,000 just as to put something down.
That makes things different.
So if that comes through, you'd really be out about 2,000 a year, but you don't know if you're gonna get that grant.
You don't know if you're gonna get the
I said
grant,
that.
you don't know,
I said 85, it's 4,800 per camera.
yeah, I'm
I'm
just
sorry,
saying, I thought it was
48.
close.
It's 4,800.
We're thinking 2 cameras or a portion of 2, yeah. There is some revenue that would potentially offset this, but budget-wise, you gotta pay for the whole thing out of the budget, have authority for everything, but you do see some come back.
I think it's really important that you have dash cams.
Yeah,
I mean, it's amazing what you catch on them.
It is, we've been fortunate up to this point, we rely on our body cams quite a bit. They're still functioning fairly well, but, battery life is deteriorating as years go on. You have a 3-hour transport to Yankton, they're running your body camera the whole way.
So put this into second grade for me.
Yep.
Exactly, give me the numbers and cameras and.
So this proposal, the one that is the most reasonable, which would cover 4 in-car cameras and 4 body cameras, is $11,640.80 per year.
Okay. For 5 years.
For 5 years.
Okay, and then, if the grant would come through, that would drop the 2 cameras, or the per camera to 4,800?
The grant, the equipment grant would allow up to $4,800 per
set
dash cam. Yep.
Okay.
And that's if they approve 4 of them. They might only have enough money to cover 1 or 2 per department type thing. So there's no guarantees that you would have that reimbursement, but it's potentially there.
Okay. Would be nice if that would come through, huh? For all of them?
And you gotta work the overtime.
Right.
If you don't work the overtime, then they might say, hey, we want that 10 grand back that we gave you for them cameras, cause you're not doing the work.
And when you, like today, it's just me. The deputy position in Leola obviously didn't work out and got somebody away on their training and one deputy is scheduled off today, so, in order to get those hours in, it's only 5 hours, but it could be a commitment.
So do you think both of them would be really willing to put that time in? Absolutely, yeah. Okay, good.
So that is pretty much covers the sheriff's office budget. No changes to the jail.
And we kept that at the 50,000, which is, our contract with Brown County is 25 a year, but also any jail medical or any other expenses come out of there while the person is incarcerated, which that can get spendy depending on food.
But it's been working
We've
really,
been actually pretty lucky.
it's been working really good for
Oh, yeah, guys, that's been a wonderful relationship. Even, tomorrow, I was supposed to head to Yankton to bring one back, and actually Brown County has someone of their own that they're taking down to HSC, and they're gonna bring ours back for us, so.
Does Corson take some in there too, to Brown County or not?
I don't know, they primarily go to Meade County, and I heard some trips down to Hughes County. Yeah, or it depends on where they're at, but it's like 200+ miles one way.
I just saw Corson sheriff's vehicle in Aberdeen the other day.
They've made some trips over to Roberts County before too.
That's the ways.
Oh, yeah, 66 counties, and I believe 23 jails right now, so that space is that big.
People just need to be.
So what's our average of people going that direction?
Theirs or ours? Or?
Ours.
Oh, ours is fairly minimal, you know. I mean, right now, we're gonna get credit on this last one because Brown County didn't realize that he was in Yankton, so we'll get a little bit of that reimbursed back. But, you know, on a monthly basis, maybe one or two, I suppose, but it depends. But then we've had, you know, some in custody for 6 to 8 months at a time, and $85, $95 a day.
And the last one also had medical issues that were $2,000 a month probably, for his meds and doctors and nurse to help him lose weight, and I don't know what else, but there were other expenses that rack up if they're there for a while.
Thinking that little note that I prepared for everybody also mentioned that we might consider updating our desktop computer too, but got a quote for that, it's $2,500, it's not like a dash cam. All right, the 24/7 fund, sobriety fund, which one do you guys have next, and I'll just go to Corner. Yeah, Dave Rodenkamp is our coroner, and he agreed with whatever the budget was set. I think he gets reimbursed per call. We are deputy coroners, but we don't get the reimbursement.
I kept everything the same. I did shuffle around the autopsy costs, and then the prior year costs don't migrate when you, I fixed that line. Anyway, so that's why the handwritten costs are in there.
Okay.
So the next one for Dave would be emergency management, page 40.
So that one, again, I don't know if you had a chance to read my explanation on why these costs were proposed as they were, but back in 2015 or 16, when I became the emergency manager, I got to my office one morning and the file cabinets and whatnot were outside the door, so I just figured that, I guess, this is what we're gonna do, we'll take over the EM responsibilities. We did, we set a budget, you know, we had a personal services budget, a minimal salary of like $3,000 for the emergency manager per year, and then $2,000 for the deputies, and then our admin assistant, we paid $1,000. A year or two later, for some other reasons, we just decided to make that $2,000 per person for the year for those additional emergency management responsibilities and duties. Somewhere along the lines, and I suspect it was when we were doing some budget considerations for the entire county. I'm sure you guys have been here for a few years, kind of remember that 2023 discussion going into effect in 2024. There were some very generous increases, and I think what happened is that those the extra salary, if you will, for the emergency manager was overlooked. So we've been doing that task or that responsibility for the last few years without the additional salary. But I bring that up just kind of for discussion and also to, I suppose, take a little time to reflect and maybe even look into the future a little bit. I'm not so sure that I'm really interested in continuing to do that, the emergency management tasks. As a rule, it's not super pressing, you know, there's like today, I mean, we can handle it. There are some required reporting that takes place during certain times of the year. After doing it for a few years, you kind of get used to that, you know what needs to be recorded and whatnot, but, you know, additional meetings, we've tasked the EM with being kind of the secretary treasurer and the leader, if you will, for the local emergency planning committee. Again, that's not too daunting, we can do that, we're required to meet quarterly, and we've kind of morphed that group into a little bit more than what most LEPCs are. We're kind of a diverse group, and we talked a little bit about how we tended to like the DAPL funds and that type of thing. I mean, it's a good mixture of people who are dedicated emergency responders and others, and I think we really do a good job. But we probably do more trainings than what others do, and it takes a little bit more time. The concerns that I have is that right now, without any major emergencies, again, we can handle it, but heaven forbid we have a tornado that comes through one of our communities, or like the floods and whatnot. The reporting requirements have changed, and the state has graciously purchased and distributed reporting software. It's called Crisis Track, and I've got a little bit of training, and probably know enough to be dangerous with it, but those things take just a ton of time. You know, if you have to go out and measure roads and figure out how much gravel you're gonna need and the culvert size, or, you know, heaven forbid, we, like I said, have the tornado and whatnot, it would consume probably weeks and weeks and weeks of my time. But I've been pretty vocal about the emergency management position. I really think that should be under the Office of Sheriff. I think there needs to be some oversight on that position, because, you know, I've seen it happen before where it turns into another emergency responder, and it's potentially another vehicle that you have to purchase and maintain. And most of the time we're responding to the same incident anyways, you know. But food for thought, right? And don't know that we have to necessarily make a decision when it comes to that right now, but just something I wouldn't mind doing a little bit more about in the days to come. But regarding that budget, so in visiting with Lindley, we did add some figures into the personal services or the salaries area. In the event that we either continue to do it or we have to hire somebody part-time in order to do that. There's a LEMPG. Anyways, you used to be able to apply for a grant from the state that would reimburse 50% of the person's salary. So if you hired like a full-time emergency manager, that grant would reimburse 50% of that salary. But 50%, am I saying that right?
Used to be 50, last year 50 turned into 35, and this year the rumor is it's now 15.
Okay.
I personally think the state should take over emergency management, because counties are required to have an emergency manager, but 66 emergency managers, I feel like they could do it better regionally, but, you know, they don't want to pay for that, so.
Well, again, the discussion that we could have in weeks to come regarding that. So I did in this next area, for those of you that haven't seen this particular grant or this particular budget, the one area that we use for emergency management, for like day-to-day operations and equipment purchases and whatnot, that is fluid. The other areas like the sheriff's supplies, ambulance supplies, fire department supplies, etc., those are not funds that we expend unless and only if we were to get a Homeland Security grant. So Homeland Security grant is not a matching grant. So if we get, you know, a computer project and it costs $10,000 and we're successful with that, this is where that would be paid out of, but that money gets reimbursed then. Okay, so this isn't budget authority per se. I mean, this isn't something that we.
So this, you're talking lines, the ambulance, the fire, and emergency.
42601, for example.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4.
So if you look at the year 2023, that 23,000, so that was our laptop purchase, but that was a Homeland Security grant.
Okay.
Okay, so those funds were reimbursed.
So did you offset? Did you offset any of the?
Right up here, Jeff.
Did you offset them with any revenue, because they would be a grant?
Yeah, 28,000.
Okay, all right.
All three of those, 16,
Okay.
6, and the other 6.
Dang, I have to get some more. Okay, that's fine with me, as long as we understand that.
Then, yeah. So, what's your next?
Joint law, page 42, Eureka joint law, and then Leona joint law 43.
Okay, so, I don't know, I don't really do anything with the domestic abuse, but.
No, we're just going over the ones he's.
Joint law would be page 42 for Eureka, and then 43 for Eureka, or Leola would be the next two, or Dave.
So, which one's first?
Eureka.
Minimal changes to that, obviously the 3% anticipated increase in the salaries, and then joint law supplies, I bumped that up by $2,000. Last year we turned out really good, but we had to get a little bit creative in order to stay under budget by assessing some fuel costs and oil change costs and whatnot to some different line items.
Maybe do you understand the joint law situation?
I think so.
Okay, that 75% of this is paid back to us from each city.
So the contract that, like last night's discussion, that $50,400 is what Eureka pays and what Leola pays, that offsets this. Okay, that's good.
How much was it?
$50,400.
4,200 a month, I believe that works out.
Okay, so how come each budget is 102,000? I thought it was 3/4. Aren't they paying for 3/4 time?
No, they pay the set amount every year, that's what the contract is $50,400. Most of the time we come in pretty close to that 3/4 quarter. And
so in other words, you're saying that this is padded pretty good, the budget?
Well, you can look at the previous year's expenses, if you look at what we spent in 2024, not really, I mean, obviously the $4,000 for repairs, you don't know what you're gonna spend.
But what I'm saying is, it's 102,800 for Eureka, and you're only gonna pay 54,000. Is that right?
Yeah.
There's something not right there.
Well,
Something's gotta be adjusted, either they gotta pay more or the budget's gotta be less. Am I wrong, guys? I mean, that's out of whack here.
So what is
Out of
the,
whack, 25,000.
what is the percentage, 2024, so $82,807. And 50,400 from that. Which
Well,
is-
that's closer.
Yeah,
But 50,000 to 102,000, that's a lot further off. So either we gotta go to the cities and say, hey, this is costing us more, our contract is for 3/4 time, or something's gotta give here. Right? Am I wrong?
Actual, the last 2 years has been within that
Well, I know,
75 split,
But,
yes.
but if we're gonna budget this much, we're gonna have to say, hey, we gotta up your bill a little bit. Right? Am I wrong?
you're not. I can tell you that that will probably be met with a significant amount of resistance, especially based on the temperature of the meeting last night.
Okay, what meeting we got?
The old city council meeting.
Okay. Well, that's not our agreement. It's not, guys. We agreed to 75%.
I can bring up the contract and we can take a little bit closer look
Sure.
at that. It's kind of based off of a 3/4 time, but the dollar amount was set. So, and I'm sure we can always go back and ask.
So how long has the dollar amount been this
2023, I think, is when we updated the contract last.
It started, we updated in 22 to start at the beginning of.
Well, I'm not saying we have to update it to 75,000, which is where it should be, if we're gonna have a budget like this, and if we're gonna run close to the budget. But I think we gotta get a little closer then.
Any of these lines here, or any of those gonna be reimbursed through a grant or anything like that?
No.
So they're kind of
And we,
yeah, in 2024 was 63% about. The 52,000 was about 63% of the 82 total.
You know, it was always under my understanding when we started this, that it's gonna be split and we'll adjust things as we go. Well, if it's costing us 62%,
Even at the 82,000, 75% is 61,000.
great. I'm not trying to be budget here, but this isn't adding up here. I mean, that's off way too much. If we're, even if we spend, 95,000 out of 102,000, which I hope we don't.
So that contract was decided when?
Oh, that's gotta be about
Updated
10
at
years ago at
20.
least.
I think so.
your first contract.
With Eureka, I don't remember the first one, but,
Yeah, it's been a while,
right.
before my time.
It's been, yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, it's been quite a while. 10, 12 years.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
I can,
Well,
I'll be very, very,
I mean, if
upfront with my
if
concern.
our agreement was 75,
Right.
a 3/4 time, and it was, as far as I was concerned, it was pretty much, and I know when we started, it was coming out pretty darn close, very, very close. And now, to me, that's out of whack, way too out of whack. And you know what? If the cities squawk about it, they should go hire their own, Dave, that's out of whack. It's $100,000 out of whack for both places, I mean, together. That's too much for us to absorb. I can absorb, a little bit, but that's too much.
So I'm looking for 100,000.
So we need to go, if this is the budget we're sticking with, we need to go to the cities and say, hey, it's not working for us. Either pony up some more, or this arrangement isn't gonna work.
And then what?
I don't know,
Well, and then what? They have to come up with their own leasing.
Or not.
But
Or not.
if they don't, then we still respond for free.
Well, we respond for
It's
free,
within the
but it's
county.
not necessarily all the services you're gonna get.
Right. Well, and.
I don't wanna put you on the spot here, Dave, but I'm just saying, I gotta look out for this county too.
Fair enough, and with all due respect, I'd look out for our office as well and staff. I mean, if we don't have this arrangement, if the city say pound sand, are we still gonna be able to afford 3 deputies and the sheriff's office?
Probably not.
And that's really gonna put us in a bad way.
Well, hey, I agree. So what kind of issues were they having with it?
Well, it was a good conversation. I mean, this is something that every time that we have new councils and whatnot, you know, people have some questions and concerns and feel that, you know, maybe the services were not there, and well, we've been short-staffed for, you know, the deputy position for quite a while, and right now, like I said, we've got somebody way in annual training, so I suspect the coverage and the appearances will change. Some complaints about the speed of Highway 10, which we can certainly address, and some other traffic offenses or traffic issues or concerns. All in all.
My personal thought and takeaway is they want to be more aggressive within the city limits with making a presence and cracking down on violations in town.
Well,
And
I
if he
mean,
can,
that's
if he can
something.
fulfill that, which I don't know why you couldn't, it's just a matter of acting, it'll resolve itself. If no resolution is come to, then they're gonna bring it up again.
Yeah.
And it will be a problem, and so, yeah, to go for them and say, well, our budget's out of whack, they're gonna go, well, that's your budget. You get it in whack.
That's really not
And
how
then-
this
and
all,
then-
that's not how this all started.
Maybe not, but then like Dave says, it could trickle down and affect his office, and so we all gotta play nice and figure out where it meets. And if it just means you turn your bubbles on a little bit more often, that makes everybody happy, do it. Make some arrests. Maybe
I'll
you'll make so
guarantee-
many arrests, we can afford a fingerprint machine someday.
I'll
But
guarantee you,
kinda
you
starts with
start
the-
pulling over a few semis that are going too fast through town. You
We'll
know,
get
that
around
type-
in a hurry, but
you know, that'll change things.
Oh,
However, that gets me back to when we started this thing. These cities are all for, we need the policing service and we're gonna pay you 3/4 time whatever it costs. And now if it's costing us $102,000 and we're only getting 54,000, that ain't right. So we need to get the city councils in here and talk to them. And this is, I mean, where do you trim it? I mean, there's, yeah, you can say, well, we'll only spend 1,000 here instead of 2,000. And maybe we can do that. Maybe we can get this thing down to 92,000, but, you know, I just don't think we can. And those are real costs. And I don't know, am I wrong here, guys?
no, I don't think so. I don't think.
I mean, all we gotta do is bring them in and,
Well, yeah,
and then we gotta discuss this a little bit.
yeah, that's too
We just can't say.
That's too out of whack. I mean, when you're almost double. Well, not double.
And I'm not so sure that's, I think it's unfortunate that it's been that far out of whack.
Yeah.
Just,
Yeah.
I don't know how long it's
How-
been, that's why I asked how long it's
Yeah,
been.
just in 3 years too.
But look at what everything's gone up in 3 years. Everything you do has gone up. And they have to know that too. I mean, everything they do goes up. You know,
And I think part of the frustration last night too is, you know, when Ally was around and she was just visible, and the last deputy that was here, I know the fire crew really liked him. And it's just too bad how that worked out.
It's heartbreaking. I mean, it was a really, really good fit for us, and.
So is that part of the issue because there's nobody
I think it
present
is.
in town?
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I mean, we are in town, you know, with this position being open, Deputy Whited, we tasked him with really kind of taking over responsibilities. He's very good at getting into school, he reads to the kids, I mean, they've got a really good relationship with Leola School. We are fulfilling our contract, I mean,
Yeah.
based on 30 hours and the 40
Yeah,
hour
you're
week.
getting hours, yeah.
Well, my time here should count towards something too, you know, I'm at Leola 5 days a week, at least 4 hours a day, that's.
And I've seen Ben over here quite a bit.
Yep, whenever I had west, he had east, so we try to make a point of having somebody on both sides.
So it's not like you're not doing what you're supposed to do.
And just want, yeah, right, I believe that's the case, it's just they want a little bit more.
A little more teeth,
Yeah, and
maybe flash the bubbles once in a while and, you know what I mean?
we'll,
You probably do, I don't know. But not at hay movers.
you will probably see some sort of increase, and I guess prepare yourself, because more than likely that,
It'll be looked at.
well, it'll be directed towards this group, that's where that usually comes, so.
Oh, yeah, yeah, somebody got stopped north of town one time, that's a long time ago. Whoa, yes, what are they doing out there? I was kinda glad.
Yep.
I'm kinda happy when I see you guys out there. You know?
Well, I've slowed down.
Yeah. Oh,
When we're full staff, guys, the 4 of us is a good number for McPherson. And,
Well, now you're down.
well, yeah,
Two basically, because
right,
how long is it?
right. Well, it should be 2 weeks, but it usually ends up being 3. It's how that goes.
Well, what do we want to approach the cities? I think we should. I mean, so next year, it's gonna be 110,000 and we get 54, you know? That's not right. What's Eureka's? I mean, are they having any issues with it?
I have not heard of any.
so we can put them on the spot over there, or they all live over there, it makes a difference. Who's the mayor over there?
Wendy Brock.
You know,
Okay, I remember she was in here.
we, when this started, I mean, we talked about everything. We talked about replacing vehicles, and that was all supposed to be put in there, and it's supposed to come out pretty close, and I know it was always coming out pretty close. This is way too far. So in 23, what, did we sign a contract for 54,000 a year? Is that what
We actually increased it, I mean.
Well, I know, but it is, I mean, we
Yeah.
signed it for 54,000.
50,000,
How many years?
50,400, and that contract renews every year unless there's any type of opposition or something like that.
So it renews for the same amount?
Yep.
Here's the,
Well, I've got opposition.
last year Eureka's expenses were $65,705 and they remitted the 50. So if they were paying a true 75%, then they would have paid 65. That was just last year's.
Well,
The year before
that
was-
doesn't reflect what it's showing here. Eureka's,
The year before was similar for Eureka, 64. 23 and Neola.
how come it says in 24 for Eureka, 82,000?
Yeah, that was our cost, so if Eureka was paying a true 75%, they would have paid in 65,000.
And they only paid
50,
50,000.
yes.
So this really should have been brought up before. That's not what we agreed to.
Where's the
No.
contract?
I can go get a copy of it quickly if you want.
We did not agree to
Yeah,
that one. And I was on the board when we did this, and I was afraid that this was gonna get out of hand, and I don't blame you, Dave, because costs are costs. I blame that we didn't quite, we maybe dropped the ball on this by not keeping up with it.
They're the same.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we didn't consider inflation at all, I ever give it a thought.
When we made the increase in 2023, we increased it to be right in that area, we were actually a little
Didn't we start in the thirties? Wasn't it, I mean, you go way back, wasn't it 30-some thousand per town?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Seems like it.
what is it, 40,000, the flat 40, and then
For some reason, 36 or 37 rings a bell, but it might not be.
I would have to go back and look at the records.
But I mean, we had 20% inflation between 20 and 24.
Yep.
Or more.
Yeah, the significant, very generous wage increase in 2004, if I remember right.
Yeah, you know, you know, when you budget, you didn't really take that into consideration, because everybody in the courthouse got a pretty generous, wage bump, which they deserve. I'm not saying they don't.
Oh, yeah,
But it. Here, if you wanna look at this.
Or you and I can share this.
Didn't mean to take up so much time.
Oh, that's fine. That's why we get paid a little bit, yeah.
Guess, could I just get a copy of this and study it?
Yeah. How can we just take these, or do you?
No. The originals.
Okay.
Thanks.
This the same?
And that don't need to be of each city,
Yeah,
because
I'm assuming they read the same.
They do.
Dave, what does LEPC mean again?
Local Emergency Planning Committee. So we're gonna try to get it together next.
Trish will scan and email everybody.
Okay, thanks.
That sounds good.
Okay. I guess if, maybe let's talk about that.
Yep.
But stay on task here.
Okay, yeah, that.
Oh,
I think he's.
Okay, where were we?
Well, I think that's it.
How do we wanna proceed with this? Do we want to contact the city and say, hey, this thing is out of whack? I think we need to. I do. I don't know, Sid, were you on when we started this?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's the way I took it, that when things, that was gonna get adjusted yearly if things were out of whack. It's out of whack.
We didn't take into consideration the budget increases at all. But I mean, it's gonna be tough for the cities too, but I guess.
Well, I get that, but, I mean, we're trying to trim $100,000 here, and, you know. Okay, let's move on. I will talk to Wendy about it. Okay. Sure.
Talk to Brett.
Go for it.
Want me to go with, I certainly can, it's up to you guys.
It's up to you, Dave, I'm gonna just take, figures with me and just go over
Just let me know.
the, okay, all right.
page 20, is the work comp premium that we pay for volunteer fire departments. About
See
the
if-
same
thanks.
as last year.
Thank you.
That's pretty much set, right?
No, I mean, it fluctuates depending on the premium and number of volunteers, and we take those volunteers straight from the rosters
Yeah,
that the departments approve, so depending on levels of volunteers and who they have, and claims, make it big. Our premium's been trending down because we did have a big claim it should be trickling off, and our premium should, go down a little bit. So as you have claims, then your premium climbs back up, and then as those big claims fall off, the premium trends back down.
We should do that with farm and vehicle insurance.
Yeah.
Maybe it doesn't show very much.
Support of the poor, that's enough for 2 burials, our current rate's at $1,200 for cremation, or a very limited discretionary for other utilities or rent. Catastrophic poor relief fund was discontinued, so you don't have to pay in anymore. With a certain number of years of inactivity, we should see a portion of that fund. They're gonna hopefully dissolve the fund. Now, of course, if claims, depending on what Medicaid does, and there's a lot of unknowns there. So if Medicaid goes away, we could certainly go back to the times where we saw more hospital claims, and then that poor relief fund, I guess, wouldn't go away. So to be continued there, but I budgeted enough for funerals and or other miscellaneous assistance, which we do very minimally. And hospital bill is, my stance has been deny until they tell you that you must pay. So far, that's been working. So we'll see. Page 22, Grove, South Dakota, they requested 5, we've been supporting at 3, I guess I would recommend 3 again. They did request a 5.
I would stay with the 3 also, I would agree with that.
County health nurse, I guess we still have some unknowns there, if we need to budget anything, I left it at 0.
Okay.
I guess I'll leave it at 0 until we would know more. Ambulance, we pay for the work comp for all the EMT volunteers, so again, that fluctuates depending on the roster. 421, we cover the property insurance for the ambulances for both West McPherson and Leola. And then we also pay based on distance traveled and number of volunteers on the runs, like as they go on runs, that's what that ambulance mileage is, based on a formula.
I was gonna ask that question, so that's perfect.
That has been in place for a long time. Mentally ill, page 25, these are involuntary 24-hour holds and commitments, the monthly cost for the commitments at HSC in Yankton. You would have to pay the Board of Mental Illness for hearings before they're committed, and then while they're committed, before they're committed at intake into HSC, and then quarterly assessments, and then there's court-appointed attorney costs. So you pay for the board and the attorneys and to review the holds. And that can really fluctuate, just depending on who is there. Last month we had 2, so. So the 39 expended is not accurate anymore for this year. So that's why I kinda left it at the 15,000. The 12,000 represented one person that was there at HSC for pretty much the whole year, with a few trickling in and out as needed. Developmentally disabled, page 26. You support based on the $60 a month for each resident that we used to pay towards Redfield at the developmental center. When that closed, the residents went elsewhere, and then you have to support wherever you have a resident at that same $60 a month. So we have somebody at Live Inc. and Aspire. And that's just based on residency.
And that's over 21, right? Is that when that kicks in? I'm assuming the school does before that, and then 21 is now.
Yes, the school, like Lifescape, if it's a school student, then the school is responsible, which is sometimes why you see the sped levy so high. They're required to take the max, and then they also have to pay Lifescape. Yes, which is, I know, it's a lot for the school. And so yes, these would all be adults.
Adults, 24.
Mental Health Center on page 27 is Northeastern Mental Health, so there's statute that says if you support at least $1 per capita, there's no charge for the qualified mental health exam, which is required during the 24-hour hold and before involuntary commitment. So we support Northeastern Mental Health, they do those exams if we have an involuntary hold. So if we would discontinue supporting them, we'd be charged for the exams, which I probably a horse of keys. Senior citizens, page 28. Line 429 is direct support based on percentage of enrollment at the Eureka and Loyola Senior Center. So they turn in a list of who's enrolled, and then we split based on, the percentage. 75% of the total county membership is in Eureka, they get 75% of that 4,000. And then Area 4 is an allocation that's based out of Aberdeen, but then they support the senior centers with like food, nutrition support. And they combine that with, I assume, federal funding or state funding for elderly nutrition. And that 3,000 allocation hasn't changed. And then Jackie, extension. And weed, if you could cover weed.
Yeah, I know.
What's it? Okay.
Yes, I didn't bring weed up, but I can certainly address that if you need to. My salary is not 3%. I asked for a little more, and my justification was you have to have a 4-year degree to do my job. I'm the only person in my office, and I am the head of my office, so that leader. So I asked for $27.50 an hour, which was half the amount between mine and the other heads of the offices, is what it was. And that's how that's a little different than 3%. I added 200 for postage. I think it just gets sucked under supplies. I'm not really sure, because I have bought postage before, so that could go away if it's under. I added an extra 1,000 for travel, because state fair rooms were like $250 a night. And we have to go there. Utilities, I did a little bit too with the phone, which could go down to 200. I just usually put equipment down there, put that down there, I don't always use it. I did buy a printer this year, kind of as just a catch-all in case something big comes up. We bought cans out of there and those kind of things, but I don't have anything in the horizon right now. A couple of years when I need a new computer, maybe some programs like Adobe and some of those things that I don't have. But I might like to get Adobe, because you can modify PDF files, and that's what most things come as. And the budget is pretty small like right now, because I'm just hitting into big 4-H time. We'll be into judges and achievement days and recognition event and turkey shoot, and all those things are coming. That comes at the end of the year in the 4-H world.
guess I'd still like to see a little more participation on the west side of the county.
Me too, I just can't get any volunteers. We picked up two more for shooting sports. So, like I said, I've asked the Schnabel family to start a group, but their justification to me was, this is the time they get to be with their Leola friends, that's why.
Yeah, and I get that, you know,
So,
she's from
right,
Leola.
and we get to be with them, so, I haven't given up, I keep trying.
Okay.
Working on Jamie and,
Dalton.
yep, and, who else was it? Taylor, maybe, once her little boy gets older, Jeremiah, because Jeremiah's were in it. The husband, I don't think Taylor was ever in it, but
They actually
He's-
live in.
Campbell, but
County.
they do everything in Eureka, so I would think they would go to church and that stuff, so that was the draw there, but if you have any ideas, I'm certainly more than willing to get with anybody. And then the weed board, I didn't bring mine, is that, I don't remember, Mr. Piker, do you remember? I don't. Did we up much? We got a bigger grant.
Yeah, the grant was bigger, I think that 14,000 was pretty much for, chemical.
Right, and we didn't use any last year.
Or
did we, no, cause we didn't get the bill until this
Yeah,
year,
it was-
so
yeah.
that
And-
money was turned back in.
And I haven't seen that he's done a lot of spraying either. Glenn was, needs the riprap spray. And then of course now we got spurge and stuff showing up like crazy.
I've never seen so much spurge.
Yeah, seems like it's kinda healthy, but, there, you know, the guys over Eureka and Glenn were never crazy about having that chemical around, cause I think they must have put some in the old county shed, and then I think it was their little storage shed or something around there, that they, but anyhow, Nathan said he would rather have the chemical in Long Lake. And he thought, he had talked to Rick Rowell, and they thought they could put the chemical in the shed up there, while Glenn and the guys aren't gonna have anything to do with that.
In the shop, you mean?
Yeah, that's not gonna happen, but anyhow, so, it's in the budget here, I believe they wanna buy a shipping container.
Didn't we approve that last?
I think so,
I think we
yeah.
approved it last.
So anyhow, but the plan is to get a used one from Homer that's decent, sealed up, and set it on the west side of the county shed at Long Lake, so they can lock it up.
Yep.
And then all the chemical will be at that location. That's what Glenn, kinda.
Can that be frozen though?
Well, there's some you gotta watch.
Some of it they'll have to watch, but for the most part, we
Most
can
of
leave
it
it go.
doesn't matter, that's one thing I have to say.
Yeah.
That would be my concern.
There's some of the,
Make
I
sure
don't know
that-
if they use anything, like the authorities and that milky stuff. that's
Right,
play in it, that.
Even atrazine can get
Yeah, it gets nasty.
goofy, but I don't think they use any
They probably,
atrazine.
they don't, it's mostly 240,
Grades on,
Grades
stuff,
on.
stuff, yeah.
plateau.
They could spray that, maybe in the meter, spray foam.
You maybe could,
That would
wouldn't,
probably
it's
cost
not
that
open
much.
that much in the winter,
Right.
Nathan would know what
Yeah.
is safe and what isn't,
You
his
know,
work, but anyhow, that's
or
kinda,
used.
it's kinda what's going on with that, and
Yeah, I
that's, and being he hasn't sprayed or the damn thing, that would be why the salaries are hardly anything for this year.
He's probably a new board guy.
Well, yeah, he's the supervisor, we just hired it last year, and
What's his name?
Nathan Huffman. He works for Simplot up at Wishick, but lives in Leola. Yeah. Yeah.
That would be, do we, as the board, need to ask him to be on
I've
spraying, or
I've called him,
what?
and Glenn has talked to him. He just doesn't.
So does Mr. Holt.
Well, he was supposed to spray the lawn here too.
I think you did.
Did he?
Yesterday morning before it rained.
Oh, he'll be fine. If he had
Anyway,
45 minutes.
it's just, it's not, yeah, exactly, that was my frustration, is it's not always in a timely manner. So, that would be the only thing, if you want us to meet, we can, or if you guys just wanna call him or whatever,
No, I
you
think-
let me know.
To be honest with you, I had several calls on leafy spurge, and Mike and I talked about it too. Mike called, you called me. Everybody gets hopped up when they see the first blossoms of leafy spurge, and in my experience, what we've got out there, you're almost better off waiting about a week or two after you see the first blossoms, because there's gonna be more that show up, and you may miss some if you're going out and spraying them. So I don't think he's up to about June 15th. I don't think he's too late for that yet. But I know when people see the blossoms, they get excited. Best control we've had in our place is, I always spray about a week or two later than a lot of people do.
When did they explode, you know?
It's later, it's, yeah, cause it's supposed to really spread. When it actually, I suppose it depends on the weather now, but, you know what I mean? But I would say it's probably the end of July, middle to the end of July.
It seeds out.
Yeah, when it's gonna actually pop. And then there's toadflax too, that's getting to be a really, that's terrible. Wormwood. Wormwood's not hard to control at all. Right now, you do it.
The best I've had with that was a couple of years ago. It was pretty dry, and then we had quite a bit of rain in the fall.
Yep.
And that wormwood, you had
Push back up again.
old dead stuff, but it was down below and I fall sprayed it.
That's what they say.
I used, Gray's on heavy load and put a little stinger in.
Yeah.
Gone.
Yeah.
It's absolutely gone.
Have some trouble, what you can do is catch it at the right time, raise on T&D. Spray it. Anyhow. Yeah, I know where we're at.
So, and if you do decide to do chemicals out there, I actually know the delivery man, I went to college with him. So I could get a hold of him and say, we don't want it over there.
Yeah.
We just did what, that's what we've always done.
Nathan kinda wanted it up there, then Glenn was all about it because it eliminated Eureka. There's not, obviously not as much traffic up there.
Right.
It's long way.
And
it's
we'll
kinda
make sure
central,
now,
so.
but-
Anyway. Okay.
And then one quick thing before I leave, I suggest that you go more than just the mayors for the cities, because the mayors don't have power for finances. The city council does.
That's just the city council member, look at it.
Just as a, not that you can't start with them, but.
So you as a city council, where are you at?
I'm gonna tell you, the rest of them are gonna fight you hard.
Yeah.
Hard
Well.
to look at.
We can't
well,
sustain this.
And that's the thing, I'm gonna, which is another option, because like I said, I don't think they won't go 75,000 for sure.
Yeah.
But I don't know, it's something to look into what Campbell County does, I think they charge like per person. I mean, not charge, I don't know if they charge, but it's like each town pays so much, like we would pay more than Tonk, and Eureka would pay more than us as a X amount per person
For
as
population.
they help. Then everybody pays it versus us, that, I don't know, like I said, I'm not sure how that works, just from.
So it's assessed with taxes?
No, it's from the city does it,
Oh,
so like it's a, like I was
If
thinking about
it's
cities.
$1 per person, there's 1,000 people in town, they
It'd be
pay
$1,000.
$1,000.
Because I was thinking like Mount
Eureka pays
City
2,000.
is 284, Mount City has 45 people, so I don't know if that's
Sure.
like for 3 months or something. I don't know how that works, I don't really pay attention because I don't live there anymore, but you know, maybe there's an option out there to tote without, I mean, because if we
Well-
don't pull the money, that's gonna take at least one deputy, maybe two away, and we don't really want that. I mean, as a citizen, I don't want that.
Well.
But I know, well, I'm just
But
telling you,
as
it's
citizens,
pretty,
you gotta pay
right
the
now,
bill.
right now, it's really negative, I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
You know, and we have, you hear the old, we pay taxes, that's the sheriff should be part of the taxes, we're part of the county anyway. So I understand that,
On it too.
I understand, I just,
Because I think we got shafted the last few years and we didn't catch it, and it's our fault. Really, but it's gotta get corrected, and I'm not saying you correct it all in 1 year, but it's gotta be a gradual. I mean, that's too much different.
Well, I think the amount requested might be jacked a little bit too, you know.
Well, it probably is, and you know, you always hope that you're under budget, you know, and say you're $10,000 under budget, well, you know, that makes a difference too, but it's still out of whack.
Yeah.
and maybe you could visit with the mayors and then come to the city council, or have them come, I'd probably easier if you guys came to the city councils. It wouldn't be as feed off each other, would be my suggestion, but you can do it. So,
Okay.
okay, thank you.
She is on the Louisville City Council. Page 30, conservation supplies.
No, I'm glad you said it.
That's fine.
Right now, the conservation district charges fuel to the county at Integra. There's several compliance pieces that we never requested before that we could. They're required to file a budget, they're required to file an annual report, and they're required to,
Are they doing it?
no. The board has never requested that before.
Oh.
As
We could.
how you would, in theory, work would be you request the annual report, see the need, and then make the allocation. We've had this agreement that we pay for the fuel to plant trees, and that's, you know.
Well, the two guys that they got working there, I can't imagine that they'd do anything off the wall.
Oh, really?
It's, Doug Campbell's and Kurt Grove.
Oh.
They're usually running the tractors, I think.
What page number is this?
30.
30.
Yeah, yeah.
It's fine though. You know, I have to live with doing that.
Long than, long as I've been there.
Yeah, they ran into some financial difficulties back 10 years ago or more. We're on our way to help.
Zoning, page 32. Personal services represents $400 a meeting, $100 per board member for 8 meetings per year, which varies, so
Yeah, that varies. You'll probably be right on track for that this year, I'm guessing.
Publishing and travel, we've increased both of those a bit. And I guess the questions we had were the budgeting for the comprehensive plan rewrite, if, you know, how much that would cost to pay NECOG if they were gonna help with that rewrite, and then just the
What did,
approach to ordinance, I guess that would be this year, so.
did they have anything in here for the last NECOG for the zoning board?
Yes, they charged us $2,500, we budgeted for it in 25, but
Oh,
we
okay,
paid
here.
for it in 24, they
Here
had the
it
bill
is,
and
here it is.
it was late 24. So we could remove that authority this year there. Unless you would need it to rewrite something else.
For 2025, you could read it.
We budgeted for it in 25 because we were unsure.
Why don't we just leave it there in case they get it done, then the money's there to do it. It's a possibility you could, I mean, it's full for you. Then if the budget is there for you. And it probably won't cost that much to just do the comprehensive plan as opposed to the whole book, should.
Right. NECOG, page 33. This year it costs $8,100. Usually it's late June before they get after they've had board meetings or whatever, before they get.
So is that a set amount?
No,
It's based on,
based on I believe there's a board at NECOG that determines the allocation from each of the governments that are part of NECOG, cities and counties. But we should have that by the end of this month. Page 39. 911. 911 and domestic abuse both work the same. We get a remittance for all the fees for, I think it's per cell phone or landline. We get a certain number of dollar amount each month for fees, and then we remit 100% of those to the PSAP in Mobridge, North Central 911.
So that all basically offsets.
Yeah, if we get $1 in, we pay them $1. So the only thing that we would have, county costs would be for attendance to the meetings, which Sharon as 911 before, she would go to the meetings, but now Dave has been going to the meetings and he drives his, sheriff vehicle, so there's I wouldn't expect there to be county expense as long as he is attending those meetings. But that would be the only county expense, and if we would have any travel or would have to pay somebody to go to the meeting. The line 429 is whatever we get in revenue, we pay out to the PSAP. And domestic abuse is the same thing, a portion of every marriage license and divorce fee that's collected at the county has to be remitted to a domestic abuse program, and we don't have a county-run domestic abuse program, so we remit to Safe Harbor. So if somebody gets a marriage license, then we would have the fee and then we remit it to Safe Harbor as it comes in. Same with the clerk of courts, if they have a divorce fee, then we receipt in the fee and then pay the fee. Page 44, dissolved township, that's the money we're carrying still from Weber Township. That's run through expense replacement as Dawn turns over expenses used on Weber Township secondary roads, then we can reimburse ourselves with that
What
money.
page are you on?
44. Right now we have 15, so each year, like last year, we had at budget time $28,000 cash on hand, so I just assumed we would spend it all. So right now we've got about 15,000. I wouldn't expect that we would spend that much, but. But that's the cash available. Once the cash is out, then the fund is done. We just have to prove compliance that we spend Weber Township's money on Weber Township roads. And opioid settlement 47, audit guidance just changed last month. So we were receiving opioid settlement payments into the general fund. And then showing compliance throughout the year and restricting any money left over. Well, they don't want, since the opioid settlement will drag on for 18 plus years, they want that separated so they can see and track that money separately. So starting in 26, I plan to receipt directly into we'll receive directly into 294 when we get settlement money in, and then as we spend the money versus a direct payment, I'm going to have the board authorize cash transfers back to the general fund as we expend the money. That'll just make it clear for budget purposes. So we'll still spend for approved expenses, we'll still spend the money out of general fund, and I won't do an expense replacement because that would, come budget time, it would appear as zero, as if we didn't spend the money, if I ran it that way. So this one I'm gonna do a transfer, have the board approve cash transfers as we spend the money, unless it's directly expensed out of 294. And that's, last year we got in, and it was like $12,000. I expect it to be the same, but that's a moving target too. Some companies have been prepaying, and then they might stop for a year or whatever, or continue to prepay, then they'll be done before the 18-year mark.
Okay.
I believe I'll keep doing it the way I am doing it now through 24 or 25, and then if there's any restricted balance at the end of 25, I'll have the board move that to 294. Is how I believe I'll do that. Or I could have the board move the money now. I haven't decided how I would want to do that quite yet, so. For now, right now, today, the money's in general fund. And I guess that is.
Okay, just the next page, 295, run that by me again, what's that 165,000?
Rural access infrastructure, the state of South Dakota funded the rural access infrastructure program, which the structure had to be so big, and then you could use the money to fix or replace those structures.
But that's offset on a revenue.
We have the cash now, they were giving, for 3 years, it was funded for 3 years, but they did not fund it this session, that bill failed.
Okay.
So that fund wouldn't gain any more cash unless they funded it in 26.
Right.
During legislative session.
Okay, we didn't slash a whole lot, guys. So let's take a look at road and bridge, and that's really the only place we have. Okay, I know we talked about equipment, how much is the blade again?
438.
Oh God. That's gotta stay there, I was gonna trim about 40 off.
I'm right, and I go cruise about 438, I think.
Yeah, it's 460.
Well, I was thinking 380, well, that's not,
No,
that's not even
4
close.
something.
You know, and it's just, it's terrible, but the only place you can slash anything is out of his budget. What did we cut?
Keeps going up.
What did we slash, maybe $10,000 at most? If even that much.
I wonder if that,
That was,
figures, you're high.
yeah, probably 5,000.
That's probably the time to bring it up, but what about Austin's secretary? We've had several people ask me about it, and, I mean, he's working full-time somewhere. And, I guess not that that matters, but I don't know, I just have a problem with it. I think you should pay it out of his salary. If he needs it. And that would be about $18,000.
But he'll probably ask a request for a larger amount of this in there.
But we don't have to give it either.
No, that's true.
So
Here's codified law 7712. The Board of County Commissioners shall establish by resolution the salary payable to the state's attorney. The salary payable may not be less than the following schedule is based upon the most recent decennial federal census of population for counties. So we're below 5,000, that number's $34,554.
as a minimum, we would have to pay him that.
Yep.
Minimum.
So then it says in counties over 50,000 population, where a full-time state's attorney is required, or in counties where commissioners designate the position full-time, the sum of $71,535 per year. In counties less than 50,000 population, the commissioners may designate the position full-time. The decision by the commissioners shall be adopted prior to the first day of January in the year of the election, and may only be amended for that term of office with the consent of both the state's attorney and the commissioners. If no state's attorney is elected to the office at any general election, the Board of County Commissioners may contract for such legal services and negotiate the compensation therefore on terms and conditions determined by the Board of County Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners may not decrease the salary of the state's attorney during consecutive terms of office of state's attorney.
But are we really decreasing his salary? Does that get paid separately, Lindley?
Yes. No, we wouldn't be decreasing this salary. Here's a scoop. And it's been this way since I've been on this board. If we run into a money crunch, which, you know, we're not really, because we have some other options. But, you know, when all those wages went up, you know what that does, it snowballs, okay? But here's what's gonna happen. Eventually, because of the way costs are going up, and we only have so much money that we can get without opting out. And I'll tell you what, an opt-out isn't gonna go, because that's the last thing I wanna do, is tax. But what do you cut? First thing you cut is all the secretaries in every office. How much do they cost? We're only obligated to fill the
Appointed position or elected position?
We aren't obligated to, so that's what it gets down to. I don't want that, I'm not saying we should do that, I'm saying that's what would have to go first. Are you gonna cut 3 jobs in the highway department? I don't think so. You'll maybe cut 1. But we're thin there already.
Have you had any correspondence with Megan whatsoever?
To turn in the hour sheet, but
So do you know of anybody else in the courthouse that corresponds
I'm
with her?
not sure that I would have had a reason to correspond with her, so
Yeah, you
that,
probably would,
you know, other than payroll things, and she responds.
So we have basically zero oversight.
No, not really, we don't, yeah.
I guess that's my opinion, I think that should be ended. I know it'll probably be kind of uncomfortable, but
Somebody should call the hotline before you do that,
make sure we could do that.
do it the right
That's my opinion.
Yeah,
way. The government practices hotline, or else we are not covered in the event we,
You said, yeah, you know. Well, we have till September.
well.
We've got that, and we've got the wheel tax, and we've got the bridge tax. Those are things that we can increase now.
We can, we
That
definitely can.
would definitely
It's-
take us off the hook as far as opting out.
Right.
Is what, that would be the next options that we're.
Well, absolutely.
You know, I think.
The first one that we'd probably do is this one you were telling us about today.
Bridge.
You know, take your 10 cents or whatever, and move on. If it's only 8 cents that we need, with you guys. But, you know, I'm not for taking more than what we need.
Well,
I think we need to.
Well, we're looking at 100,000.
We need to clean up some of this stuff. One of the departments that's getting out of hand, and I don't like this because I support policing all the way.
Yeah.
But it's getting expensive,
Yeah.
it really is.
Well,
That building, it's a want.
I don't know,
It's a want. It's a nice, beautiful want. It's a want. It's not a need. My opinion, let's put it that way.
I think what you're gonna see, and maybe it's hard to justify because of that, what he was getting at with the jail cells, and him and I have had a good discussion about that, is what he runs into issues when he's got a prison. And they have absolutely no place to put it for 4 or 5 hours until somebody is in position to transport. So they end up doubling up stuff. And you know, that's something you don't see, and I don't know what the monetary value of it is.
did I miss something when he said something about a $2,500 toilet? Is it a special toilet?
Well, I suppose.
Stainless steel, I'm sure.
Stainless steel, I'm sure.
Or something that you can't rust
I'm
up.
sure it is.
I went over my head there.
I see what's going on in this world, and I'm not gonna really, I don't wanna cut the budget for policing. Because anything can go wrong at any time. And, hey, you think this community's a nice, quiet community, but stuff
There's maybe a
happens.
reason for it.
Stuff happens, and you're exactly right. It just takes one mishap with no body cam or dash cam, and we're hurt, you know, or somebody's hurt.
And Dave keeps things kind of on the down low
Yeah.
quiet, and it's just how he operates. I know a lot of people think they're not doing anything, but more going on than we see.
Yeah, there's a lot more going on than we see. I think we don't realize how much paperwork and stuff is involved in anything they do. I mean, they gotta make sure everything's done correctly, or else something could go wrong. I don't wanna cut it, but man, you look at that.
That's horrible.
Oh, it's.
You're going by one.
I guess I gotta apologize for getting a little bit out of shape about that, but
No,
that's out of whack.
Yeah. No, I mean, we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Jackie's not getting more than 3%.
Oh.
That's
Not for me.
That's $1,400-1,500 right there.
Is that a position we need? Do we have to provide that? Do we have to provide that?
No, discipline a lot of.
Well, I know that because this side of the county, 4-H is strong.
It is.
And that's fantastic. But it's not.
You know, when SDSU kind of cut the ties, really screwed us over. Then they did 4 counties with one.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a transition there, and I really, and finally we ended up with our own person, and you know, as far as the extension, I don't know, do many people actually take advantage of the extension office?
Like a few, I think, you know, for,
211 is.
testing water and stuff.
Well, yeah.
For, you know, little things.
Yeah,
The weed- I know she gets the weed board test, she takes care of the weed board minutes and
Yeah,
that kind of stuff.
yeah.
But, it is what it used to
You
be.
look at the department, overall, it's what,
I was just figuring it out, 'cause
70,000?
how many kids are in 4-H and shooting sports you guys think? 40 some, all together with everything? So you look at the 80 grand,
Yeah. I mean,
$2,000 a kid.
I know we aren't there yet, but at some point in time, some really hard decisions, and yeah, you know, you come up and all of a sudden you got a $35,000 furnace bill, and you got this, you got that, and somebody wants body cams, and somebody wants computers, and, you know, pretty soon it adds up to a lot of money.
Yeah.
Where do
But
we stop?
even that boiler, going and looking for somebody else, I'll bet you any money would be more expensive. That's all I've ever
don't doubt
found.
it, I don't doubt it. Plus they come out here and charge you mileage to
Right.
look at it, and then they come back with a bill that's just as high or more. But I'm not sure what else to do, because you gotta have it heated and where it doesn't burn.
By October, we better have something for sure.
But for now, I think we're all right. I've been through this before. There was one time where all of a sudden there was no money.
Wasn't it like 2018 or something?
Yeah, it was further back than that. And all of a sudden,
Things worked out.
I think Steven's still there. All of a sudden, we don't have any money. Well, I think it was close to the end of the year. I went over and talked to the treasurer. I said, well, look at this and that. Well, you know, we got CDs in the bank, we got money. They don't really wanna touch that.
Mhm.
And I get that, I like to keep some money in the bank too, but we gotta operate. And then all of a sudden, everything was good again. I don't know what happened. I really don't. I'm not sure what turned wrong.
Well, we never had a clue what was going on there either.
Yeah. We were told what he wanted us to hear.
Like you say, sheriff's office, $400,000. That's a lot of money.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a lot. You know, and some of
And
it,
then
some of
even with the Brown County thing, that's $50,000.
Yeah.
You know, maybe that's, he says it's always great, which it is. It's a lot of money.
It's a lot cheaper than having your own jail.
But is it Edmonds County,
Yeah.
They are building, yeah.
So has
And-
anybody,
and-
has anybody ever checked in?
Well,
I think he has.
once it's built, maybe it's a
So
possibility.
we did used to go to Edmonds
Yeah, we
County
went there
and,
before.
and Walworth
Walworth.
County, and then Walworth County, their jail got closed down, Edmonds was the same way, now they're rebuilding, so
And
they're,
they may be looking, well, they won't have.
And that's
I don't think so either, but I mean, it's.
That's a tough subject, getting prisoners in places.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
Corson County is wow.
Well, yeah.
They can't even keep anybody hired because they're running a van to Roberts County.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they.
It's impossible.
over there.
But I went with Dave to meet with, Brown County, and that's been really good.
Yeah, I hate to jeopardize that relationship by saying, well, we're not gonna pay you that
I think we
contract.
should be able to go both places. That'd be nice.
Well, you should, but, we'll
Well-
cross that bridge when it happens, I guess, but.
Depends how much we're saving.
Right.
You know,
I don't,
it's all about the dollar.
When do we need to have our final figures in for the,
by the meeting in August,
by the
we'll be
meeting in August?
done, yeah. And then I'll publish mid-August, and then you'll have the first
2
reading
months.
in September. And then the second reading will be that third Tuesday in September.
Well, with this deal with the joint law, I don't think we can go and say, we want 75,000 instead of 50. I don't think we can say that, I don't think we can do that, but I think we should go to them with some type of offer and say, hey, this is just costing us way more than our original agreement was 75%. Can we find some common ground and hopefully we can save some money in it, that instead of what we budgeted, it's maybe 92,000 instead of 102,000. Should we, let's pick the figure that we propose, throw at them. It means the last few years have been, it should have been
62,
62, 60. Should we just say, well, we need 60,000 this year, next year we might have to need more? I mean, is that reasonable?
It's not gonna work.
Yeah. I think we're gonna get, yeah.
You gotta
I don't
start
think you're
somewhere.
unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable.
The reason it's not gonna work is because until they see action, they're not gonna give us any more. They're ready to quit paying.
They are.
Oh, well, that's.
So, until the bubbles turn red and blue,
I'm serious,
We got nothing.
All he'd have to do is just pull his lights on and off a few times. I think it would make a world of difference.
Well, hey, guys,
Yeah.
if they wanna pull it, we don't hire another deputy.
Yeah. Yeah, no. would save that.
What does that save us?
Yeah.
He comes over here, does his thing, is here when he's here. If there's an
That's what-
emergency, if
that's
there's
what
an
would happen.
emergency, he comes over.
Could
Other
be
than
in
that,
the
they get
county.
nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the reality of it.
that's basically all what they're saying. That's basically what they're saying. They're getting them out now anyways. That's why they're not
Maybe that's,
justifying.
maybe
it.
that's
I
not
don't-
what,
I don't totally agree with it.
well,
They put pressure on Dave too, sure, and the deputies.
well,
I know what you're saying, but
if you
they
gotta do
may
something,
step up
we gotta do something,
and
that was not
Where-
our
where do-
original agreement.
Where does the revenue go from tickets?
Speeding, schools, stuff.
We get a court,
Court,
so
sure.
clerk of courts, yeah.
I think it.
The majority of tickets go, schools take the majority of their money.
Okay.
And the
And
reason
that's
that
allocate,
is,
yeah.
the reason that is because if all the money came back to our county, somebody's gonna take us to court and say, you're targeting me for that money.
Okay.
That's the reason.
There you go. Well,
We get a small, I don't know what the percentage.
You get some, but
an
it's not,
admin
it's
fee
not.
through the
Not
clerk
counting
of
for us,
courts.
maybe like 12%.
Yeah, it's
Last
very
year,
low. And even, I think even the overweight,
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
Yeah, like $2,000-3,000 a year.
And I think about like the sheriff's department too, buying a brand new vehicle. We don't drive a vehicle. We don't buy a vehicle that's at $100,000. We haven't done that for years. And, I don't know if it works for us, but yeah, you're supposed to gotta be dependable. We've never had a problem with breaking down. I have a lot of driving the Camry right now, 285,000. She just keep.
Oh, it can be done, but you know,
But I mean.
in the heat of a chase, you don't wanna go
Yeah.
clunk,
True.
you know?
True.
Or you're running to
But
an
then,
accident scene.
instead of spending
clunk, clunk.
75,000 on a new one, should we spend 20 or 25,000 on something with more miles? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a possibility.
I don't, they wouldn't like it.
I know.
I sure as hell ain't gonna go buy a pickup for 75,000 or 50. I'm not gonna do it, period.
I won't sell mine.
Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
I don't know, what do you wanna do? I guess I'm gonna go talk to him.
well, I think that's the first
Well, I'm
thing.
gonna talk to him too.
Well, do we
I know
want
what
to
the
individually talk to
lines
them, or
are.
do we want to have them come in here?
Do that too.
I mean, it's a county thing. I mean,
Maybe we should just invite them to our next meeting,
yeah. I
their
think so.
mayors and their
Well,
council and.
and Jackie will give them a heads up, you know that, you know.
And I guess if they
And they
have,
probably could
if
watch
they
it.
have a problem with what we're doing, that's where it has to come out too. That's probably a better scenario is to have them come in July.
I invite them over.
In front of everybody, yeah.
I'm good with that.
And then we're not all, you're not the dog, you know, you're not the one there, the bad guy, you know, where you,
We all are.
we're all gonna sit here and take a little bit of it. Okay.
Yay.
Anything else? Like bills. Andre,
I'm getting weak.
Okay.
So we'll go back through
Can
again.
you contact both cities and invite them to our meeting
Yes.
for this? So we don't have to do that decision today as far as if we wanna add that 10-cent thing or what.
No, and I didn't envision that you would this year. Just bringing it to your attention,
Well, I'd
Just
like,
hadn't really
I'd like
talked
to be
about it.
closer, we got 31, 32% like we kinda always are.
and I can look at it too and make a list of recommendations for July, if the commission all looks at it
Oh.
between now and then too.
That's wire out in the west, I just short out.
Okay, hang on a second
I'm trying
here.
to find it.
We received an email as commissioners from Mike Lapke here at 8:38 AM this morning.
I've got that already, yeah.
Did you see it? Okay. I have probably had 100 or so employees over my career and have seen many time cards. My business was based on billing time to clients with the description of work completed. I also made it very clear that my employees had an undated resume as a reminder that they could be replaced. In all my years of reviewing time cards, I have.
Speaking here?
Mike Watson. Reviewing time cards, I have never seen or approved one like this. Anybody could write down hours with no description. 26 hours of emails with no reference to whom or what the emails were about is not acceptable. Mike Watson.
Okay, but you're gonna have to sign them all.
Yeah, so I don't have to, I'll start just throwing some.
One.
6-3,
When it comes to my business, any correspondence has to come from the person engaged in the business. Where does the secretary's point of view come from on emails? and when you're spending hours per day. Did you see the calendar?
I did not.
Yeah, I did.
You did, Sid?
Yes. Yeah. We went over it last night.
So, Megan's hours. 5 hours emails on Saturday. 4 hours emails discovery. 2 hours cloud organization. 2 hours emails. 3 hours emails. I guess it's hard to know what they're for.
Yeah.
I mean, can't we ask for public record on this? What do you?
I'm not sure how
How you know?
what to ask for and how to, you know, I'm sure some of that stuff might be,
Legit.
Go both ways?
what I, attorney client
Well,
type stuff, or,
potentially.
you know, I don't.
Until we receive that as an official answer, we're just assuming it.
Yeah, no, you're correct.
I assume that is in this pile of paperwork though, right, Lindley? That Megan's hours?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanna see what it amounts to.
And it's in the reports to approve, that's in the packet.
Yeah, there was something here, what did I see?
Want me to sign it, sign this,
Yes.
all of these?
Yes, that one and.
Right there it is.
Sam Bouchard's, or.
Oh, that's the
Barrett.
one that
Yeah, I was checking that out.
that was kinda out of whack with something. I think.
Mileage, wasn't it?
No, it was rooms and, I don't know. Seemed a little,
She said she would come over anytime you want to discuss her,
I mean, I didn't look at it real close, I just thought that was quite a bit, what, she must have gone to a convention or something.
She must have. Look back to see,
If anybody gets her, we'll look through it.
see that one, you could save, I didn't
And
realize,
that
mine.
is-
Skip this
Or
one.
what is that? That would be one of
Well,
these sheets, wouldn't
it
it?
Might be,
would be,
yes.
yeah,
For what?
for example, should be one of these, shouldn't it? Or is it?
She always puts it on her, and then we treat that as a bill and reimburse that payroll
Did
time.
you find Megan's?
No.
Yeah,
But the miles, the miles aren't anything, it's the hours, but there was pizza, something else,
no. Well, I didn't catch that.
that was in what you said, wasn't it? Maybe I don't want to say that, I got this first.
This is Sam,
Oh, just show.
Sam's,
That's just, yeah, that's not.
and then her one, so it was from,
Here. What, whose is this? It's a Visa.
which one? Oh, extension,
That's, yeah.
must have been for the shooting sports.
She bought pizza for the last day
Oh, that
cleanup.
didn't, yeah. There was something else that I saw. Oops, I want. God, I thought it was really veterans.
Is that Rory still here, or is he?
He still lives in town.
But he's not working anymore.
No, he got a job with Macintosh County.
Oh, so he's probably driving.
He must be.
plus we already got a bill for $2,800 for boilers.
I was probably just checking it out.
Shutting it down and
Yeah.
Yeah, that doesn't include, that 35,000 doesn't include firing it.
move,
Better go on there. We have these all. And it,
Yeah.
are there some more, is that it?
Those all stay together
And I signed each one, though, right?
yeah, Dave each one,
Each,
they just stay together.
do I put the amount on too?
Yes.
Yeah.
I need a shorter last name. That's maybe just for one spot.
Those all stay together. Those all.
Here's one that's-
Okay,
So it's
Here's
amount
one
and
that's
date.
signed already. Sam's,
Oh,
what was in there? Mark signed it already? Was it just misplaced? You put it back in here?
yeah, okay, I'll look at that, yeah. We approved it last month. Or he probably approved it last month and then we paid her on
Okay.
with her payroll versus a separate check at the beginning of May.
Who's your next?
That hasn't seemed to be that one.
You gotta follow the state versus.
Yep, so So when somebody buys a birth certificate, we collect the entire fee and we get to keep, I think it's $2 of that, and then the rest we have to remit to the state, so. As people need birth certificates or death certificates, they pay us a fee, we keep a small part, and the rest we have to remit. And then we have to send up, you know, how many we got from Vital Records. And fees like that, we have no. They said this is how much it is for a certified birth certificate, and we have no power to increase or change that fee. That would have to be, same with our portion of the fee. There's several of those fees that the argument could be that the county is doing all of the work and yet we keep a minimal portion of the fee and the rest goes to the state of South Dakota.
What would be the best way to get, NESCAP meeting minutes from today then? Send them the link
Email
or,
that, she's emailed me before.
okay, Lori? Or,
Oh, okay, now I know what it's for. For road fabric.
Lori is her name?
that's the one who responded to me. There's a Maureen too,
One
but
of the three over there where they fix those soft spots.
I sent you a text, screenshot of the email, so.
That was yours over there? Okay, I thought so. Figured you'd find it.
I leave them all over the place. fearless leader. You need an auto pen.
Yes.
Sam would be sleeping back there while we're
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's believable.
Yeah, it's believable.
Did you ever get a bill from, I'm gonna be able to say his name, Ryan Jory,
Ryan Swat.
Moser? Nick Moser. Never did. This one has value citizens, sorry.
Granny Ann had one son in Isn't that resemblance though?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Running out, okay?
Money or time?
No.
Ink.
Yeah.
What did Megan's bill end up being? Did anybody see
I
it?
didn't see it.
Should be in this one.
I wasn't paying attention.
Well, it should be listed on that sheet we get too, shouldn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Westlaw was 1,100 and something.
How is that set?
I'm on.
Yeah, I don't,
But
I think that's what it was either. Probably doesn't matter if they're not in order.
No, order does not matter.
So what do we wanna do about that? Do we wanna try to get more of an itemized bill from, say, VSO and Megan?
I'm not so concerned about the
She told me if you have any questions or regarding your time card, she would come here.
Yeah, she's,
I think it's more of an effort to be
She said she
fair
actually
and
is donating.
thorough.
They're both
I
in the
know.
same class of employees, so that's why we mirrored
Yep.
what Sam was doing, we asked the same of Megan. So if you're gonna ask different from one, I'd recommend different from both.
And I would,
Okay, so what would you suggest?
Whatever you guys want more of, make sure you do it for both employees
Oh,
that are
okay.
at the same
Yeah, that's like,
classification. They're
no
both
matter what
part-time
we-
under 20.
Can't discount.
Yes.
You're right.
I wouldn't impose more restrictions on one and not the other.
but for me, I questioned, we need to know what the emails are, that's so time consuming.
I'm sure most of them will be, they'll come back and say that attorney-client, privilege type stuff. Which, I think is one.
But then it should be the attorney writing the emails.
Exactly.
I'm the contractor, I write my own emails, my wife doesn't do it, she pays payroll. And the water bill.
What's that hotline number?
If Megan had a law degree, I would accept the fact that she's writing emails. I don't believe she has a law degree. I find it hard to accept all the hours spent writing
My
emails.
biggest thing is we just have no accountability whatsoever. We don't see her. We don't have any, there's no correspondence with anybody in the courthouse ever, that I know of. Supposed to be windy tomorrow?
I don't know, I guess I haven't looked.
Got some climate meetings.
Maybe I might have.
I planned on doing it this morning early, but the sprayer pump went out night before last.
Oh.
And then it was too windy anyway, right in the morning yesterday.
You looking for tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, I don't think it's, I'm gonna go spray some after.
You don't wanna do it tomorrow, maybe 20-mile-an-hour winds. 10 to 20.
Yeah, I think it'll be okay. If I get going right away in the morning.
Yeah.
Then we don't go all the way to the edges, I use the four-wheeler to blast in, so I don't get that close.
You got a shooter or something?
Yeah, I turn the one
That's
hang off.
Yes, yeah.
Then I put a conveyor belt along the side,
Yeah.
so the center one hits that.
Well,
It's kind of fast.
Oh, it's the
It
end.
works really good. Yeah.
She's probably 8 feet this way.
Thank you. Yeah.
That's not bad,
But I can, I mean, if there's not much wind, I can make a perfect line right along the line. You know, it kills everything right where I go, and
So,
so I like around trees and stuff, I just whip it close to the sprayer. Maybe within 15, 16 feet.
basically what's gonna happen,
Oh,
she's gonna
over
give
against the
Lori a
rest.
copy of.
No, I
Have you got some big tree there somewhere?
Oh!
Yes, what's up?
Yeah, yeah, it's okay.
I think it's off.
Well, and I was gonna say,
Great
that they
big,
wanna
I
get in
mean,
touch
that
with
got
you, so I'll send them.
I was
But that's unrelated, I just.
Random,
So,
same thing. I
go back over.
And I go
I got some
all the way
green
to
ash
Bismarck,
that-
and I could see that all the way to
You
Bismarck.
did?
Yeah.
I was selling a lot of that. Cause we come home and one of the
Well,
piles of green ash right behind our house.
You know, maybe
It's
Ned
brown.
Cap
And I said, I didn't, you got some
could have
headboard.
some.
You know, I was thinking maybe that was it, but everything else.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Green, God, there's 2 or 3 of them that don't look
So I
like
could
right.
email these gals straight away and.
They look like they have the leaf on,
Mhm.
and then it's just kind of, you know, great.
motion to pay the bills.
I wanna,
I make that motion.
I remember you can, who else
Okay, Neil made the motion, Jeff seconded. All in favor, vote by saying aye. Aye.
I,
Opposed, same sign, and then a motion to adjourn.
I'll do that.
I'll second.
Jeff made the motion, Mike second. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, and we are finally done. Long one.
Well, gotta do it, Jesse.
Yeah. Almost put in a whole day.
Yeah.
Time to go to bed.
Right?
Well.
Yeah, they.
Yep, I'll send you down your number.
Alright, thank you.
See you, Jeff.
Yep, yep. Hey, young man. How you doing?
I want to glance at those boilers and then, oh, look at the concrete out front.
Thanks, Lindley.